How we looking?
Discord looks good.
We are live, baby. Hello.
Ooh, I'm coming in super quiet. One moment.
Hello. Good people of the Illuminati. Hello, the Resonance / HoYoCast. Thank you so much for tuning in, giving us your blessing on our first attempt at making complete fools of ourselves live. Wonder, are you coming in low on the stream or in our Discord call?
On the stream.
All right. I will jack up your gains.
Thank you.
Sometimes the
How's
laws
this?
compatible
How's he
with
sounding,
human
everybody?
nature,
How am I
but
sounding,
sometimes the
everybody?
two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right.
Hi, Roosevelt. Thank you so much for making it. Hi, Just Chica. Hi, Cyvic. Hi, Broby, Kiwi, Emion. Everybody. Dampy's here.
Okay.
I wonder, give us a...
Yeah. How's my volume now?
How's he now, guys? HoYoCast Natural Yanfei is sounding pristine. The thing with Yanfei is, like, I love both her English and her Japanese performances so much. I'm always, like, struggling to decide which one to use.
She's so much fun. It's just so sad she never shows up anywhere.
One day they'll do something with this kid. Okay, how's Wander? Wander's still low.
Is a strange and unprecedented
More
one
gains.
indeed.
Cyvic, you're saying gains for me too? What? Yeah, we doing it live. Okay. Still I'm so sorry, you guys. Listen, we found all these cables and wires just like in the dumpster and we're configuring them to try to make a proper setup here. Alright. Now I'm a little low. I will fucks with that. Ourselves? But we figured you guys are owed it after getting us to 1K, which is just absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
Sometimes
Perfect,
the laws
says Just
compatible with
Chica.
human nature, but sometimes the two conflict.
How
Balancing the two
is
a discipline in its
a
own
boy
right.
in blue sounding over here? He's still monstrous?
Am I still louder than God? It sounds better.
Both perfect. Both perfect. Perfection. Thank you. Thank you guys for putting up with us.
I'm gonna have to remember to talk at a normal level and not shout.
Before us is a
Nah, you can do it.
strange
If they can't handle
unprecedented
you
one indeed.
at your shout, they don't deserve you at your normal level. I see that you are peaking a little bit. So am I. I mean, that's okay. It's pretty sunny up here, as you can see. So we haven't. The sun hasn't gone down. We're not in like full goblin mode. Here, my Beefy.
Yet.
Here are my males.
But someone will definitely feed us after midnight and we will become a problem.
Yes. We'll do that if they don't feed us either. Exactly. We set our exactly, Cyvic. We set the bar so low for ourselves that when we're passable, it's a miracle. It really makes you appreciate the good times. No, I did not notice Yanfei in the Fontaine trailer. Do you think they'll actually write stuff for her now? I know, Justika, I would love a Yanfei hangout. My two, like, I'm like, give me a Yanfei, give me a Kujo Sara, but I think especially Yanfei because, like, she's so underused.
And I really think it would be good if there was a
That might be
hangout.
Charlotte, dude. As soon as
Oh, that
I
could be
saw
Charlotte.
Charlotte's design, I'm like, your color blocking is the exact same as Yanfei. Like, are they trying to bury her? They've already forgotten. They've already forgotten about my law moose. How dare they? It's not my fault they didn't write anything for her.
But that's why she's your perfect disguise when you leave the Shade Chamber, because no one remembers she exists.
Jesus Christ. Nah, the purple on red doesn't really work. Oh yeah, HoYoCast. Yanfei, I missed her birthday mail, which is the second year in a row. I felt so bad about my imaginary lawyer. I know she dropped some, like, terminology on us, some hot lore drip. Hey, Cybik, a man of taste. I'm so excited Child's back. I'm so excited Child's back.
I'm sure Jur is going to lose his mind when he shows up in the story.
Tails, she's like, if you get arrested, and you will, this is what you do. Oh my god, have you seen those videos of, like, they're doing live airings of the preview trailer in, like, these huge venues in Asia, and, like, when Child comes on, everyone loses their whole mind. And they're right.
Absolutely right, too.
Gabriel, according to X character is X. According to Paimon, you know, Child looks really shifty, but once you get to know him, he's actually really dependable. Too early and too sober to do the proper Pie Muppet impression now. Cybik, he was ricocheting off the walls. It was all we could do to stop him. Alright. Yeah, so we'll, in our next episode, we're definitely gonna go over the stuff that was in the preview trailer. Or the whole, like, preview program. I think mostly from a gameplay standpoint, we'll kind of let, like, the lore meisters take care of the lore discussion, but there's a lot going on with just Genshin as a game that they're bringing in this update. Gabriel, he's like, I don't know, he's not my type. You know, like we said in the last episode, they scattershot different combinations of traits, and it's like, you know, not everyone's gonna be for everybody. Like, I get it, he's a thing. Little phantom thief looking dude.
I personally like Liney. I do love my little archers too, so he's definitely someone I'm going to be pulling for.
He's a cute little archer. If you ask me what tiny twink I'm excited for in Fontaine, I think Fremine is great. I like the little sad boy with the freckles. I think that's fantastic. Emion, yes, actually, that's what we are going to be recording, is our final thoughts on Sumeru. We have a lot of them, and other people do too, and we're going to look at a lot of that.
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature.
Gabriel, agree.
Sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own
Definitely
right.
playable. I don't know who you mean by the black-haired dude, though, but I would guess playable. They don't put that much design into people who they're not going to play. Just Chica, I totally understand. As a Yanfei main, it's really hard for me to justify putting Pyro on field DPSs on my team. I actually, like, already have a Hu Tao as well. I really want to build Dia. I think she has some interesting stuff with her. And I'm, you know, for the sake of using her, like, I want to lab her a bit and see if there's a weird niche that people are sleeping on. Dampy, wonder if we'll forget our first playable death. I hope so. I hope they start killing motherfuckers. Genshin has been playing it really safe with the story, and Genshin is a safe story game, so, like, I don't blame it for, you know, not being... If it's not as, like, dark and edgy as I want it to be, you know, that's fine. Maybe that's not what it is, but I am, like, I want you to start killing some fools. I want things to get messed up. Just Chica, yeah. Yeah, that's what I've heard about Dia. At this stage in my Genshin life, I'm just looking for people who are fun to play because I already have, like, a really nice selection of meta characters. It's just, like, the process, the idea of labbing a character is so, like, prohibitive in Genshin because artifacts are the things that you're testing, and they are such a pain in the ass to farm out and level up. Like, you know, if there was some kind of, like, artifact machine, that would be absolutely amazing, but you're dealing with so many levels of RNG, and you've invested in so much time, just to get one build going. It's like, I could use you for another thing. I don't want to do that. I've invested way too much time in it. Like, Yanfei, for instance, mine's a C6. I know that, like, a support Yanfei became a bit of a meme in, like, the Chinese community, and I'm like, that's cool. I'm not gonna farm the artifacts for that. Like, I got her where she is now, who is just an absolute little monster. And that was from labbing artifacts, and that was just for one build. I'm not gonna do it again. Gabriel, yeah, I know that Honkai Impact is dark and edgy. I'm too tired. I can't get into another one right now. A Cyvic, design counterpoint, Rosalind. A queen who did nothing wrong ever. A perfect being. A hero who did more for her country than her god ever did. Yeah.
The only unproblematic Fatui.
I'm glad she kicked him. Roby. Two standard characters, yeah, more Jean cons or coaching. Jean is really solid. I call her the Subaru Outback of my team, where she's just really not glamorous, but she's incredibly useful. Like, to the point where when I was listing my most meta, like, spiral characters, I left Jean out because I just forgot about her. Kind of a potted plant of a person, but she's great. And that fall damage when she yeets stuff straight into the air in Spiral, like, don't sleep on that. That's great. Gabriel, how does one lab artifacts? It's like A/B testing, basically. You swap one out for another and, like, just kind of go fight the same enemy, see what your numbers look like, see how fast they go down. Yanfei's the only character I really bothered doing that for. Everyone else, I just, like, looked up what the meta people were saying and built them accordingly. Just Chica, I use the artifact optimizer. I don't want to do that. This game already gives us so much homework. But power to people who do that, because they make guides so that people like me can be lazy and just steal their notes. Sedacious, I think they're waiting for the loot I harpassed him to kill characters, since a lot of major characters are going to be involved. Is that a leak? I don't want to hear about it, please. I mean, like, I've heard of the loot I harpassed him just from, like, the webtoon. I don't know anything about its appearance in-game, though. Roby, I do over 30k healing and 16 charged. Around 25k with this deal. Yeah. Okay. No, yeah, speculations based on existing lore is fine. I just didn't know, like, I don't really follow the lore community that much because I'm a scrub. And so whatever they're talking about, I don't know if it's because someone, you know, dug up something in pre-existing lore or if, like, they're talking about a leak. So I have no way of knowing. Please exercise some discretion. And sorry if I was a little too panicky. Okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, Sadisha, sorry about that. That sounds, yeah, that sounds completely permissible. We will allow it. Ludai is messed up. Like, you want dark and edgy in Genshin. Boy, that webtoon is bananas. Beads, by the way, small moment of multi-layered map showcase. There's a bit of the map with names. Could be a big thing for speculation. Oh yeah, you are super right. Who does it give up lore? Yeah. Yeah. Yours. Thank God for them. I don't read it because I kind of like my own takes, but like, God, when I need a primer, you know, I'm not going to go back and read, you know, Archon Quest chat transcripts. I'm going to tune into someone who can summarize it for me. They're the Cliffs Notes writers of Genshin, plus. Syvic, I already have an Excel spreadsheet to track my character levels and resources. You are a mad man. You are a crazy, crazy man. Emion, I wonder that too. I feel like they've already kind of futzed with it already, which they obviously have the right and opportunity to. All right, well, it's getting kind of late up here. It's getting kind of chilly. Does anyone have anything else we wanted to chat about before I dive into the summer event? My attention's kind of divided. Shed all my tears for Honkai. I have none for Genshin. Well, it seems pretty accurate. Cool. Can't wait for her to unleash that god cobra that's hanging out in her blood.
I mean, she has to, right? That's going to be like a big cutscene at some point.
Rock the cobra, Kale. Go full cobra. Definitely brings up a lot of questions of Seamus, Peg, Varka, balls at the manga, Sino's powers. I'll have to go back and read it on Sino since he's had so much screen time. It would be interesting to see like how much he changed from the webtoon portrayal. Seamus Peg, whose name I always forget. I call him Simon Pegg. I will continue to do so. Dawn of the Dead is Barbara's dad. Kind of crazy, didn't the oh, this person's dead. Oh, actually not twice already. Yeah, it really was. It really was. Beads, is it okay to give out the IRL references to things? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Any speculation that isn't like anything, because like some people are like, oh, but you know, you find out in the leak, or like, you know, the leak say something, but I'm not going to tell you. Even saying that, like, you know, people start to infer, like I start to infer, and I reach a conclusion faster than I want to. So as long as you're like, you know, genuinely sharing your thoughts and analysis, like completely unrelated to any leaked material, then yeah, go ahead. And you know, like, you know, I'm not gonna die if we have a misstep. I'm just, I just want to set expectations of like how we interact with leaks, or especially me. But I definitely don't want to like completely stifle a discussion. Because at the end of the day, like, this is a story, and stories have foreshadowing. And if people come to the correct conclusion, like, earlier than the plot reveals, then that means that it's written well. Right? Oh, can't be mad about that. The event quest, there are IRL references in the names. After everything is done, I wanted to give out interesting info from wikis. I would love that. That sounds amazing. How you doing, Womder?
Good. Sorry, I was muted for a second. I had to turn a fan in my direction for a brief period of time because it is 90 degrees here.
It is sweltering hot in sunny California. We are getting into fire season, which is why we are going to be watching Fontaine with just seething envy. Thanks, Roby. That rules. Yeah, that's why we will. If we don't discuss leaks of anything that hasn't happened, like you know, in the case of when we were talking about the Raiden Shogun and how leaks added to people's assumptions of what kind of character she would be, we talked about that in hindsight, but we're never going to like hint at anything to do with leaks on any episode of the Shade Chamber. And each of the churls engages with leaks to a different degree. Some of them go all in, some of them just do, you know, the characters and the playable stuff, and then some don't engage at all. Speeds, yeah, Roby's base for that. Good job. Yumemi, a very nice Toho reference in Avatar. Hell yes. Also, no, the Genshin leak scene is very, very weird, and like it's not controversial to say that it's a clout chasing thing. Leaks, like, listen, back in my day, we used to go on 4chan, and leaks were just leaked by random people who didn't have a fixed social media presence and weren't trying to gain any E-points for it. But I kind of think that people muddying the leaks, like, stream and, like, over extrapolating, coming up with fake shit, I kind of think that's in MiHoYo's favor, to have, like, you know, the leak community so saturated and so annoying that it starts to discredit itself, because then they can kind of fly by with stuff. But apparently they're not really good at, like, securing their information. Like, it is kind of crazy that when people do the closed beta tests, it comes with, like, story stuff or whatever. So there's stuff they can do on there and to shore it up. Only leaked so far with Kirara up because YouTube recommended. Dude, I got leaked Raiden's boss form on the Genshin meme subreddit. Someone just made a joke. It's like, I don't know. She looked like another boss, so they did the whole, like, can I copy your homework meme? And I'm like, dude, you didn't tag it as leak, you didn't spoil it. A little rude. Tales of Tibet. My engagement with leaks is seeing them by accident, screaming and throwing my phone. Yeah, that's about what I do when I get a story thing, or I'm like, I just hope that they misinterpreted it. I don't know if you've already completed it, but there's a new 5-minute world quest with Fontaine. Maybe we will do that after. That sounds fun. Senior Zod not dying was the right call. I don't think it's executed the best way. Yeah, exactly. It was cheap. It was weird. I think the weirdest thing, like, this is a weird detail, but the weirdest thing was that her spirit form in that scene was blue and everyone else's was gold. And it's like, what do you think of when you see a blue spectral thing? You think of a force ghost. And so it's like, oh, she's dead. Like, she's not in the simulation. This is her spirit in the afterlife. But no. Nah, she's just blue. Roby, if Hoyo figures out you leak closed beta stuff, you will be hit with a lawsuit. Yeah. But at the same time, the amount of leaks that have come out, like, it's just the same as it was. I don't think there's a lot they can do, because new people are always going to crop up. Genshin, yes, Honkai Impact betas are made public by choice. Interesting. You know, if you've never done it, crank character voices and the music down to 0 and jack up the sound effects, because they have an ambient soundscape for every like inch of the game. It's kind of amazing. Like, if you crank up the sound effects here, you hear the water trickling and the wind is howling. is just absolutely howling on the deck of the Jade Chamber. It's really cool. When you're running around in like the forests, you can hear the wildlife, and the wildlife in one country sounds different from the wildlife in the other. Like in Inazuma, you can hear like cicadas, and then in Sumeru, you can hear more like frogs and birds. It's so cool. It's just like, I think because Genshin makes us do so much homework, we get into like the habit of it. We forget to experience it as like an immersive thing. I know I do. I always feel like I'm rushing around doing a shopping list, but like the amount of care in this game is just like, it cannot be overstated. I think I wish I could test a stream deck build Genshin, I swear to God. Yeah, they should port the mobile version. Gabriel L. Hoyo Mix is just perfect. Hoyo Mix is absolutely incredible. Regardless if it's Genshin, Honkai Impact, HSR, it's perfect. Yeah, I've only heard a little bit of the HSR soundtrack. It is absolutely great. I love all the mandolin in it. It really sounds like Darren Korb, who of course is the composer for the Supergiant games, which we at the Shade Chamber just love. It's got that like kind of twangy, like westerny thing.
Well, so that's the interesting thing.
Hmm?
That's specifically like Bellabog, like Eurilo 6, is the twangy like country, because it's supposed to be sort of like a mining town like aesthetic for especially the underground. But once you get onto the Lafu, you really start to see it shift back to like more traditional Chinese music.
How do they differentiate like the music between Luofu and Liyue? Like,
the Lafu music has like a little bit more of like an electronic element to it because it's the future. It's like
the beepity
you have,
boopity.
you have like starships and things flying around. The music in Honkai Star Rail though is so good. I like every boss fight theme just gives me chills.
Ah, cool. Yumemi, yeah, Genshin is basically attention to detail the game. They put so much, like, that's when you realize that, then you realize these people love what they make, because no one is gonna do that unless they just love the craft. Roosevelt, that is insane. Places and things that make sounds that are wild you never hear the music on, like the celestial nails. Holy shit. I cannot wait to run around and hear that. That's really cool. Ralph, have you guys seen 4.0? Yeah. Wander, have you seen it?
Yeah, I actually was up early and watched it live.
Nice.
It was pretty incredible, and I'm so excited for Fontaine.
It's so exciting. We have a lot of thoughts on it. Both, like, you know, excited and also hesitant. And we'll be getting into that in our next recording session, which is actually later today. So look forward to the episode in 3 months. The 4.0 trailer music is just beautiful. So no, if you've never seen the region update special programs, it's not the voice actors VTubers, it's actually the devs themselves in these like goofy ass practical sets doing kind of like a Disney or Nintendo style like sketch reveal like show. It's very silly and very charming, but
and they have the different segments like led by the programming leads for the different like things they're talking about, who are like very clearly not hired to be public speakers but are there to talk about what they've been working on anyway.
So that's the only time you hear stuff straight from the devs' mouths is on the region updates. Speeds, they went into so much detail about the creation process, but like as one of the churls who works in the industry, Break kind of sniffed a bit of like an apologetic tone in all the detail, just like going over how hard it is to make an underwater traversal and just talking about the pitfalls and talking about how much they tried and how much they thought about it. It kind of feels like a, you know, hey, this might not be great. Just letting you know that we did our absolute best. We took our honest college trying to make it work.
I mean, the worst level in most games is an underwater level. Like, most people hate them. They're hard to design for. I think Abzu is, like, the only game that ever really, like, perfectly mastered underwater, like, movement and interaction and things like that.
Who here has played Abzu? Because you're gonna. Wonderful world of Tibet. Yeah, basically. Dawei out here being Michael Eisner. Gabriel L. Did you know, like, one of the characters looks like Taylor Swift? I mean, she's blonde and has big hair. Good for her. Subnautica's underwater. Yeah. I feel like what Genshin is going to be going for is kind of a cross between... No, you know what? No, that's bullshit. I was going to say Abzu and Subnautica, but Subnautica's, like, a way different first-person, like, survival crafting game. It's not so much like a Zelda game.
Yeah, it's not like a third-person action game.
No, you did not just call yourself Michael Eisner, Beef. I wish. No. I meant Dawei, the CEO. The underwater looks gorgeous, and moving through it is going to be really nice. But then you have to look at, like, is fighting going to be fun? Is exploring going to be fun, or is it going to be a chore? Am I going to get frustrated by how slow I am? Am I going to get frustrated by the fact that my character's normal kits don't exist when I'm underwater?
Yeah, they kind of designed the underwater combat to be basically character agnostic. Like, it's not going to matter who you're playing under there. It's all based on which of the aberrations you get or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. My childhood dreams of playing mermaids in Tibet. Hell yeah! Wannabe mermaids unite. Chica, I noticed they made it so bright on purpose. Yeah, that was something they really drilled into it. It is absolutely beautiful, and they kept saying, like, we made it shallow and we made it bright because we want it to be, you know, friendly and approachable. We didn't want people to get disoriented and nervous. And I was like, oh, so you know what makes people disoriented and nervous underwater? Give it to me. I want it. I want to get absolutely, like, terrified. I want it to fuck me up.
Give us that
Remine was dealing with the
thalassophobia.
horrors, but it actually looks pretty bright and colorful. It's gorgeous. As soon as they said, you know, we did a lot of field research by playing recent games that have a lot of water movement, I knew that Abzu was a gameplay inspo. Like, just the way the fish, the aesthetic down there, it looks so much like Abzu. If you don't know what Abzu is, it's made by a alum who made Journey. It's not the same studio, but it's someone who worked on it. And just imagine Journey, which is about movement on the ground. Abzu is about, like, swimming through water. You're a diver. And it's beautiful. The movement mechanics are the only good ones, in my opinion, as far as full underwater movement. But the game also doesn't have a lot of stuff in it, a lot of content. It's about, like, a little exploring and a little just vibing, but it's not going to have the level of possible actions that Genshin does. And that's why it works. It's because it's so stripped down. And the problem is, once you get into a very, you know, a very mechanically broad game like Genshin or Zelda, that's when the water thing starts to become a hindrance. No leak here. I hope they release a region that's like the horror underwater place. Absolutely. What I want, so one of my pet hopes for Fontaine is we finally loop back into the Umibozu, because that's something that they introduced in in Inazuma and kind of alluded to as maybe like kind of some kind of cosmic horror, but obviously one made friends with that lesbian. And we know that they're like gigantic merfolk, basically, based on that skeleton. So I want just like this big, gaunt mermaid humanoid figure to reach up at us with their gigantic hand from like, 1,000 feet below. I want that so bad. I want to shit my wetsuit when I see that. Please. Mess me up. I think Abzu doesn't have a lot of depth. It's actually too deep for me. Abzu has a couple segments with like just stark verticality, but that's because it's the point. And it is like shit your pants, but it's really cool. Please, by the way, have you seen the IGN gameplay in the PlayStation blog? I have seen one picture from it, which is the Fozalore statue. Like, Fozalore has such, like, Farquaad tiny dick energy that, like, of course she's gonna have the coolest statue, right? Like, she is so extravagant and shallow. It's awesome. I think she is such a great character. I'm really looking forward to her.
I mean, she's so melodramatic, which just has such a fun energy, especially in a courtroom. I mean, we all... Yeah. I think the second they said that, like, we're getting, like, courtroom drama scenes, I think we were all just like, yeah, put my Phoenix right in this this here Genshin Impact.
Goofy. Like, even from the beginning, like, just the storyline preview and what people say about the Fontaine Archon, I'm like, I think this is gonna be our first, like, comic relief Archon. Like, she's like a cartoon villain, I feel like. Obviously, she's just going to have some depths, but I think she is going to be really fun as an antagonist and as someone who's just kind of like there to be the butt monkey of the other Archons. I need to have her. She's just Maddie Hatter from Ever After High. Chica, why do you have such good taste? Ever After High is awesome. Damn, you feel the overworld. The Fontaine's a bit more empty. Hi, Klee! The girl of the hour herself. What is going on? Fozalore might be a Honkai XV. Yeah, maybe. Whenever somebody says a character is a Honkai XV, I kind of like sweat because I don't want to do more homework. Wait until they introduce deep water regions. When you get too deep, Loch Ness like monster jump scare swallows you up. I want that so bad. I want that more than anything. Get flashbang to the loading page, yeah. Lord Farquaad's definitely what I had in mind for Furina. Yeah. So Fozalore might be a Sinmal XP. I'll take your word for it. I think that she is in no small point has a little cheeky achy from Toho. Because I know these people have played Toho. Toho, like, this game reeks of Toho, where you know where to look for it. Fozalore is a goblin. Fozalore just, like, eats cake with her hands and kicks Nuviette's seat when she's bored. Yeah, Yumemi knows what I'm talking about. So anyway, Eiki Shiki is, she's an underworld judge, the Yama, which is a thing from, like, Eastern mythologies. And her ability, because everyone in Toho has, like, a stand power, her ability is to see any matter in black and white and make a perfect judgment every time. And so, in Bad Apple, if you watch the music video, she's the one who is split down the middle. The one who's half black, half white. And I think that's... I do think Fozalore's heterochromia is like a little wink to that. Like, Toho nerd recognize Toho nerd. Eiki Furina. Genius, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Also, people who draw Furina with shark's teeth are just doing God's work, and their brains are huge.
I mean, they're absolutely right.
Just want to put that out there. Uh, don't let the in-game model fool you. Chica, what are you two the most excited about? I think just the tone. I think Fontaine is gonna be so wacky. Like, it's very. I mean, Genshin's all very pop culture-y, but like Fontaine is just like wacky fictional France extrapolated. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun finding the like allusions to popular media. I think there's gonna be some really fun stories because they really improved their like side quest writing in Sumeru.
Yeah, that's the thing is we saw like a huge increase in quality of the narrative storytelling that they were doing in Sumeru. I think Fontaine is going to take that up a notch, and just it has such a like extravagant aesthetic to it already, with probably the most melodramatic Archon that we've met so far. And yes, I am including A in that. Yeah, so I think the melodrama, the character writing is probably going to be a little better than it has been in previous regions. There are definitely certain characters that I'm really interested in learning more about and kind of seeing where things are going. But I'm really just interested in seeing what they do with this tone.
Yeah. I also I want more politicking. I want more like cultural interactions that I feel like Liyue should have had as a major metropolis and hub, but they kind of shied away from. And I want to see that in Fontaine, a place where like you can get a little wackier. I want Star Trek like nonsense. Cyvic, Fiorina is Farquaad meets Gargura. Oh, so she's Gargura. I don't watch VTubers. Was that a good joke? Ralph Barrios thinking of how Celestia will react. Yeah! And if they do react, because they've been pretty quiet up there. I kind of think they're empty. Celestia's asleep. Post Yanfei side quests.
Roby, I'm most excited about the new characters to level up and build. Last character I really built was Ayaka. What are some of the characters that y'all are really interested in? Because I'm curious to know kind of where the attention is being divided here.
Which one of these Fontenois really butters your croissant? Retainer law. Yeah. Best mom. You made me half expect Sandrone to be inspired by Toho Alice too. What if I told you she already is? Just Chica. Yeah. The leader diplomat summit. That's what I want. I want it so bad. I want the UN summit.
I want a leader summit mixed with Eurovision. I want it to be like a performance.
Yes. I want all the world leaders to meet, and then like Ningguang walks into the room and everyone just like just like completely shows submission, like oh the big pimp is here. Yampy, yeah, I do hope there are more traveler lines. Speeds, Risley's and Clorin's design are great. Yeah, they're pretty much holding up the Brotherhood of the Wolf end of the Genshin Fontaine designs. I mean, everyone loves Lady Maria, so well done. Adam Ping, playable Hopium. I keep that Hopium alive, Ralph. They did show her with a rollable weapon. I do think that's in the cards.
She has a character design. She has a player weapon. Like it's got to happen.
Also, you right. Celestia asleep, burn the old world, and rebel against them in chat. Amen. Florian is giving me Sarah lines. Yeah, she's kind of like, a stoic cop. Hopefully didn't have such a horrible abusive childhood as Sarah did. But we could always use another Paul Blart in the mix of Electro women. Did they ever say what a champion duelist is? I know they said it was a career and that they're basically celebrities, so it feels very like gladiatorial.
I'm wondering if it's not even gladiatorial. I'm wondering if it's like one-on-one pistols at dawn kind of a thing.
Oh, she would win because she's the only playable character with a gun. I wonder about Clorind-Navia relationship. Yes.
I mean, they're continuing the geo-electro lesbians. Like,
yeah, like they have to have one pair of lesbians per region, right? So those are the ones that the Sapphics can hang a hat on. And in Navia's case, it's a very big hat. It does sound like a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. Like they just had like, you know, the King of Duels or whatever the shit for Invocation, and now it's like it's also a duel. It would be funny if it was just like, you know, Bakugan or whatever. Bayonetta Catalyst, let's go. The regular people don't really know about duelists. Ooh, a secret society. Ooh. Like the Brotherhood of the Wolf. Or just Bloodborne PvP.
There's gotta be at least one lion in
maybe they're like
in Fontaine, please.
Yes. What did y'all do to the lions? Because we know it's got to be some kind of a spectacle, right? Fontaine is all about the show. But she does. I mean, like we saw in that that animatic trailer that she like, gets up and shadows Nuviet. So it seems that she is some kind of like government adjacent professional.
So Beefy, we're about an hour in now. We might want to actually jump to the event.
Harbingers and harbingers, like theme of performance of law in Fontaine. Yeah, so Ningguang had a movie night on Friday, and she watched Chicago, and we were in the air vent, so we got to see it. And the whole time we were like, "Oh, that's Fontaine! Oh, that's Fontaine! Spectacle in the courtroom, you know, notoriety better than innocence." Oh God. So, if we ever do another album, expect some Chicago mashups. What did Kaya's hangout in the trailer, didn't they? I wouldn't know. I haven't done his hangout. Performance. Yeah. Like Rizzy and Newbie. All right. Yeah, Wander is right. We got to get this show on the road. Because otherwise this event's going to expire. And I'm not going to have the furniture. That's the only reason I play this game. No, just kidding. Okay, so. Yeah, I haven't engaged with this event at all. No mini games, no story progression. Very excited. They have a weird cast, right? It's Eula, Kale, Kokomi, and fourth one, Klee?
Klee. Well,
yeah.
And Kaya.
And Kaya. I don't know why they didn't put him in the splash art. Maybe this event will like watch your playthrough. Yeah. Yeah, Robo, you're super right. I was prepared to just like shotgun it. I'm like, oh, you know, I got to get the thoughts on it before we roll over. And I was like, wait, no, why don't we? This is perfect. Like, I can stream through it with my buddies. Give my live impressions. Roosevelt, Kaya's hangout is like the best thing in the universe, but I may be biased. It's no secret that Kaya is not my favorite character, but I'm open-minded. I'm trying to be open-minded. His voice is really punchable, but I am excited to learn a little more about him. I think Kaya hangouts. Oh, good. I haven't done Kave's either. I love him. And their writing literally just gets better and better. Like I truly think Alhatham's story quest and Yoimiya's second story quest are like the best story quests. They're so good. They're fun. in Yoimiya is like incredibly poignant. Like it's
They never miss with Yoimiya. It's why
dude,
she's my favorite character. Like her
literally-
story is always so good.
literally stand before us right now and tell us that Yoimiya is not the best written character.
I mean, even
There's no whiffs. There's
even
no
her
whiffs
first
with
character
Yoimiya.
quest, even her
Fantastic.
first character quest, which was just like kind of, you know, fanciful for what it was. Like it didn't really tie into the main story. We just got a little more of an idea of like her fireworks making and stuff. But like that final scene where you're sitting on the hill watching the show with her, and there's like no dialogue as everyone's just kind of absorbing the fireworks show in front of them, but you can immediately tell the emotional impact it's having is
beautiful.
so good. It's so beautifully done.
We don't have Paimon saying like, "Wow, it's so beautiful." It's like, no. And even without that part, just like when Yoimiya takes you aside and she's like, "Look, these kids grow up in a war zone and they don't deserve to have their innocence taken from them." You know, like we play stupid games to keep them happy, but like, aren't they owed happiness as children growing up in this shithole that is Inazuma? Yoimiya is a good girl and an ADHD queen. D is good. Oh, awesome. D is awesome. I'm looking forward to that. I feel like Candace needs a hangout. Candace is great, but I want to know more about her. Only thing they mess up about Yoimiya is their banner timings. Roby, you are so correct.
So true. So true.
No, I started playing right after the event where Yoimiya and Clay met. That event was... I really love Iridori. I have such a fondness for it in my crusty old heart. Beads, oh, you're super right. I love furniture lore. Yoimiya's ENVA is also known ADHD. Yeah, representing. Love that for her. I can't believe she is also a pyrotechnician and they didn't know that. Like, the odds are insane.
It's like, again, you can't miss with Yoimiya. Everything about her is perfect.
Yep.
Her story, her writing, her casting. It's great.
Fun to play, fun to look at. Yeah, it's great. Fun. She's my main in TCG. They keep nerfing her because she's too damn good. Lulu, you so right. Like, just absolutely. She is a joy to be around. Her philosophy on life, like her optimism without naivete, like, it's like exactly what Inazuma needs. And even like the motif of the fireworks as like, oh, it does play into eternity, because even though fireworks are transient, like the memories of them last
eternal.
forever.
Yeah, she's best waifu, and I will hear no argument.
She is the only character I would bury. Like, listen, my favorite character is A. I would not. I'm not equipped to deal with that. No therapist on earth is equipped to deal with that. Probably telling Paimon to shush. Yeah. Me is top 3. Good taste. Fun to play, meaning spamming normal. It is so fun. I'm really bad with bows. And she's a Gatling gun. It's great. Love that.
You don't need to aim. You just spray and pray with her. It's great.
Yeah, exactly. And then when you're building for something, like, building for attack speed is kind of more fun than just building for a big number, because, like, it changes the gameplay. She's great.
God, I still need to tech out a maximum attack speed team for her.
Yes.
Get
yeah, I want
my
to see that.
Yunjin.
You gotta get your Yunjin all yoked up.
But when I do, I'm gonna try to do that thing I saw years ago when Yoimiya first came out, where it was an all Yoimiya damage team against Child in the weekly boss fight, and she literally killed him in like less than 30 seconds. It was incredible.
Hell yes. Speeds, I love Yoi's first quest. I hate that it was forced to be completed though. Inazuma, you see a lot of growing pains in Inazuma in hindsight. Like, first of all, they tried to do the story in only 2 patches, but then to bulk it out, they made the playable characters quest mandatory. I think the fact that we've never seen that again tells you a lot about how successful that was as a gambit.
No. It's, Eula's Claymore gives attack speed, and Jean also gives attack speed with Constellation 2, I believe.
Mikuemi, Genshin PS4, PC, PS5. I play mostly PC. Sometimes I'll play it on my PS4. Blomder, how about you? We're the PC mans.
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
Like, what format do you play Genshin on? So, like, I play Genshin on PC or PS4, and in both cases, I use a controller.
Exclusively PC. Like, I only play PC.
And your mouse and keyboard, too.
Yeah, mouse and keyboard. I don't use a controller.
I don't understand it.
I'm a bow user. I need precision aiming. Well, I say as I main Ganyu.
I honestly think that, like, that's why Ganyu and Ayaka, like, flourished for so long as, like, very similar cryo DPSs. Like, the reason that they both, like, held the crown is because Ayaka feels really great on controllers and Ganyu feels really great on a mouse and keyboard. Guys, the live stream layout is so nice. Thank you. Yes, anything visual that you ever see is tweaked by it's either made or tweaked by us. And then like most of the graphic identity stuff is myself. So this is like a really cool overlay that Womder bought for us on Etsy. Then I added a little stank to it to kind of make it more of our brand.
Yeah. Beefy did an amazing job customizing it to be more Shade Chamber themed, and she was sharing like little proof of concepts and progress images with us, and we were.
I'm gonna go through his wallet. All right, well, I'll get the cutscene going. Just cutscene. Well, 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 look who it is.
Hey, Jean! We're here!
Ah, Paimon and the Traveler. I've been waiting for you.
Whoa, looks like Jean wasn't the only one waiting for us. Klee and Kaya are here too.
Another test subject. Yeah. The new treasure hoarder that blows out your eardrums.
Oh, it's Paimon!
It's not the first time I've gotten in trouble for being loud in a public space.
So long.
That's not true.
Drake is a good boy.
Whoop.
No, I agree. I think the second outfit looks more like something she would wear. You know? I feel like they toned down the outfits on characters who should have been toned down, while they left Lisa and Ningguang intact. Okay, Womder, spit us a verse. We need to test your sound again.
Hello, is the sound coming through okay?
How's Wander, guys?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Also the only characters we have. Oh, you're right. Right, Roby. Excellent. Thank you guys for putting up with our bullshit, is what I would say if you weren't already expecting it. That's how we roll. Under East, good. Excellent. All right.
Ah, look who it is.
Well, well, well.
You've caught me completely off guard this time. But then again, it's always a pleasant surprise when you two show up.
Guess we were so excited to see Jean again that we forgot to knock.
I missed Valen taking them weird places. Ah, that was before I played. So I've done nothing with Valen but fight him.
It was kind of nice, like that first cutscene where Dvalin flew you out to Golden Apple, because it's like, oh yeah, you're just like the buddy dragon that hangs out. You know, north
I
of town.
wanted. Oh, it'd be
Yeah.
so great if like the dragon takes you to the event every year, and everyone's like, come on, H-Dahad. He's like, fuck you.
Yeah. And then we get to this year and it's APEP and he's like, I will murder you.
It's just a little bit smaller. I'd shank you right now.
It was really interesting in that first year though, because Venti had to call Dvalin to take you to the Golden Apple Archipelago, and at this point nobody knew he was Barbados.
So
And
he's just
so
like,
they're just like, how did he do that? And the Traveler and Venti are like, he's a really good bard.
Honestly, like Venti.
dude, everyone in Mondstadt is so damn drunk. Like they're just like, sure, whatever.
Well, also just
This is
Venti
part of the
being
trip.
Barbados is like, it's like the worst kept secret. Like everybody who's in like any sort of position of power, like kind of has like an idea. But I think that on some level they're also just like
Pretending like
not
we
willing to
don't
fully admit it. Where it's like, it's like, okay, if we have to equate Venti to Barbados, then
Yeah.
that
It's been a
acknowledges like
while since we last met.
just that he's like a walking elephant in the room.
One bit.
Exactly. H-Dahad hit you hard enough to send a GAA. That would be amazing. Roby, I kind of feel the same way about Kaya. Like, there's something slimy about him. I get that, like, that can be the appeal, but I'm just like, I think Kaya was done a disservice because he was a launch character, and they kind of learned how to write after he came out. So hopefully these next couple of quests kind of like fill in the gaps with him.
I will
Cybec-
say there's like some pet the dog moments he gets.
Roosevelt, I
during this.
100% Kaya with all my heart, and I love that for you. Live your truth.
Cybec, I believe Jean found out he was Barbados in that event. I don't think she knew going into
Oh, man,
that
it's been
first
so
Golden Apple
long.
Archipelago. Yeah, it's been a while.
Well, it's also been like so long since playing the initial Mondstadt quests that I forget how like the Jean, D-Luke, Venti team up like shook out and what was said during those scenes that, you know, kind of determined who was in the know. Because I was under the impression it was all three, but I literally do not remember the dialogue. I guess we could always check the old archive.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
rapid fire now. No, you have Geo Traveler. Yeah, I only use Traveler for like getting around. Just Chica. I remember the few weeks of Genshin when Venti being the Archon was a spoiler. That's actually Rake rolled Venti before that part of the plot came out, and he was like,
I rolled Venti before I knew Venti was a boy.
Yeah.
"Who's that pretty lady?"
Well, and I remember literally like launch day or like the day after, you were like, yeah, I think this guy's the wind god. And I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah,
But you know, honestly, like the thing is that like first limited characters on any new games I'm automatically gonna roll for. Like back when FGO launched, I rolled Gilgamesh, and on
Don't
Star
worry,
Rail
we
now I
won't
got
discuss
Seela. And,
anything
Yeah.
confidential.
I mean, you know,
but yeah,
really big on Gilgamesh, but I knew nothing about Seela. So
love for H-Dahad to make return, but he's dead. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think he's dead, or like he got repinned by the whatever spell keeps down there. Inazuma Dragon Win. I have a crack theory about this, and I've had it as a video idea on the back burner for a while, but I kind of need more in-game lore to justify it. Kai's a double triple agent. That makes sense. He has a vision and a goal and an ambition that will determine the fate of the game. Oh yeah, he's one of those endgame like plot characters.
yeah, the fact that they're giving him, they made sure to highlight him during the Kari Bear quest, and
Yeah.
also that he's like getting his hangout now, I think speaks to their sort of commitment to like spotlight him a little bit more.
Exactly. Kai being good with Klee made me warm up to him a lot. They always show every playable character being good with kids. That's like the one damning piece of like why I think Arlecchino might not be playable is because she's a fucking monster to children. But it is very funny that they've gone out of their way to show like even the sketchiest Genshin characters being good with kids, like including Child and Scaramouche.
Yeah. Like, no matter how big of bastards they are as people, they are still great for kids.
Yeah. And then here comes Tevat's walking child soldier factory Arlecchino. I mean, I would love for her to be playable, but still like batshit evil.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only human after all. 5-star version of Kaya. Yeah, I believe that. It entirely shifted Scarrett's character to be great with Nahida. Oh, no, I wasn't even talking about Scaramouche and Nahida. I was talking about Scaramouche and that kid in Inazuma, the one who died.
The one that he had the mental breakdown over and decided, hey, I guess I'll be a terrorist.
Yeah, they didn't shift Scarrett's character that much because he's her prisoner. Like, they're Lilo and Stitch, right? Like, except she's not actually a kid. She's like an immortal god with an agenda, and she's kind of really more curious about him. I really like their dynamic. I don't think that she's making him good, and I don't think she cares about him being good as much as she cares about learning from him. Child C quest, one of the few that actually left an impression on me. That quest is so fun. Child's character quest is great. Here's kind of a kid himself. Yeah, he's a little stunted. Yeah, they get each other. Like, they're crafty. They're both schemers. Like, Nahida is a schemer, no doubt.
Well, just a benevolent schemer, but a schemer.
Exactly. Exactly. And she's like, oh, cool, a new project shaped like a hat guy. I'll take that. You're going to school now. You're Nahida the same way. Yeah, actually, they are the same age, because, right, everything happened at the Cataclysm 500 years ago. We were there, it was a shit show. Anyway, like, Nahida was born when the last Archon died. Scaramouche was born when A was working on a proxy body, so they both kind of started, like, give or take 100 years. Cousin coded. I love that. I love that. Doing the quest. Syvic, listen, I can only press the X button and talk at the same time for so much. Okay, my guy.
About you.
Also, wondering if it's okay if we talk over the cutscenes as we've been.
Maybe we should let the star of the story explain it in their own words.
There's like a few hours ahead of us on this.
Let me tell it! A few days ago, I was reading Todoko Tales in the solitary confinement room when all of a sudden, whoosh, a letter came flying in through the window.
Alice, come pick up your kid. It's been 3 years.
Flying through the window? How does the letter
She's just
work?
off screen, like last year.
She's like, oh, you put my kid under house arrest. I'm gonna go take her on a cool vacay, and then I'm gonna put her back in the jail.
Like a bird does. It was flapping its wings. It could even talk.
I mean, that's basically what those, like, Gymboree areas are. They're kid prisons. You just drop your kid off while you go shopping, and then you come back and pick him up when you're done. You bail him out.
You couldn't understand.
It's like that, but with more scorch marks.
Then it must have been talking about how to avoid solitary confinement.
Sick burn shot, Kaya. You really punked that child. You know what? Kaya's bad to children. He was just rude to Klee, and he tried to kill Kale to make her go God Cobra mode. Maybe Kaya is the first playable bastard to kids.
Get in a little further.
We don't want to let a teachable moment slip by.
I know. I'll take any opportunity.
Okay,
I want to reduce the game volume.
Anyway,
It's actually
the
pretty quiet
letter
for me.
said,
I'll,
"Okay, are you behaving? I see you've wound up in the solitary confinement room again." Sorry about that. Mommy is busy these days and can't take you out to play. But there's good news. Oh, so the letter's from Alice.
In principle, yes. But the issue is that Alice's friend lives quite far from here.
Imagine if
The
Klee is the
letter
first
says
one to
that
kill,
Mom's
or the one to
friend
kill the
lives
first
in
playable
Sumeru.
character.
But it's an
Okay.
accident.
I'll turn down character voices when we're out of this cutscene.
The Knights of Favonius could never agree.
Yeah,
to send
Klee causes the first
to
character
Sumeru
death, but it's a
alone.
complete accident.
But
It's
Klee
Bennett.
is rather intense.
It would be.
I really want to go.
They were willing to do Halloween events. That's how we get Ghost Bennett.
So we were wondering,
Oh,
who could we
Or like
send
Mummy
with on
Bennett, but it's not because he's a mummy, it's he's just wrapped in bandages from all his injuries.
With a history of saving
Bennett
lives.
with a ghost sheet that's like too big for him, so he trips.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to see us.
I do apologize, but Klee gets along with you so well. We couldn't think of a more
Mummy
suitable
Bennett.
choice.
Sure,
Oh,
we can do that,
I'm
no
silent?
problem, right? Can you really, Mr. Honorary Knight?
Very quiet.
Yay! With Mr. Honorary Knight around,
Oh, you are a little
he's
quieter
not
now,
afraid
yeah.
of anything.
See, I told you that he'd agree.
And you too, Kaya. You should join them. I noticed you quietly completed that backlog of paperwork we had. You deserve the chance to unwind a little.
I don't want to hear that from you, Jean.
Oh, so you noticed.
Good night,
She
Roby.
just
Thanks
wants
for
all the
coming
work
in.
for
I suppose
herself.
I have no reason to refuse.
Great! Things will go even more smoothly with Kaya around. Still, Sumeru is pretty far. Don't worry, Mom's letter had a magic invite inside.
Yeah, Roby, thanks for coming by. Sorry we started the quest so late. I can't really walk and chew gum, it turns out, but we'll figure this out. Thank you for being here for our growing pains, and hopefully we'll have a smoother sailings if we ever stream anything in the future.
Mom says.
Yeah,
we
thanks for
just
joining.
have to
Yeah.
all shout out
Night.
where we want to go at the same. Wow. Well, it only works 3 times though. 3's plenty. One for the way there, one for the way back, and one extra just for good measure.
Sounds very mysterious. I still think we should use it sparingly. After all, we don't know the exact location of where we'll be headed, or what dangers we may encounter on the way. Here's what I suggest. Traveler, you're well connected. I'm sure you must have friends who are familiar with Sumeru. I say we start by teleporting to one of them.
Non-player characters have no teleporting experience and are terrified of the concept.
It'll give us a chance to test out the magic.
It was pretty crazy. I
invite.
kind of stopped paying
We'll also
attention
find
during this
ourselves a local
conversation when I
guide.
was initially playing it, and then I
That makes sense. And since it has 3 uses,
I had to
Better
get up and
myself
like come
by
back or
now.
something, and I forgot about the
So,
actual
Do you
invitation,
have
and
a
then
particular contact
they started
in mind?
referring to teleporting diegetically, and I just
Well,
kind of like
Mr.
glossed
is
over the fact that it was from the
familiar with
invite
Sumeru
and
can be
not
our
just
guide,
the
so sounds
you know
like we
actual
need a
teleport
foil
waypoints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone knows that the best place to go looking for
I wonder if any
a
of them
foil
have that like
is a
Star Trek style
really
fear of like, is it me coming out the other end or just a copy that was made of me?
Hope you hear that.
All right, Gandharvaville it is.
Okay, I'm happy wherever we go.
I mean, I don't blame you
We
for
should
losing
be on
track
our
of
way
it,
then.
because Genshin
If you'll
dialogue cutscenes are
excuse us,
so
acting
long-winded.
Grandmaster.
Yes, let the wind lead. I wish you a safe journey. And Klee,
I know. I'll be careful, I promise.
Maybe
Wouldn't
when
be
I was
careful.
watching the playback or something, I can't
Okay,
fully remember. Anyway,
Take us to Gandharvaville.
Gandharvaville.
Are you gonna get me out of this cutscene already? Jesus.
Arbor Hill.
Uh-oh.
what if it's the same cutscene but in a different location?
Diagonally.
Gandharva Hill.
Please load me in the world. Please load me in the world. Please don't load me in the cutscene.
Alice basically made portable teleport paper, WTF. Alice makes so much stuff that it's like my expectations for her are just through the roof at this point. We've been getting teased her for 4 years, and we know less about her than like all of the Fatui, all of the Archons at this point.
Alice
know-
is a 6-star. We
We know less
that.
about her than Daniel Sleeth.
Oh, good old Daniel Sleef.
We made it. Paimon was sure we were about to end up someplace super weird.
Dan Sleef, our favorite mopey dude.
Sorry, it was an accident. It's okay, Klee. Good news is this magic invite really does work.
Fascinating. One moment we're in Mondstadt, the next we're in Sumeru.
Guy does have a little heart shape on his choker. He got it at Claire's.
So this is where Mom's friend lives? Wow.
That's probably also where he got the eye patch, huh?
Big flowers.
Oh man, a
and
Claire's
jelly
eye patch that's like
mushrooms.
purple and has a big like neon multicolored butterfly on it.
That would be
Yeah.
pretty cute, actually.
That shit.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet.
That's what Ningguang got Beto for their first anniversary.
Ningguang would not go to Claire's.
No,
She
of
would
course
go to
not. She
fucking
just sent her secretary out.
No, she would go to Swarovski. Come on.
Like,
Claire's is for like 9-year-old girls in the 2000s.
Okay, but do you think that if she went to
Listen
Swarovski, people
carefully.
wouldn't know why she was
Those
going there?
jumping mushrooms are called fungi.
Yeah.
They may look cute.
I mean, Beto walking
Get
around with
too
suddenly
close
a
to one.
crystal
It'll try to hit
eye
you.
patch.
She would buy Beto a Clear's eye patch if she was mad at her.
Really?
Oh, well then that's why she bought it for her on her first anniversary, because Beto forgot.
You say crystal
Bah.
eye patch?
I'll definitely
Yep.
win if it's too hard to
Or
get.
bedazzled, I don't know.
Yeah, bedazzled.
Offline, we had just been talking.
Yeah,
about
not like Phil
Ken
Ken 7.
Phil Ken 7 transparent eye patch.
No, it's not one big rock. It's a bunch of little ones.
Exactly,
Doesn't
exactly.
escalate to playing with bombs. But, that's very good. Yep, okay, Sparklight. Well,
Oh, thank God. It's been 84 years. Where's Dear? I don't know. Yeah, Alice is the one that they have to, like... That one has to be a hit. That one is like, you really need to do your research and figure out what people want out of this character on the field.
Paimon coming in. Paimon coming in. Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Alright, we'll just do...
If Alice isn't like just a super broken pyro character, she needs to be the worst weekly boss of all time.
Alright, now it's time to play our favorite game, which is how much has Nahida fucked up their trigger points for cutscenes. Have you noticed that ever since they put in a character who can read the minds of any character in Sumeru, any cutscene in Sumeru, the trigger is a million miles away, where
Okay, I
you
think I
couldn't
did
actually read their mind. Yeah, we talked about this. But it's like...
I think I tried getting this one. I think it's like the entire horizontal plane surrounding the characters.
that
so
makes
just-
a lot of sense. Nahida's
Yeah.
little, like... Nahida's flavor skill is the dumbest thing they've ever done, and it's so funny.
Yeah, like they were like, we're going to be innovative. We're going to add all this cool new dialogue that's secret for people who rolled to incentivize them to roll. And then they're like, oh, but that's a lot of work.
Also,
We don't want to do
It's
that.
exponentially more work than
exponentially, it has to change in real time with what's happening in the area. And also, every mind read line is voiced. And
Yeah.
NPCs that normally don't speak in anything but text have fully voiced thought lines. And then, like, by the time the school festival event comes by, you read anyone's mind and it's ellipses. And I'm like, oh my god, you guys bit off way too much with that one.
Yeah, and like very few NPCs and even events have like any kind of mind reading lines. It's just
It's so funny.
like the limited areas where they could have more control over the
It's
characters.
even like
Ta-da!
sorry, I just saw the camera trigger. It's just
Yeah.
being like way down there.
Oh yeah, so you know there's like a
Absolutely too far away.
there's like a
Yeah.
sphere, right?
Mm-hmm. All right, how far is the sphere out?
Everyone hold hands.
Don't fully trust.
Wow, you hit the guy near them, but not them.
Okay, I'm gonna do a little. They might not expect me to not take the obvious route from the waypoint. And their voice acting feedback on their crazy sales law. Yeah, Nahida sold like a hotcake.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of the way, Farbot! I'm trying to sequence break.
It's not really a sequence break if there's no,
No, it's
sequence
super-
to break.
No, it super is because sometimes they give them voice lines that they anticipate you won't be able to read them to until like a moment when you're all closer.
Mm-hmm.
And that they
Oh,
trigger
got it.
early if you... So don't mansplain sequence breaking to me.
I'm a churl.
Don't churl-splain either.
Is churl-splaining just trying to tell someone information, but it's always wrong?
Yeah,
I think it's
Okay.
more like
exactly. You can do that, that's fine. You can lie to me, I just don't churls.
Everyone hold hands.
Yeah, got him!
Oh my god.
Fuck you!
Oh god.
Oh, they regret this so much. Ah, Akali's gonna be the same thing, probably. No thoughts, head empty. Come on. Why? You're closer. You're technically closer.
It's not actually Kole, just a wood carving shaped like Kole.
It's her substitution jutsu.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That's
There it is.
That's that Kole thought exposition that we get. The girls are just vibing, no thoughts, unmoisturized, or fully moisturized, rather. Also, welcome back, Klee. Okay, they really playing this like Metal Gear. No, we have the same TV. Yeah.
They did let you get up close on this one.
Mentioned somebody dressed like that before.
I see. Then it looks like my suspicions are correct.
Traveler and Paimon.
I thought just mentions Daniel.
Kaya and Klee are here too.
Man, I wanted these two to have the biggest rivalry and they're friends and shit instead. Blah.
He wanted the Amber Bowl 2023.
Yeah.
Look, there's already too many gays running around Tivat. They had to throw the scent off somehow.
Nothing else. It's laggy. My brother in Christ, there's nothing I can do about this. Unfortunately.
That question's really more for you,
I have just shut down all processes on my computer that I possibly could.
What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into a fellow Favonian captain.
And there is
this
one
far
thing,
from
which is
Mondstadt.
looking at the stream, there's
How's the vacation
I
going?
don't know if this was part of the overlay, but there is a line running through the right or the left side.
That's
Center left.
I was afraid that was coming through. That's because I didn't mask out the chat overlay properly, and it would cause way more trouble for me to fix it. Honestly.
Seriously? Bring the whole crew
Well,
around you.
It's DMC protection. There we go.
Exactly.
Is it just Paimon?
Or DMCA. not
Devil May Cry protection? Yeah, that keeps the devils out.
DMCA.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. It's so Dante doesn't come in here and shoot everyone with his gun.
Yeah, it's to keep the pizza element
If you're
out.
trying to accommodate me, there must be some misunderstanding. I'm fine.
Cannot stop the
There's
pizza
nothing
element.
embarrassing about running into colleagues in the wild.
Style choice. Nope, that was me fucking up, but thank you. You'll call it polycule. I don't know. What I like about Kale's arc is that Amber's letting her be her own person and like make friends with people who like don't have that baggage that Amber has with her, knowing her at her worst.
Yeah.
You deserve another chance.
Like that scene
Kale's
with...
too young. Yeah, I do see
yeah.
Kale's as more of like a puppy crush.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is like One-san crush, but like that scene with her and Sucrose during the Windbloom Festival was just so good.
If you must know, it's a little complicated. But simply put, I'm searching for a cousin of mine from the Lawrence clan.
Has anyone seen the episode where we made an animatic of like what it would be like if Ito met Dante?
He went missing recently, and after
That one
searching his
didn't get a
home,
lot of
we
eyeballs,
found
but I'm proud of
evidence
it.
that led us here.
That is one of
He appears
my
to
favorite
believe
bits
that
that
somewhere
we've
in
ever done on the
Sumeru,
show. It's really
he's restoring
funny.
our clan to its former glory.
He came all the way to Sumeru for that? What was he going to do? Enroll at the academia?
Thanks, Lulu. You're a real one.
I doubt he came here to learn. He's much too old to start getting a basic education now, and all he cares about is restoring his clan's honor. Nothing wrong with that idea. in principle,
Yes,
but I'm
Dante.
not certain
What
how fanatical he
sex?
is about
I don't
it.
know.
So, there's no knowing what lengths he might go to.
Oh, we got Zuko Lawrence out
As a
here.
knight and a member of the Lawrence clan, it's my duty to make sure he
Has she
doesn't
just
harm
been the
anyone.
secret Zuko this whole time?
No,
But
no,
ice
no. So
instead of
she's
fire?
chasing a renegade member of her clan who's trying to restore honor. We don't know why they're in Sumeru. Okay.
Oh, if this is true, then your cousin is quite a man of
He's not really a Zuko either, though. He's trying to restore honor to the clan, not himself.
Oh, that's true.
Nor is
And also the
Darren
clan is
the
evil,
person
kind of.
concerned about his safety.
You could argue that's not like Zuko, but you... Renegade Larry!
You know, underneath it all, Paimon thinks Eula's a really caring...
Renegade Lawrence Larry Lawrence.
Yeah, she's the best. She
Is he a Lawrence brother?
balloon pie last time.
Lor-
He is family.
Larry the Dairy Lawrence.
Now, back to you.
Ironically, lactose intolerant.
Wait, did they just do the line again? I didn't
Lorenzo,
call it.
Larry Lawrence.
That was the line. That was the line. I missed it.
Yeah, they did it.
What was it?
You know, the line.
Eula's actually really dependable.
Oh. God damn it, I missed it. They didn't give it to Paimon because they heard our podcast and they were like, uh-oh, gotta reach.
No, that was Paimon. Paimon said it.
Oh shit. God damn it. Well,
It's broken quarantine. It's not just character quests anymore. Now it's event quests.
drink the whole bottle and die, guys. It was nice knowing you. I am
I
gonna
like that it's a
hydrate.
reiteration because we know because we had to scrub all the footage that Paimon said that during Eula's first character quest.
Right.
And then she reiterates it here.
Mhm.
The best version of that is Alhatham's story quest when she's like, wow, I thought Alhatham was gonna be a huge asshole, and I was right.
No notes.
No notes. Got it in one.
Does that mean Mom's friend is...
Evan, what's up? Welcome.
I guess I'll call her Auntie Desert for now. I remember Mahamatra Sino what they say. There's a secret domain there that can make all of your wishes come true.
Justika, if you do a compilation, I would love that. We would all love that. That would be amazing.
And it was so miserable trying to find that footage. We were like, yeah, she says it all the time, and then we started actually like actively looking for it in old like quest footage, and it was like, why is it so hard to find? She says it every day.
Yeah, we actually didn't have a lot of like the 2.0 like quest footage.
Huh. A domain that makes people's wishes come true.
Well, we didn't really start the podcast until 2.0, so.
Exactly. Yeah. We didn't bother to archive footage then.
Mhm.
Also,
We were archiving a little bit, but we didn't know
this
what
summer,
was gonna get used for.
it's Traveler in Boots: The Last Wish.
I probably would have believed it a few years ago. But now that I'm a little
Hi, is Jack
older and
Horner.
wiser, I think it makes sense to be...
This
Hello.
explains a lot.
Sure.
Domain
Hello.
Aren't we a packed little group here? Thank you for coming
If
in.
you intend to search
Yeah,
for
Hello,
yourself,
sure.
then please allow
Happy
me
to
to
be
join
here.
you.
I just caught the tail end of your conversation about the Lawrences.
Yes,
The Lawrence brothers, yes.
the Lori. It's
Yeah,
Gerald. It is Gerald. Gerald is silent. Let me fix that.
Oh yeah, we've had to adjust volume in the stream a couple times.
All right, Gerald, give the
For
people what
Gerald.
they want.
Hello.
Alhatham's the best. He's such an asshole. He's fantastic.
My favorite Lawrence sibling was, of course, Lorenz, as played by the guy who's in Bruges. Why am I forgetting his name?
Colin Farrell.
No, the one who played Voldemort.
Oh, Ray
Or
Fiennes.
Ralph
Ray
Fiennes.
Fiennes, thank you.
Or Ralph
Ralph
Fiennes, right?
Fiennes, yeah.
Ralph
Yes.
Fiennes. Wait, is it Ralph or Ray?
I think I've heard Rafe.
Yeah, I thought it was pronounced differently than the standard
Oh,
Ralph.
shit. Raph Fiennes? Yeah, that sounds about right. It's like Adele Dazeem. Also, Lulu, you right. Alhatham's like, you notice Kaveh was at home and he's like, my dunk signal is activated. I need to go roast my fuck buddy. And he dipped.
My cousin has quite a collection of books about Sumeru desert mythology on his shelves.
Jur, Cybic asks,
That he
Jurl, what did you
was
think of
looking for
Mr.
that
Worldwide showing up in the 4.0 trailer?
I was elated. I was so happy. There were so many instances of me being non-Mike complaining about my board, how we've been getting bottom billing in events and
I
stuff.
think I have what it takes to be that person.
Yeah.
I'm so glad he's back in our conquest.
To bravely lend a helping hand to others in need.
The stinky boy himself has exploded back into the story in a hot new way.
This
It is
might
fantastic.
not mean anything, but I did see a Reddit post noting that his hydrovision is not visible when he shows up.
We might have heard about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Sure, did you want to take this one?
I mean, it's a leak, so I'm not sure if it's reliable.
Nope.
Nope.
We are not.
We're not
Nope.
doing leaks.
I
We
would
don't know anything.
Nope.
We don't know anything about nothing.
We're just some churls.
Yeah.
Even if we did know something, there's no way you can prove it.
Or that we could prove it for that matter.
Call the cops, break some bottles, scatter. I mean, don't call the cops. Call the cops, I don't give a fuck.
Rick, you are snowballing into an avalanche right now, my guy.
So I'm sure Mom's friend will be super happy if I show up to visit and bring a whole bunch of friends who that's the spirit. And
Favorite is leak free. Yeah, you think Ming Wang has leaky pipes?
She pays
No,
$top
but-
for those pipes.
Yeah, but she doesn't check her air ducts.
Which parts of the shade chamber do you think have water damage?
Yeah.
Please never speak again.
Because she bought good air filters and thought that would be enough, but then we slipped through them.
this desert is
Exactly.
huge.
Oh yeah, that was more or less what Speeds just said. Yeah, that was actually what I heard as well, more or less. Like the courtroom footage, no one has a vision within it, so it was more kind of like speculation that it might not be allowed there.
Come on and stand, and welcome to the sand.
The scenery is quite magnificent.
Want Yule to sunburn instantly.
Are you okay, Eula?
There's like not enough like blinking and coughing. Like
Right.
Yeah, everyone's like, what the fuck? Ah!
The air here.
they should all be ugly crying.
This area doesn't look very
Child is a letter of the law guy. He's like, no vision? That's fine. Delusion, though. No one said anything about that. No one said a dog couldn't play basketball. Ha ha ha.
I like
No
the
one
scene
said you
because-
couldn't beat up a dog in a basketball match.
I like this scene because Eula mentions the desert being super dry, and it's like we know she has basically immunity to cold, at least lore-wise. Because
Right.
that stuff from back on Dragon Spine a couple of years back. It's like,
Blue
yeah,
Speeds, that's a good point. Here comes the catch. Oh yeah. I wish more I wish they put more desert lines in older characters' things, because like I just want like all the super pale Caucasian people to just like shriek. Like especially Child coming from Snezhnaya. I want to be like, what the fuck? Because when you take Yanfei to the snow, it's hysterical. She hates it.
Klee's right.
It's so good. We definitely need more like environmental lines like that for everybody. Like just take the like Eula. Like Eula should be in the desert, and her line should just be screeching at the sky.
She's just like, oh my god, there's sand in every single, like, it just chafing everywhere. Just so much chafing.
I mean, I think a happy medium would be like you give them lines from where they're most removed from their element.
Exactly. Yeah, I want people just to be upset in some way, shape, or form. People said they saw Zatori in the trailer. Hey, cool.
Wait, really? I didn't catch that. That's awesome.
Can't wait to rewatch the next several scenes. Yay!
Yay.
At a glacial pace, but we're getting there. When we get in swimming lines, it's just them gargling. I want that so bad.
Oh, that yeah. You just see the bubbles coming out, and every time they pop, you hear a word in the sentence.
With the magic invite.
Paimon can't nag us underwater, but if she does, I really want her voice to be bubbly.
How could that happen? Uh-oh.
I hope Paimon turns into an orca underwater.
I didn't do anything.
Aw.
Dodoko will back me up. I'm innocent. It's definitely not.
They would have showed that if she would, but
Not even a wrinkle on it. Does Mr.
They-
Honorary-
Why is this story beat interesting? Holy shit.
Paimon knows where you're going with this.
Interesting approach.
Listen, they had a word count they needed to hit, and they needed to pad it out a little bit.
They really feel like they write these things with a word count quota, and I wish they wouldn't.
Oh, I get it now.
Yeah, I mean we're going
Like
to,
when I get
Um,
into a quest, my concern is not, well, I hope this is very long and I get a lot of time out of it. No, like just make a good story. I don't care how long it is.
I wonder if part of it is like
Kind of trick.
the contracts they have with the VAs require like if they're going to be in something, they have to have a certain amount of like dialogue to meet, depending on like how.
Well, actually, Brink, you made a really good point about this
think-
beforehand.
If I ever
Um,
need help, I
with regards to it being on mobile, right?
Magic
I can't remember what you're talking about.
No. So I remember off mic at one point we were discussing like why the quests are so wordy, and you made the very good point where it's like, well, it's a mobile game, so at any point someone might tab out or have to put this down, and then they need to be able to come back to it and understand what's happening, which is why things are like.
No, they already have a safeguard for that, because if you tab out, if you force quit in the middle of a dialogue cutscene, it starts you right before that cutscene.
Remarkably effective.
Like, they're really good about that, actually.
I'll be keeping up my sleeve.
There was one other thing though, like playing Star Rail. It's weird because, you know, it's always Genshin is always a case of hurry up and finish, because you always want to get access to everything. You need to essentially start grinding out as quickly as possible. But at the same time, like, it feels like if this is your commute game, you're playing this on your phone, then maybe. I'm playing Star Rail at a slower pace, and it's like, I feel like the story is better paced, but it's also because I'm not sitting down and dedicated playing it in 2-hour chunks for, you know, the show. So.
Yeah, that is true. None of us really play Genshin on our phones at all, even though that might be the most popular format. Whenever they show it in the live stream, it's in the phone, and I know they only like look at sales figures. So that is unfortunately a major facet that we're just not going to be looking at on the Shade Chamber, because I was really playing on the phone.
I do wish that playing on PC, they gave us the option for like the PS5 like visuals and optimization. I think it would be so nice.
We're not technically in Sumeru. Can't read minds.
Nope.
All right, cool. I'll swap Nita out for someone who works better in this comp. Let's go, Rogi Shogi. 90% mobile player Lulu. Oh, that's super interesting. You might have to pick your brain sometime.
Incredible. It looks
But like,
so
tellingly, it's also
surprising.
really interesting that you play
I suggest
Abyss
that we
on
stop here
PC
for
for
a
that.
moment. We should
What I'm
take
assuming is
several
probably like the
surroundings
better
before
control
deciding on our
setup.
next course of action.
Yeah, tighter.
Since we're in a bottle.
I missed
The majority of Genshin is like easy enough. Do you use a controller on your phone or do you use touch?
Oh, you mean the one about King Deshret and the genie in a bottle? I've read it before, but I struggled with some of the vocabulary. What's the story about, Kaya? Mom told me a story once about a group of adventurers.
Don't worry, Klee. I can tell you all about the story of the map.
Oh, okay. I got.
Tell us about the bottle.
You sense it too, don't you, Kale?
You feel it too.
Things right.
The comrades we've lost, the bottles we've lost.
Yeah, the scenery here is beautiful.
And on a 7th gen refurbished iPad. Holy shit, Roosevelt, you're a trooper.
Actually, a question for Just Chica. So, were you initially playing that? Was it mostly just because of like how you held the phone, or
Maybe Auntie Desert.
did you just get used to it, or get like an accessory or something?
This place is super. Guess we won't know until we get there. Let's keep going.
Actually, I would like to hear more about the refurbished iPad too.
The HSR has Android controllers supported stuff. Yeah. I believe it.
Oh yeah, one thing I did like about this zone is that like the little event currency you have to collect are just like little like Chuck E. Cheese tickets.
I hate that.
The Joyu vouchers.
I mean, okay, to be fair, I guess that's how all their events work. But yeah, you know what? I shouldn't find an issue in it.
But just to have it diegetically be like that is a whole other thing. Yeah, no, I get it.
Quite some time.
Yeah. Oh yes, motherfucking treasure. Yeah, put hydro on them even though they're in the water. Muscle memory, baby. Fuck you. God, I'm gonna miss this music so much. Fontaine is beautiful, but it's like, you know, we've heard this.
But I don't know.
But no, it's beautiful. It is beautiful,
Yeah.
but it's like just the Hearing some, like, you know, different folk instruments, I love that shit.
I agree. I'm hoping that we get a lot of accordion battle music. Like
Oh, yeah.
I want combat in
Frame rate low.
Fontaine to
Yeah.
sound like a mime getting like falling down the stairs, you know?
So it sounds completely silent.
Well, I mean, the mime's not dampening the impact.
Exactly.
Sorry about the frame rate, just Chica. I'll look into what I can do, but it's not much. My computer is being very taxed. Actually, I think it's just because it's hot, which means I am going to have to start my AC, and that's going to be a bit annoying. I should have adjusted my noise gate for it, but you will hear a little buzz at the end of my voice, so. Joyeux verser.
It's a big ball of water.
On my iPad while traveling. That sounds comfy.
I wonder what it feels like. Can I touch it? It's so big that we could probably pass straight through it.
Jump scare.
That's the last we ever heard. Blood. I bet this joke landed better in Chinese.
That's so scary. Stop giving Paimon the heebie-jeebies.
Mime Geo character. We got a Mime Geo character right here. It's my ether. And if I got a skin, what would you want it to be? Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Can I just say my own fan art of her with like bloody antlers and her velvet shedding and she's like super aggro? Yeah, Lulu's got it. I want rut mode Yanfei where she's like, I'm just going to fight everybody. Cybic, she's wearing courtroom apparel. She's, you know, court of justice from the head, from the neck up, and the volleyball court from the neck down.
Well, we don't know. She could be wearing a formal skirt / shorts.
Don't know enough about our environment.
Everyone in this game dresses like an idiot.
Yeah, a formal crop top.
It's a tasteful, formal crop top.
I mean, Liwei in fashion might just be like that. Who knows?
Entire bottle domain.
Yeah, exactly.
We know that she figuratively has to wear a lot of different hats. Like back in Moonchase, there was her having to be the announcer for the outdoor cooking competition. So I'm like, maybe this is just like what she thinks is the practical middle ground of everything.
I saw someone refer to Yanfei as sexy Halloween costume Confucius, and like that's been rent free in my head ever since. Like I wouldn't know where else to go with her. That's kind of like her damn thing. You know what I mean? Troll, damn it. Are you telling me you don't think that the Fontenoy are gonna dress sluttier than Yanfei? Listen, we watched the documentary Moulin Rouge.
I hope Zidler makes it into Fontaine. I've been saying that just...
Somewhere like... over there, for example.
I was so nervous that I didn't notice that big wheel at all.
Wait, who goes there?
So cute. Look at these 3 orbs with a personality.
The Hydro Eidolons are adorable. I do love their design. They're very friend shape, and we know that because they're all circles.
Yes. Most friendly shape. And I think it was like Ashikai asked her, or somebody, they either said or retweeted, somebody was like, they're water molecules.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
Huh.
A big H and 2 little O's.
It doesn't seem hostile. In
Nope.
fact,
It's 2. I can read.
yes.
You know, HO2, water.
HO2, yeah. That's how it goes.
This is why you come to us. Because we know the shit real well.
Really? You sure it's not gonna gobble up Paimon whole?
Throw Paimon in there and see what happens.
I don't think it's hungry. Are you, water droplet?
I was happy with everyone validating
I
the
don't know
orca
about
thing
an
earlier.
event, but I'm not understanding a
Maybe
word.
that's the time for it.
That would be so cute.
Yeah, that's going to be Paimon's late game reveal
Oh,
of the villain.
no,
She was
no
actually an
talk
orca
me, I
the entire
Angie.
time.
Paimon solos and kills an Umibos.
Why'd it stop?
Hilly Trail Science Institute. Known throughout Tibet for having the biggest explosions.
Ironically, no. Still Fontaine has a speed.
I remember last year, this Hilly Trail scientist got, like, a global commendation, the Hilly Trail equivalent of a Nobel Prize, because he invented, like, a slightly bigger dick. Awesome.
Maybe you can understand us after all. Oh, I get it now. It's leading the way for us. Like the cats? How so?
Remember when Alice did a bunch of tests with Hilly Trails? Yeah. Remember when, Shangling ate a Hilly Trail? Alice, yeah. Alice really is just living in Gary's mind. She's a complete sociopath. When you're that immortal, you're like, oh cool, a warm body that I can ragdoll.
It'll walk ahead of you for a
We are
while.
so excited for Alice.
If you're curious enough to follow
She
it,
is the biggest goblin, and we are all so excited.
Yeah,
In
game
general,
recognized
the
game.
Hexen Circle, like, that little animatic.
Throw a tribe
was
of Hilly
completely
Trails
my
into a
jam.
blender.
Mhm.
Yeah, she super did. Or like I think what it was is she talked to Lisa about it as a possible like source for energy, and Lisa was like, scoots chair away from table.
Yeah. She was like, we could just throw them on like giant hamster wheels and have them power all of Mondstadt. Wouldn't that be great? And everyone's like, but that's a war crime. You get that, right? She's like, yeah, it's great.
What else is different? That's our fucking lot in life.
Maybe Alice is the Sarita.
Hope we have run.
That'd be a curveball.
Did the water droplet go into that cave?
Alice also fucked up Sara's wings, as you know. Or made them worse. Robo Warrior, what are you asking about Vanessa or Varka?
Huh? Another strange contraption. And there's a weird looking water. This kind of looks like that ball of water we saw earlier. Did the water droplet bring us here because it wants our help with something?
Yeah, Clay's behavior indicates that she was raised somewhere where that kind of behavior is normal. So that says a lot about Alice.
I don't think she was even raised somewhere where that behavior was normal. I just think Alice
She's
never set
airdropped.
boundaries for her.
Don't be sad, water.
So she's just like, yeah, you do whatever you want, honey. We're gods here.
How are
Exactly.
we gonna save them? Nope, we can't do that. Oh no, where did
Look, the device is
I thought Eula said fuck.
and it's putting images onto the wall.
Fuck, it lit up! Shit! Oh my god. You motherfuckers! We did this whole mechanic from Lantern right with the little platform, man, and by god, we're gonna get some mileage out of it. Now it's mandatory for your event. Fuck you.
Mhm. Now it's just a blue filter.
Two-dimensional Space with objects of the same composition as the device.
What if it was blue?
And that's where its friend is.
But how exactly?
Alice
did
is an
that image
isekai
on the wall?
protagonist. No, Alice is an isekai griefer. Whoever introduced Barbara to the idol industry is a monster.
Maybe we just
All right, y'all. Unfortunately, I have a prior engagement that I need to go for, but I'm glad that I was able to tune in for our inaugural stream. It's been a lot of fun.
Yay!
But what does that mean?
Bomder, thank you so much for making time with us. I will see you later, my friend. Have a good one.
Yeah,
Don't forget
thanks.
the parachute this time, okay?
Yeah, have a good one.
Oh, fuck, thank you. I almost forgot.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. Later, everyone. Have a good rest of this event.
Yeah,
It's a
later.
shady day.
Used to be the key that activated. The principle is no different than.
Fair enough. Okay.
It's okay. These are pretty low maintenance.
Huh? There's a box blocking your way. Wait, is it a reflection of this box in front of...
Why would you make me load that up just to leave it? Fuck you.
It's a 3D
This
2D
reminds-
puzzle.
The box on the wall moved too!
It's a 2D puzzle. It's on a
It's a 3D 2D puzzle.
This this reminds me of the pizza tower I could be playing instead of this bullshit. I like the Shadow Do better. Yeah, that was more of like a puzzle.
Wow, another water droplet just
But it was also tough. Like, but
If I just
you
didn't
could have
free them.
pretty much made a whole game out of that. It was pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah, it was a solid little like mobile style game, but it was still good.
there, but as soon as it came out, it turned all plump and round.
I shouldn't have rescued him. I should have just left him in there.
Guess it makes sense that the water droplet's friend is... Aww. And the... water drop... It's saying thank you, Mr. Honorary Knight. That was a huge
What skeleton do you
help.
think they're using on those water
How do you
boys?
feel after entering that two-dimensional
I
space?
think it might be a new one.
The physical side.
I think it might be like a mech. I'm trying to think of like the desert mechs that have like a body and the two little arms.
You sure seem fine to play.
It's tough to say because it's like it's
Well, I'm just glad.
So
that you're
simple
okay.
that it
yeah,
could be
yeah.
a lot
But
of
it's
things.
like it's like you know like
It's here to look out for everyone.
Like it could be the crab, but they only use the front two like legs.
Hey now.
Water droplet?
that'd be practical. Just like to teach everybody how to animate crab by doing the water droplets.
Yeah.
Not that crab isn't already animated, but now it's going to be a boss. So
Wow, this pace is glacial. Last year, Kazuha would have been roofied by Venti by now.
I arguably that's still the first scene of that event. That's still slow.
It looks pretty nice. Fucking Pandora, the world of Avatar out here. Oh, this is cute! Coachella!
It looks like there might be a town up ahead. Huh. Maybe more people live in this domain than
Oh, this is cute. It's just a lot like the Immonocreich.
That's where Auntie Desert lives.
Yeah, so
Huh.
instead of doing the Raven statues, we just have like the whole cast of water droplets now to kind of act as like a secondary like background
At least they're
cast.
mobile.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cute.
Idea, the situation is now critical. Our window of opportunity to fix this is rapidly closing.
Who the fuck?
I'm sure you've noticed just how much things have deteriorated in recent days.
What VTuber is this?
But even so.
Blue Zelda.
I got no idea.
This is your home.
Oh,
Are you really
fish!
going to let everything fall to pieces?
Mariana Grande is in the building!
Well, I live here, but it doesn't actually belong to me.
Huh? Paimon knows that voice. Anyone else who comes into this domain in the future will take one look at the ruins before them and conclude that this place was abandoned years ago.
Yeah, come on, Idia. We're trying to, like, run a professional hallucination here, okay?
But just imagine how different things could be if you maintain this domain in perfect condition. Whoever sets foot inside would witness a magical...
Cocopium, that's pretty good.
Copium. Kokomi, what is your skin in the game here?
How miraculous it would feel to them to find such unimaginable beauty.
I consult for,
of a
magical
lifeless
microcosms in my spare time.
Oh, you're right, General.
I mean, I'd like to think that she's just like really into RPing, and she's like, finally, a safe space for me to be my true cringe self.
That part in that last event she was in where you say, like, energy plus 100 to her and she just shrieks. It's like, that is such the energy of, like, some cringe thing that you're cringe about being said out loud by a person for the first time. And it's like, I want to turn myself inside out and disappear.
The most important thing is to have no regrets in the end.
General Sangonomiya? Well, she kind of is.
Well, no one chooses to have her, but I take your point. I'll try my best to stop running away, but the question remains of where to begin.
Paimon's figured out who it is.
They changed Kokomi's voice pitch. Maybe they did, but it takes a while for an actor to like get into their character and figure out like kind of where they live.
Or similarly
And
for a voice director to have like an idea as well, depending on.
Yeah, so it could have been the voice director being like, do it more this way, but honestly, I feel like the VAs are really attached to their characters, and they were probably like, you know what, this is kind of what I see how this should have been. If you listen to Bennett now, like Christina V's line reads are very different from, well, like the first Bennett lines, which are like his combat lines. Bennett speaks in a much lower register now.
And then of course there was, you know, famously the like early Barbara.
Closer to official than Ningguang Kokomi. Kokomi, big autistic vibes, bless her. Bless her. Oh. Ningguang invented Warhammer though, so she's definitely like also big nerd.
Honorary knight's friend from a faraway land? A divine priestess?
Oh, there's some cute music
Is it
with
kind
with that you know, gramophone fuzz.
What are you doing here? Huh? We have new visitors.
Fish jazz.
Greetings, everyone. This is the Valurium Mirage, and I'm the caretaker, Adia. I'm so sorry that you have to see this.
Greetings, everyone.
It's all right. Just leave the introductions to me.
Yeah, just Chica, I am too.
Hello in my own way.
It always brings the heat with those songs, so.
I guess I'll let her do the honors.
This lady is a visitor to the domain. Have any of you heard of Inazuma?
Oh yeah, wait, I love this.
The, what chamber?
Onmyo Chamber. It's an elite training academy for gifted students of Onmyodo. Practitioners are divided into 4 classes, A through D.
Oh,
assigned to the
God.
Yagami based on
This,
their
I forgot.
Bro, what the fuck?
Wait.
This lady famously led the Class D
Uh-oh.
victory against the Class A favorites in the final mock campaign before graduation.
Uh-oh.
An
Yai,
astonishing feat
what have you been
that few in the
publishing?
history of the Academy have ever achieved. Isn't that right, General? What's wrong?
Huh? Wait, so...
Womp womp. I learned about humanity from fucking manga.
That doesn't sound like the divine priestess Mr. Honorary Knight was talking about. Uh-oh. Did she just get caught lying in front of someone she was trying to impress? Or...
Oh my god, look at Kale empathizing right here. This poor baby. This poor baby. She's like, oh shit, was she trying to cover her monstrous true self?
Seems kind of embarrassing, but also kind of cool. I guess having someone else to introduce you is a good way to make an impression.
Yeah, like, everyone's like, listen, Kokomi learned strategy from light novels. I don't care how much Fire Emblem you play, that doesn't make you a commander.
Maybe I'd fit him
But
better.
also, like, she was kind of pushed into that role, to be fair. Oh shit, we're going to war. All we have is
Some people
Mariana
claim
Grande
they're
and a
generous,
dog boy.
But it's just their way of showing respect.
Huh? Oh no.
Moreover, just any mention of anything vaguely like Omeo Chamber is like,
The only important thing about
will
names
get me
is the
pumped.
meaning itself.
I feel like this was Yai being pissed about losing to her at the TCG tournament. Just like,
this was retaliation.
just like, I'm gonna embarrass the fuck out of you.
It's like, oh, you like to win so much, here's a whole book on it.
Oh, you so right! Ah!
Clegan explained. So basically... So, Miss Sangonomiya must be the super smart...
Perhaps a sage?
Indeed. Wisdom
Oh
is
yeah,
the
here come our
judgment.
D&D classes.
Okay, well I'll just... Fine by me. At least, cuter than my pen name.
These are interesting. We're getting, like, character thoughts all in one scene. Usually they wouldn't have, like, inner monologues.
Well then, how should address the rest of you.
Also, it's very like Japanese female otaku to give yourself like a weird idiosyncratic like fish or food related name. So it hits for, what was it, like Soul from the Deep or some shit?
Oh yeah, yeah, that was it.
How could I ever forget you?
Soul of the Deep.
Wait, Clea
Yeah.
wants a title too. Okay, got it.
Now, are you trying to type your social security in chat?
Kaya can be the master thief. Mr. Honorary Knight can be, the knight.
Master Thief, huh? I did like playing pirates as a child.
Hold on a second. Are you saying the position of knight is now filled?
Eula, please.
Eula can be the sword master.
Sign up for next year's.
Anything.
Sino LARPs whenever he's off the clock. I mean, we saw him at Windbloom embarrassing the rest of his family. It was fantastic. Thank you, kitty cat.
That's more like
Kaya can be, the healer.
Holly can be the healer because broccoli is good for you. Gives you serotonin. Want to be the knight? We can swap.
I don't mind. Healer is a great role. Whenever I'm thinking of titles for myself, I usually imagine myself as an adventurer or musician. I never thought I could be a healer. I mean, it feels like it should be Master Tainari's role if...
I'm going to hyperfixate on the fact that she daydreams of being a musician.
Don't worry, Colin. You'll be the bestest healer ever. You don't talk much, but you're very kind.
you'll do fine. I heard you're good with bandages. You can patch up a wound, can't you?
Yeah, you're just like a healer in real life because healer veins are always boiling with resentment.
Oh, she got over that. It was her character arc.
Maybe you heard wrong? But
And just like Arrested Development, it's like, that was not the end of her character arc.
When a visitor arrives, they can assume a new identity. Oh, we can't leave you out.
Wow, this is Evermore, isn't it?
That's perfectly okay. I got it! Mascot?
I mean,
Lee, maybe you could think up an even better...
A mascot, you say? Isn't that a character that doesn't have to actually... Sounds like the idea of being lazy is pretty exciting to her.
Take a break.
The mascot serves to maintain troop morale, Itia. Don't underestimate your role.
NPC's continued reactions to Idia are one of the things I enjoyed the most about this event.
Water's like, that is some bullshit.
That's right. Thank you for bringing these new friends here safely. You can go off and play. Thanks, Water Droplet. See ya. What?
So about the music, like,
Isn't that your pet name for it?
Hoyomix likes to
Because it's as accurate a nickname
not
as
only like delve into the culture, but also the pop culture about that culture. And so like Fontaine is obviously like, you know, very French-esque, but it's definitely like French vis-a-vis or via like Up and like Ghibli movies. It's very Ghibli.
We keep getting...
that's true, huh?
sidetracked.
Yeah.
But I believe you
Yeah,
were saying
definitely.
something about being in a difficult predicament.
I don't have like the
Something...
Oh,
correct
yes,
sort of
about that. I'm afraid
musical
the
lingo
was
to talk about like the
whole world
individual
was
pieces
suddenly flipped
that you're
upside
getting
down.
used, but you can
Yeah.
definitely kind of like
From the core,
vibe
which
it out.
contains the domain.
I'll leave that
And
for
the
Alex
impact
McCullough.
cascaded out from there. Needless to say, many just days after I agreed to let my friend's daughter come and... Oh, so you're mom's friend? Huh? Wait, so you're...
Look how dilated her pupils are. She must be very surprised.
Yeah, and Mom's the one who sent me here. She's the strongest mage ever. She said that her friend lives in the desert. You live in the desert, so that must be you. Right, Auntie Desert? Ah, I see. So being a mage runs in the family.
Get it away from us.
Oh, I just want the ground to swallow me up right now. Wait, that's it. I'll hide myself away in the core of the domain. Hide there until this all blows over. See you all in 100 years.
Yeah, that's my reaction when I release an episode and I notice like an editing thing I fucked up on. I'm like, may the ground swallow me whole.
Idia's really going through it. She's like a shriveled little forest fungus, hanging its head in shame.
Oh, Kale, you don't have to do her dirty like that. Hasn't she suffered enough?
That's a harsh analogy. Where'd all that come from?
Damn! Even you'll just like, listen, I'm a shady bitch, and even that's going too far.
Auntie Desert, please here to help you, and all my friends will help too.
Yeah, Idia flipping out. It's like,
Yeah, Gabriel, it's like infinitely relatable. Like, oh, we fucked up. Oh shit. Oh no, that's just us doing.
Yeah, don't you worry. Sir Fix-a-Lot over here has
Fix-a-Lot in trouble. I'm begging for a piece of that water bubble.
Well, I'm useless. Don't put yourself down, Idia. Thanks for your encouragement. That'll give me some time to...
Why do we have to fix a mirage? This blows ass.
why do we have to fix a mirage?
We are really just the Aaron bitch of Teyvat, aren't we?
I just wanted to run towards the water and then jump into it, only to land in sand. Now you have me fixing machines.
Now I gotta do work in my hallucinations.
like there. Wait, you look kinda like a mermaid.
But to
Oh
be
god,
fair,
please
to be
like,
fair, it's
please like
basically-
Target acquired.
It's basically free Disneyland run by water eidolons, so
Yeah.
Just an ordinary human. I have
Hopefully they don't charge for food.
Which means it should be in better shape.
Enjoy the scenery while I tell you all about
This is more like Six Flags. Oh, this is gorgeous.
you can pretty much be guaranteed that the hot dogs here aren't going to cost like $17.
Yeah.
Yampy needs to eat up.
Man, capitalism got you bad. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why we're playing a free-to-play live service game. We would be on vacation right now.
Feeling nervous, Kale? Well, it's your first
Oh,
time
don't
as a
get
pilot.
Speeds, don't get break started on quests for Camelot.
Oh no.
Did you know that that dragon in Quest for Camelot could be written out of the movie? Because
Oh, okay.
when they adapted the kids' book, they made no mention of it.
That mushroom down.
Oh no, wait, no, sure, you were the Ruber stan. How could I
Yeah.
forget?
Ruber's
I'm
the
so
best.
sorry. It's been so long since we heard about Ruber, another fucked up white redhead dude that you like.
I've been lying in wait.
I've heard he has a plan and it includes you.
Yeah.
What about your role?
But not before he creates his mechanical army
Maybe
with
not.
pride.
It's the worst villain song I've ever heard in my entire life.
It's really bad. Gary
You
Oldman
should
did not think.
dig.
Like, not even a little.
The name Lynette may be a reference to our 3-year legend. I believe it. They're kind of going for a melange of white people in Fontaine, so...
I'm really curious as to what role they really service, because there was a lot of stuff in the trailer about information.
Blonde hair.
And I say information being obfuscated, that sounds a lot like the beginning of Sumeru, but like people lying about what their roles are, and it's going to be really interesting piecing that together. Like the hints have not lined up in my head yet for what that could be yet.
Redesigned many of the buildings here.
I
Although he was so
Definitely am hoping
Okay.
he was
that
extremely diligent.
Linny and Lynette are presenting as being
What a kind person.
helpful, but end up being duplicitous or deceptive as quest givers. That would be fun.
Oh yeah, just Chica. It's like,
Pretend you didn't hear that?
they were so good with that at the version preview too. It's like, Fontaine is beautiful, it is sparkling, it is clean, here's the people living in luxury, here's the sewers. Anyway, I think what's cool is like we know this is going to La Révolution, because, you know, France. And what's cool is that it's not happening before the traveler gets there. It's not like Inazuma, where you arrive in the middle of a conflict when, like, the rebellion's in full force. Like, I think we're gonna start it. I think we're gonna start singing the Song of Anger, and we're all gonna rise up.
After him, an aristocrat from Mondstadt showed up. Unfortunately, everything here suddenly started changing before I had the chance to be a good host and show them around.
Kaveh would literally rather, like, build hallucination Disneyland than go back to his shitty life, and I get it.
Do you know where the
That's why people like
aristocrat
Animal
is now?
Crossing.
If I remember correctly, he headed north after the incident.
Content just looks fun. Looks so fun.
It's a pity we're having all these issues. Oh, still, not to. Hey, Adia, you got an update for us?
That fountain loud enough? Damn.
Very well. Then please allow me, Adia, your mascot.
I cannot believe how long
Basically, this entire domain is
Thanks,
powered
Dar.
by a debut following 4
like,
components.
this is the summer event. It's gonna split off into several gameplay modes, and we're still here.
Yes, it definitely shouldn't be frozen still like it is. Hey, everything right. I do, but the rest all landed in different. Now, as the caretaker and you. Oh, I see.
Fine by me.
I was. I'll be your backup, Eula.
Oh? Well, this'll be fun. Let's see if a forest ranger can outperform an outrider.
Girls are teaming up.
Master Thief Kaya and Mage Klee, if you could earmark some time in your busy schedules to search the West Zone. Earmark?
So Lulu was asking, what are our thoughts on the Fontaine character design so far?
General, Miss Sangonomiya, and our knight, the
You know,
Traveler. If there's
I'm never
something
blown
to
away
retrieve
by
those
the character designs, because I feel like they're always just kind of, I don't know, there's like a Genshin art house costume style that kind of homogenizes everything. I think they look cool, but I'm not like absolutely gaga for any of them. But I think they really work for what the character is. I think Folklore is perfect. Fremine is perfect. Juviette is perfect. Exploration too. I mean, it's my fault for putting this off for so long, but like,
Rick, what were
It's their
your
fault.
thoughts on the Fontaine characters?
Yeah, generally, it takes me like seeing a character in motion to really get into them. Like, you know, I
Yeah.
was always gonna like Sino because he had an Anubis hat when he came out, but then getting the like, you know, big claws and like bandage wrap things during his attacks was a really big plus. For Lene, just being able to, you know, sort of jump into those cards and kind of flip around is a really cool aesthetic.
that is sick.
To be
Yeah,
frank, I'm not really sold on. Sorry, the only characters that I'm like really sold on, where it's like, you know, like from a design perspective, I'm gonna roll are Focalor, and then who was the yellow lady again? The one who,
Onavia,
yeah, she's pretty cool. And
she
then
has a very cute design.
maybe French Lady Maria Sara 2.0. But it's really going to kind of depend on like what they can kind of do in the story, because yeah, you know, everyone generally looks like really good. But I am going to have to start making distinctions for rolling coming up.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to gameplay, character, and what I'm looking for. Yeah, it's not to say that I don't like them. I'm just I'd never have like an amazed first impression. It's usually when I kind of sit with the designs and like appreciate the details. Like that usually makes me enjoy it more.
Yeah, definitely.
How are you, Jer?
Hard to say. I actually really do like the Fontaine character designs. I think that Beefy was more or less spot on with their kind of being like an in-house Genshin style. And adding to that, like there's also, of course, the limited body types, since, you know, characters have to fit the mold of the playable models that they have established.
Yeah.
There's nothing that necessarily outside of Chlorine, I think that's her name. The sort of musketeer Lady Maria type woman. There aren't tons of things that feel super natively I guess, French about a lot of these. But also, I know that's kind of like a pan-Europe thing, so that might not even be really like...
It's always like the cultural stuff is always when you really zoom in.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the magician angle already is actually kind of one of the lesser-known angles that actually like have a pretty heavy association with France that like I think is pretty significant. But, yeah.
You know, one thing I will say is, I think I actually got a little bit of a different idea about Fontaine based on sort of the initial character designs we had seen. Because something I'm noticing is it feels, and this I could just be wrong, like, you know, it might be something that we need to put into a lineup to like really get a measure of, but it seems like the Fontaine characters have like more blacks and like generally darker and sort of like grayed colors in their designs, right?
Yeah.
That kind of led me to believe the city itself was going to use like a more muted color palette.
Yeah, that's
you know what it actually was? It was Vil V from Honkai Impact 3rd, because I saw her trailer because of the crazy trumpets in that. And there was like some scenes with like landscaping. I kind of like in my head started imagining Fontaine was going to be that. And now we're kind of seeing some of the land, like the city design, and it's a lot more like rounded corners and white and like generally totally different than I thought it would be. And I think the character design's kind of attributed, or like I attributed part of that to like a weird zeitgeist I had built up in my head. Like, it's not a problem or anything, but it is like, I mean, I was kind of expecting like, you know, like for something that's already in the middle of referencing like, you know, like the Prestige, something that looks a little more like it, you know?
I was definitely expecting more steampunk. Sorry, not necessarily more steampunk elements, but I was expecting it to be more like, I want to say, I guess, almost like what the Western aesthetic for steampunk is, where there's like kind of a lot of exposed like piping and stuff, etc. And it seems like that's really not the look that the...
It's a lot more industrial, like just the fact that the court is built in a dam. It has all these like truss and reinforced stuff.
Yeah.
It's honestly like, it's kind of brutalist. Like, it reminds me more of like what buildings look like in Atomic Heart. I guess I would have preferred more like Rococo, but like I fucks with Art Deco, so I'm not. But it does, like, Navia does point out like, oh shit, it's raining, so I think we are gonna get like a gloomier version of the city, maybe for the story.
I could definitely see that.
Sword's literally a pipe. I love that pipe.
The pipe is so good.
Anytime anyone comes at you with a pipe, it's going to be either the best weapon in the game or the worst weapon in the game.
Yeah,
No
MiHoYo.
in-betweens.
MiHoYo relentlessly reminding us they played Nier.
Exactly. It's a very, like, that's definitely a trailblazer weapon. The raccoon aesthetic of bludgeoning you with a piece of garbage from a scrap heap.
Yeah.
The Underground seemed more of traditional steampunk. It does seem like that. It's just, I think we're gonna really see it when it comes into play with like the whatever. I mean, we're gonna see more of like what it is when we get into like the real nitty gritty of whatever the class struggle is, or like the justice system, or however it's working.
Yeah. It's not even like the elements are missing from the above ground stuff. Like the astral clock tower motif is like very steampunk, and I completely didn't project them like kind of using that as their primary like aesthetic touch point. But that's a good one to use. So it's not like it's absent, it's just not taking the form I thought it might.
Now Traveler's doing the shilling. Dear Princess Celestia, now I can see why being a good speaker can really help. Or
This is called the streaming projector.
I'm really looking forward to the Fontaine subregions, Just Chica. I feel like they're gonna get hopefully crazy.
The one thing I really liked that I saw there was a shipwreck that had like a tattered like Watatsumi Island flag on it. It's like, did you guys sail out here and get shipwrecked?
Yes, because that's why there's Greek shit in Fontaine. Oh my god, that's such a good catch. I did not notice that.
I didn't notice that either. That is really good.
Actually,
Oh my god.
You know what? I need to rewatch. It might not have been Watatsumi Island. It might have been a blue Inazuma flag. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might have been a blue
Oh,
Inazuma
you think it
flag,
might
but-
be Domiki's like ship?
Well, remind me what Domiki's ship was?
Basic. At the moment, it's only able to show two-dimensional.
Or no, was his ship the Seirai Maru? Whatever.
Oh, it's been so long.
That's the ship that Ayaka's parents died on, because I keep thinking that they died at sea because of Frozen.
Do you want to build a snowman?
So you're saying the component fell?
Oni-sama want to build a snowman.
Yes, exactly. I'll leave you to go in and
Cursed.
No, sorry. Hey, come on, cheer up.
It kind of blows, but I enjoy it.
I do want to see rainbow water. Like, that would be really
Yeah.
cool.
Oh, also for the honkers, for the honkai players out there, for the honkers, the honky faithful. Yeah, they have underwater exploration, which means they have 3D movement now, and they know how to do that, which means Honkai's gonna start getting starfighters. Guarantee.
Man.
Welcome to Railjack. The honkers.
Welcome to Honkai Railjack.
Yeah! Star Railjack, baby!
Doesn't look like the component is in here.
Oh, what did I get? Oh, just vegetables. Fuck you. Trying to glide. What?
I think you actually have to get the treasure chests in this.
God damn it!
It's like 2 extra seconds.
Fuck you. I'm a busy woman. I don't need these radishes. Oh my god, this calliope is cute. Yeah, that was one thing I didn't think about, was like the calliope, because that's like a steam-powered instrument, so of course they're gonna have that in Fontaine.
What is this thing anyway? And why is it so small? It's hard to explain. So that leads. Every journey begins with a first step. You really think? I suppose you're right. She did. Anyway, thank you for all your. I'll take this and. Oh, why am I so?
Over her. This is the Neelix of Genshin Summer.
What? No, Idia's great. Idia's not Neelix.
Yeah, Idia is not Neelix. Like,
I've seen one episode with Neelix, and I'm like, she's no Neelix.
that does leave the question of who is the Neelix of Genshin Impact about.
It's Kaya. No.
Oh.
No. I'm just kidding. Doesn't work. Paimon. No, I like Paimon better than Neelix. Idia is not Neelix. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. It's just that we're going at the rate of an escargot out here and dying. Lulu, yes, those suspended bodies of water. I'm very excited for Blitzball. Dude, if Champion if Champion Duelist is just playing like 1v1 Blitzball, I'm gonna shit. I'd be so happy.
What's wrong, Kokomi?
Blitzball. Yeah.
I'm just a little confused. You mentioned that the water droplet showed you how to use the projector? Can you tell me a little bit more about that? I'm so curious to know what happened. Oh, sure! I see.
Is that the game Lulu is from, FFX? I think it is, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see you. I see you, Lulu.
You blitzed your last ball to talk.
Well done.
Yeah, that's great. Man, just things to say to Dottore when we finally get him.
When we fucking get Dottore.
Like Idia said,
Nice,
felt
Lulu.
like the world was flipped upside down.
No, it's no use. Seems it won't run until all the missing components are returned. For a moment there, when it started turning, I got excited.
Wishful thinking.
Looks like you've seen your last patient, Dottore.
And our mascot.
Oh, if Cole gets to kill him with like a dendro core, you could be like,
Yeah.
you know what they say, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, Dottore.
Just like shoves it up his nose, shattering his brain. You super right, Just Chica. Unless it's like, oh, there is a segment of him that was locked away in a tank and is innocent and doesn't know anything about what the other guy did. That would suck.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like,
It's really weird. Yeah. Oh, sorry, go on.
oh no, I mean, I thought that was the angle they were gonna take, but then Snahiba killed all the segments.
How about
So,
a master thief and mage?
hard to say what they're gonna do.
Skira. Skira's like double die. Looks like just like at your shitty unethical practice, I've run out of patience, Dottore.
God.
Hi, Shy Knight. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming by.
Hello.
Hello.
I would love to see just like the 80s cartoon to Genshin, the Zelda 80s cartoon version of Genshin Impact.
Yes, always.
I need to take a break.
Paimon would be like Snarf.
Miss General, you should come too. You can hide
Like,
behind me.
Paimon's voice would be so busted.
I protect you. Wonderful. It would be an honor to serve as advisor.
Bringing my
to a young
C6R1 scared at solo Dottore. Yeah, and when he kills him, he's like, you're gonna get mooshed.
Let's go.
Vittori's gonna do a YouTuber apology video for Redemption.
He better learn how to play the ukulele, man. Nothing like a meme that dates your product. I'm not doing mini games. Like, I'll probably do that on my own time. Sorry. Unless there's a mini game that's like really mechanically interesting, then we'll say our piece about it.
They kind of show you like all of like the sort of like big location shifting mini games, and then there's just sort of a collection afterward that's that you kind of just like run into once more stuff is up and running.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna fast track the story. Oh no! Our cousins! Why?
Ooh, we can definitely write this off as
Shy Knight, we actually talked about the R&R quest amongst ourselves, and we will go into that in the podcast, because we had the same complaint, and then what we learned in the 4.0 trailer, it's a lot more justifiable. Banned your last Danko speed. Good shit.
Here it is! See? This canyon wasn't here before.
At the risk of not reading all of them. Looks like the medical board denied your license renewal, Dottore.
Yeah.
That would mean this canyon appeared after it started spinning.
Hey, you, oh.
Well, if it isn't the bitch himself. Lorenzo Larry Lawrence.
That's not Lorenzo Larry Lawrence.
But he got the hair!
I think so, but that's not him.
Oh,
She's barely shown her face since everything started.
it's an Amogus, I see. R&R is so long, I literally dedicated my entire Saturday to it. So, not gonna block exploration's fine for too long. So, we'll give you a little sneak preview. We don't think, or I don't think R&R quest is for us. I think it is for new players. As soon as you beat Mondstadt, they're going to give you a teleport point to Fontaine, which means they're already thinking about players going into regions out of order. And if the plot's not there yet, they need something to do.
Excuse me for asking, but who are you?
Oh, right. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Ferdinand. Me and my brothers look after this whole zone. Well, we used to, until this whole domain was, like, flipped upside down.
Okay, he's like the same species that Edea is.
Edea is working on repairing the domain. We were just with her before coming here.
Really? Huh. I assumed that she'd be curled up in a fetal position somewhere, hoping all her problems will magically disappear on their own. Good for her.
Nah, that's me.
Anyway, I checked all the stations around the whole circuit. They've all conked out.
Conked out? How? Would you mind elaborating a little?
But aren't you
Please,
just travelers or
Kokomi.
something?
Everyone has elaborated so much.
I'm Mage Klee, Edea's helper.
But yeah, whoever said they wanted Kokomi to have a special swimming animation, I super want that. I want
Yeah.
everyone else to be like, you know, doing a breaststroke or whatever, but she's full on like mermaid swim.
Oh yeah,
It would be so good. I would love that.
She does that in her normals. Just want to see her swing.
Yeah, get like one of those like Phantom Mermaid tail kind of.
Yeah.
That'd be
Oh,
Okay.
do you guys think they're gonna?
Well, right now the more help
I mean,
we
the
got, the better.
more wishful thinking than anything. Do you guys think they're gonna send us back to Enkonomiya with like more water at a point, since they have like they're gonna make all? These...
I would love that. I would love that. I'm hoping we get. I mean, I know someone. I'm sorry, I forget right now who it was on Twitter who's like, Greek doesn't necessarily mean Enkonomian. It could be like the overarching universal underground culture, but not something.
Anyway, our first priority is to get the carts here up and running again.
They never did anything with Enka except for like that one event where you meet the Snurson. It's gorgeous, but it's very empty, and that's okay because it's supposed to be empty. But it's also like, I never go there.
It's really the Ash Lake of Genshin. You know, it's like it's just kind of a weird dead end that's underground somewhere where you think about it a lot, but it's like there's, you know, there's kind of like there's nothing going on.
Yeah, I mean both Enka
Yeah,
and
it's
the
a
Chasm
cul-de-sac.
are like that, unfortunately.
This is what we used
Yeah.
to make them.
To answer, yeah, there was a Snurson. It was in one of, or she was in one of the events.
That is the dragon.
The way they did her, she was like one of the shrine maidens, but she had like a snake mask on. And essentially,
But one other thing is that it has to be compatible.
I don't know. What do you guys remember of the story on that?
It was like
Maybe?
there were two different kinds of reptile people being conflated. People assumed she was the dragon person, but in fact she was just a snake person, which is like a vassal of Orobashi. And they're like, dragon people who are evil and are going to destroy the world don't exist. Haha. Looks at Kokomi. You know, ends.
Any ideas?
I'm still quietly waiting for them to return to that plot track.
Yes, Evan, I think she was raised by the Vishaps, so she thought she was one as well.
Oh, just
Bishop people, speaking of Nuviette's eyes.
Let's see what Klee made.
I mean, Kokomi's a Vishap person, and she doesn't have, like, kind of empty eyes.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
expecting. Was that? I don't think that was confirmed though, right?
No, it's like design speculation.
Yeah.
Oh, it fits the track like a glove too.
Just to that comment of like I did the R&R quest before Leeway as intended. Yeah, that's kind of what we were thinking with the world quests, where it's like actually future-proofing like Genshin as a static game and isn't, you know, kind of focusing on the live service stuff in that one respect, because it's like
I just wanted to give it a
there's so many events that cycle in and out of the games that like the world quests are like one of the few things that it's like something that you can sort of just tackle at any point, and even if you're, you know, kind of blocked off from exploration thanks to it, I think the expectation is like, oh, this is the part of the game that expects you to treat it kind of like a video game.
Yeah, I gathered.
And
It's
the
okay,
more
though.
content of that
Probably
that's
takes
like
on a whole
available
look of
in the
source
game
material.
early on, the better.
So to be more specific,
Like back at one
Oh,
point before, like, you know, like being able to finish up the Dvalin quest, like I explored most of Liyue, but you know, there wasn't really like any major world quests, and I think the R&R quest is just something you do as like a sidetrack is overall good for the game, even if like it's kind of daunting as like new content for everybody to play through.
Oh, Kokomi's like one of those little deep sea fishies.
Yeah.
Wish she was bioluminescent. I guess the only Archons can like glow. Oh no, Alhaitham shit glows. Camelback glows.
Okay, she's ready to roll.
To that point too, I think that it's also interesting where it's like the world quest does sort of gate a lot of exploration, but also does prompt a lot of exploration. Like there are parts of Liyue where I believe the story just more or less doesn't have you visit them to any capacity. And I think they're few and far between for Liyue because that was early enough on, but I think the R&R quest as well as the subsequent desert quests were very much about like making sure that you have more of an excuse to visit the region, or actually like explore the region.
Guys, did you know Watatsumi Island is actually the body of a dead god? So props to Watatsumi. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out.
They definitely handled the
Oh god, I have to play it. Okay, fine. Oh, Bragg, is this gonna be trouble with the trolley?
No, it's actually fun. It's good.
Okay, good.
It's pretty low stress.
Lulu's asking, do we think that Genshin will get an archival offline version after it's done? I really hope so because it's such a monumental product and super beloved. I don't know if it's something Hoyo would do.
You know what? I don't think Hoyo even knows the answer to that. Fucking Mario Galaxy ass.
Yeah, really.
It's interesting because the thing is, I don't actually know a lot about archival versions of gacha games except for the ones I do. Right now, we're at a point where Mega Man X Dive is going to go offline at the end of September, and then they're producing an offline version.
Do you know why that happened?
I am interested to see if that's going to be something that more people kind of hop on. I don't know a lot about other gacha games that have like died and have gotten archival versions. I definitely feel like long-term, Hoyo will want to have a archival version of Genshin exist somehow, but it's never going to be something they're going to admit to because it's going to probably, you know, hurt the notion of any of the live stuff they're doing. So we probably won't find out until Genshin's ready to shut down. And honestly, like with the amount of money they've made on it, that might be quite a while because I'm positive they're going to do a second storyline. Like, you know, it already takes us an entire year to get to a new region, but it seems like there's enough stuff that they kind of put into a hidey hole for their lore that they could just sort of bust out and be like, okay, you've finished dealing with Saritsa, or the Saritsa and whatever is going on with Conria and possibly Celestia. Now it's time for, like, the original dragon gods to show back up or something, or...
Yeah.
Now it's time for what was the name of that deity that split off into 5 aspects?
Let's keep
Oh, I don't think that's an explicit name. Just the first, right?
Yeah, there was
the original, the primordial.
Yeah, the primordial.
Yeah, the primordial god might come back, and then there could just be more storylines on that. Like, it's really telling that there isn't really a comprehensive map of Genshin that's visible, because they can kind of, for all existing nations, they still have wiggle room to add on to all of those countries. And it's kind of like, I don't think they know until they know. Also, you gotta hit more of the balls
There's
there.
an L2R2.
Oh. This is just so interesting. But, I think, I mean, if it is going to be like Grand Blue, then I think we will see maybe some spin-off games that are like offline traditional retail games. So goofy. A lot of fun with this one.
I really do hope they bring back that Albedo sword and like figure out a better way to handle. like,
Yeah,
event-exclusive
couldn't be
stuff.
me missing his best in slot, haha.
Challenge.
Yeah, the pool of
failed.
lore to pull from is insane. And like Warcraft, I think they build their lore a lot like Warcraft does, in that they probably also don't have a master plan for it, but it gives hooks that people who are writing the next thing can like connect to and like make the story feel more contiguous. Like when your game's success depends on like the positive reactions of your players. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I got a sense memory of Bal in Wonderworld. But anyway, when it depends on your players liking the game, then you're going to have to adjust your plan mid-story. You can't, like, no one's gonna get it right away. Arcanite devs. And a premium RPG, for example. Interesting.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I know that working on premium games was like a part of like Psy Games and Grand Blue's intent from the beginning. But I feel like I definitely haven't heard that with regards to MiHoYo.
Yeah, MiHoYo's really kind of writing their own chapter, like how you make a game this big and what you do with it as a product. So,
You know, I think there is one time I can think of where the archival version probably would come out earlier, and it's if they really wanted to just like tear out enough of the engine in Honkai Impact 3rd to like make a whole new version and do like Honkai Impact 4th, and they decided to sunset 3rd and just hope that the whole player base would come over. That's still going to be after Zenless Zone Zero comes out if they ever have any sort of plans like that. But like that,
God,
that
I
is the
forgot
one
about
time...
Zenless Zone Zero.
What's up?
Forgot about Zenless Zone Zero.
Oh yeah, because we haven't heard anything about it in a bit. But that's like the one time I can think of like before it stops being a moneymaker, where it's like, okay, we've hit like the technical limitation wall. We need to do new things on the engine side to make it so that it can support our future plans. Let's get in the let's get in the process of migrating all the players from Honkai Impact 3rd to like, you know, the hypothetical Impact 4th. And that's when I think we would see like, you know, archival processes on it, or like how they plan on handling it. But that's all like, that's all just, you know, fan fiction.
Oh, look at that. They made a train system, and we know Fontaine has a train system because, say it with me, gameplay-based events are just like alpha testing for later in-world game mechanics.
Yeah.
Jerome.
So I think you would have been able to get those if you had activated all 3 of the bubbles earlier.
Oh. And it's sad.
It's all good. It's all good, man.
Otherwise, I'm sure we would have been buried in the sand.
There was no question. Like the idea of a aqueduct being a railway is like so tasty if you're doing a water country that like it was definitely gonna be that.
Still stuck here just as I expected. Well, did you make any progress?
Denise, just please don't put that evil on us. Once the main story is over, we're going to Teyvat 2, where everything is the same, but Paimon occasionally recaps the entire plot of Teyvat 1.
Oh, that's painful.
Please. We've suffered enough today.
Imagine if it gets to Teyvat 2, and then it's just Paimon in the rocking chair from Xenogears with the pendant on the side of the screen, and she just starts like slowly relating the whole story.
As long as K-Bot 2 is called 2-Bot, I'll be happy.
My favorite rapper.
All right, Jeremy. That's enough. Fine.
Incidentally, no Neelixes will be allowed on 2-Bot.
Arguing anyway.
Okay, that's a bit of a pull.
You should calm down too, Ferdinand.
Fine.
Fine. Angie.
I'm sorry you had to see that. I assume you're the ones who helped prepare the tracks.
No need to thank us.
I see. Now that you and Ferdinand brought the cart up here, we'll need the hydroidolins to fix the area.
Them again, huh?
Yes, of course. Not only do they keep the junction turning, they operate practically everything.
I get it. I get what they're going for, because it's like, what is a mirage? It's light and water, right? So it's like, the light comes from the projector, the water are the eidolons that are literally shaping everything. That's how they're gonna make the bridge thematically from Sumeru to Fontaine.
All right.
And it's a magical dream world too. That's the other thing. It's, you know, Disney in a bottle.
They've been laying the groundwork for that pretty hard too, even within the world quest. Like,
Yeah.
It's time you give credit where credit is due.
Plurium, mirage, likely to find the polyword Pluria, dire heaven, and water. Yeah.
yeah.
They do a lot of equating, like, the sky and space to water.
Yeah, that's actually
that makes a
present in
lot
a lot
of
of old world cultures too. I think there was some Jewish mythological stuff, I believe, where it was believed that like
You think you
there's
deserve
like the firmament which holds up the sky, and then falls just water above that.
Well, you're always quick to criticize my ideas.
Above,
and
so
push 'em.
below.
But and what about
Yes.
Don't forget it was Hado and I who took care of the mess that
Yes.
one time you
Duvat
intuitively
will be
tried
all
one
the
of your
Danmaku.
brilliant ideas. Speaking of Hado,
I left early this morning.
seriously?
Hey, come on! You didn't see him either.
Klee?
I don't get it. Nobody did anything bad.
I just don't like.
Who are you calling smug?
Alright, I think we've heard enough from you two.
These guys have real, like, 2 heads on a 3-headed dragon energy. Got Blue King Ghidorah going on here.
Like that dragon from Quest from Camelot.
Then I'd suggest you
Oh,
consider-
yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, I'll just cool you two off myself.
I don't want to hear that no from you, Ruber Main.
Look, I like Ruber. Ruber is the one I like. Everyone else is bad.
Now,
Right.
come with me.
Yeah, this is Kaya's pet the dog moment.
Oh, okay.
Phew. Don't be upset, Klee. There are many complicated situations in this world which don't always have a logical explanation.
Sometimes shit does fuck for no reason.
As a passing traveler here, it's not my place to comment on their disputes.
And could be a reference to the bull. That'd be cute.
But in my experience, family issues can
Family.
be the toughest to resolve.
Family.
Seems you don't like dealing with this kind of thing either, Kokomi.
Kokomi's like, no, you misunderstand. I don't like dealing with people at all.
But it's still not right. I don't know how to explain my...
I'm sorry. We've calmed down. You shouldn't argue in front of a child like that.
We're sorry, Klee.
It's okay.
Back to the topic at hand. Weren't you...
Ah, right. We would have to use the junction to send the carts
Tornado
in another area.
Twister.
Sorry to trouble you again, but would you help us find him?
Oh. All right.
It's a cute little song. The little, like, little dinky music box going on. Alrighty.
Hey, come on, you two. Your brother's out, right?
I'm actually going to take a quick bio break, and my BRB screen doesn't have, like, voice chat. So, if you want to talk to my good fellow Charlman, Break and Jera, go on ahead. I'll be back in a few.
No, Beef is a separate person from Brick. Joking.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
So I'm curious, which squad would you want from the next summer side quest?
It's always tough because it's never. It kind of occurs to me, I don't actually have like a Genshin dream team, you know? Or I guess there's like individual interactions that haven't happened in the game that I would want to see. So really, it would sort of just be like. I don't have an answer to that question yet, but it's like, I guess whoever I feel needs to have like on-screen time together.
Yeah. I feel like I would have liked to see A in a summer environment, just because she has no chill. Also, I feel like as a character, there have been a lot of instances where she's kind of popped in during events, but rarely been a character who's like taken center stage and interacting with other characters besides Miko. So I'd be interested in seeing that. Yeah, they definitely do bring back characters that have not been around for a bit. One new Fontaine character, Razor, Sino, and Albedo. I think those are pretty good picks. In general, Sino is just such a little gremlin and agent of chaos, but I think that he's a strong contender for interacting with most characters.
You know, on that note, I think that any character who was introduced post main country Archon quest is always kind of a good candidate because they don't always get the same amount of screen time that, you know, they're like the characters who had just come out a little bit before them do. You know, an example of that was like, I'm pretty sure everybody in the chasm except for Shao, if I'm not mistaken, was a post-region Archon Quest character. And, you know, if you heard the show, we have thoughts on like how the chasm was kind of handled. You know, it's tough to do bottle episodes really in a hyper engaging way, and they did some good stuff, but it was mostly in the back half of it. But generally, anybody who's like kind of newer from a region who has already concluded its main story, like, you know, what's Mika up to these days? I'm not really a big fan of Mika yet, but like, contingent on that is yet, you know, he might have the best event ever, and it just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah. You made me just mentioned Farazan as well. It's like, again, that's an example of a post-Star Conquest character who does sincerely need a lot of screen time, comparatively, just because, you know, anyone who was in the Archon quest got a fair amount of development, and then the characters directly adjacent to them, like Kaveh, even, like, you know, they had their chance to shine a little bit more as well, even if they weren't directly in the Archon quest, so, yeah.
Odd Crime Times with Dory. That's a really interesting point, Lulu, about Farazan and Skara interactions, because like they have nothing to do with each other, but they're always on each other's banners and came out at the same time, and their gameplay really complements itself. And we had like a little internal talk here of like, you know, do you think there's any future or any like, you know, sort of possibility of them like ever leaning into character interactions that are based around like literal gameplay compatibility? And the answer so far is kind of no, but it would be cool if it became kind of yes later on.
Alright, I'm back. Thank you for holding down the fort, boys.
Yeah. Had some really interesting talks about basically summer event rosters and Farazan. So
Man, I really thought it was going to be Scaramouche. I thought we were going to have the hashtag Year of the Moosh.
it might have been a little too much. He had a like the
Although,
big
no.
story. So
Yeah, that is fair.
like he got to be like the region boss and also get his redemption arc and playable version and also be the flying guy. So that's
Yes.
a lot of
Flying
points.
guy. Yeah, I think Farazan would be fun. Like, she does have a hangout, so she got a little, like, exposure recently, and I think she's great. It'd be fun. I think, like, my thing is, I want everyone who was personally victimized by Alice. Like, I think the person I'd be most excited to see in a summer event would be Yai. Because, like, Alice punked her so bad as a kid, she turned her into the bitch she is now. Like, I want to see that perfect facade just, like, shatter. Like, oh no. Zara deserves a vacation. She deserves to eat shit. I really liked the therapy island. Like, you know, they probably weren't going to do it 2 years in a row. But I thought that was fun. Just like, time to air out all your bullshit. In front of everyone. Or Fischl.
That was a crazy one because Fischl's wasn't even the last one on that list, but it was like the most climactic.
Yeah. So, if you read the Tevat travel guide, Alice talks about going to visit Yai for drinks, and she's like, I wonder if I can make her cry as easily as I did when she was small. She would bully, like, baby fox cub Yai,
Hey, this is the end of this track segment.
and then Yai grew up and became a bully too. Like, yeah, I took her out for drinks because I expected her to, like, start crying again, but instead she, like, left me on the floor, and I, presumably glaring at her.
So I think if you shoot the thing, and then that'll start the challenge.
Thing. Riveting. Like how much they do to disguise the fact that you're just shooting from two sides. Listen, like, hiding the seams is as much of an art. Oh fuck. Hiding the seams that are there is as much of an art as making it perfectly. It's also way more practical. Yai is such a mean girl. I love her. Also, her voice actress just kills it. Razor. 2022 Therapy Island mix. Hell yeah! Go again.
I guess you had repaired the tracks and stations as soon as
Oh.
you saw a cart come zipping along.
Speeds, thank you so much for pulling up the actual passage. Yeah. Can never make her cry as easily as I used. Yeah, that's why she was Yai's Joker moment.
Now that the tracks, station, and carts are all repaired, we're
Well, that's
about
the whole
ready
reason for the
your
Tatar
plans
Suna
for
radiation.
It'll be
I
good
don't
to see my design
think
back in
so.
action again.
Guys be playing Zenless.
I'm definitely gonna give it a shot. I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it.
I mean, it being a roguelike is definitely a plus in terms of like
True, but you should
time commitment, I guess.
It superficially resembles a game that we all liked out on the Vita called Freedom Wars. So I think having that like aesthetic again is like, oh, I wonder if it could be like it.
Hey, That's between Jeremy and me.
I'm not trying to make trouble. I'm just saying.
Hey, Ferdinand.
Yeah, no joke. Alice is kind of a monster.
Are you and Jeremy?
Yeah, she's a kaiju level threat.
Why don't you just talk to him about it? Kaya's also worried about.
You're right. But our relationship is much better than these guys.
Well, our situation is a little different.
Wait, what?
Speeds that some tea. Uh-oh. Someone's got to stop her.
Really?
We've been through this kind of thing before. If we did as his brothers, we have to help him.
But it doesn't look like you're helping.
So that whole thing, that was all Alice.
Mommy told me that you help someone
Oh my
to
God.
make them feel happy,
Bitch.
not to make yourself happy. Hado sure doesn't look. He's right, you know. You three.
Just like when we were back in the desert. You suddenly passed out. I'm just worried that something similar could happen again.
I know. I was thinking that if I could handle these problems, if it weren't for my poor health and lack of energy all the time, then I wouldn't.
These are
have
like
always been such a
NPCs
burden.
in this, like, in-world narrative, right?
No need to feel guilty, Hado. This was our choice. Isn't that why we came up with the idea for this?
Do you want to leave that question hanging, or do you want, like...
Yeah, we'll leave it hanging. I don't
Alright.
actually.
All right.
Doesn't it feel better just to get along?
Hey, what are you trying to say? You make it sound like I've only been trying to talk myself up.
The choo-choo cart is great.
Really?
You know, Klee, having the car zip along the tracks was.
Yeah, what in the...
Hey, Klee, do you want to ride even more?
Alice being smug about her own invention. God.
Yeah.
Let's ride more. Looks like all three of them are trying to win Klee's approval now.
Klee hasn't realized it yet, but her innocent, childlike nature is very powerful.
I'm going to drop out of the stream for just a moment, but I will be back.
Please come with
Yeah.
me.
Goodbye,
Few minutes.
Breku, and happy trails.
Yeah, see you in a few. I'll be right back.
Dybik, you're right. She's just like, oh, it's just one planet. How bad could it be, Michael? The Blues Brothers. That's her, Yanfei. That's the responsibility for the explosion. I'm very good at this video game.
I need to turn my music up during my own playthrough because I didn't catch a lot of this.
It's so Mario Galaxy. It's very cute.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Starlight Express.
Still waiting for another character that can turn into a half-human, half-train.
God, I wish that were me. Oh, water level. All right. Get some swim mechanics in here, don't we?
I'm not
Maybe
actually
not.
sure if we do.
You know what? No, I guess we don't, because
Yeah.
they talked about it. Saying
Torrential
like,
Twister is ready to run now.
Tornado Twister is ready to go.
You take
Train
five.
teens.
You need to take 5 for a quick second. I'll be right back.
Adios.
Hado and I have double-checked everything. It's all operating safely. You can go for a ride now.
Hold on a sec. Before we say goodbye, I have something I'd like to give you. It's a rock climbing rope. We used it on our adventures
Aw,
to
cute.
climb mountains.
Huh? But doesn't it...
Yes, of course. Thanks to Klee and everyone else's help, we realized that there's a special bond that keeps us together. Even though it's invisible, it's even more important than rope. We can always hold on to it through tough situations.
Death Stranding. Also, yeah, Speeds. Like, what didn't she write about?
I helped?
Like, she only writes about the things that she thinks were good ideas.
Even bigger than that
Yes.
Wow, that's huge!
By the way, have you ever seen anything like this?
Nope. Today was the first...
Is that so? I guess I'm not surprised. Be sure to come back and ride the choo-choo carts again.
Yep, I will.
Be sure to come back and visit Torrential Twister again.
Thank you for writing Torrential Twister.
Hey, imagine if we could build our tracks all over.
Thanks again. I have a feeling we'll get along much better now that we've learned to open up to each other.
Alice's title is also like something never lies, right? Says a lot how powerful she is and she can get away with this. Yeah, exactly. Eris. Eris does what she pleases.
I suppose some things are simpler than they...
It looks like your brothers were the problems you made along the way. Right. I can't wait to... Lulu, I can't wait to see what the rest of the Heckin' Circle is. Right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That teaser of them was so fun. Having a tea party talking about witch shit.
And I'm back.
Hello. It reminds me of the gummy ship too.
Oh, I could see that.
I know they want this to be a rhythm game. I can feel it.
Did we get fewer instances of just playing Oath this time around than we did last? The previous two regions? I feel like, yeah.
Sorry? What?
But did we get fewer rhythm game segments between Sumeru and Fontaine than we did through Inazuma and Sumeru? It seems like there are fewer.
I mean, they had them at Windbloom, they had them at the School Fest, and I think they had them at Lantern Rite.
Maybe not, maybe I'm just imagining it.
It was slightly fewer. I love the gummy ship, not in KHA 3 though. I didn't mind it in 3, but it was a little overwhelming, I'll say.
I think that having it on tracks...
I think 2 has the best gummy ship.
Yeah, having it on tracks and then it being 2 definitely let them, like, curate it the most, whereas the 3 was
exactly.
Just world.
Yeah, sometimes there's such a thing as too much freedom of movement.
Remarkable condition.
Oh, God, thinking about KH2 and 3 making me wonder, is there a Roxas to Child pipeline?
What Ska does to a motherfucker.
In my defense, I don't actually like
there's
Ska that
the
much.
musical spectrum of Roxas being Ska and Child being Limp Bizkit.
Oh, God.
Sorry to bother our young mage, but there's something a master thief would like to report.
Uh-oh. I was having so much fun that I almost forgot.
We're supposed to be helping Adia look for the missing component.
You mean you snapped?
I didn't have to go that far. In fact, the component we were searching for was actually that orange rope.
Aw, do we really? Okay. Even though I want to keep playing, that's our wise mage. Don't worry. Tonight you'll be able to
She hates it!
and watch fish dance in the sky. Seems Kokomi's out of it after that ride. Her face and her lip was trembling while she was speaking.
Oh no!
Aww.
I thought I was keeping my composure pretty well.
Oh no!
Don't worry, my mind is always spinning. I'm used to this. We should head back to Idia.
Fish bag got all shook up like Finding Nemo.
How about we hold hands, Miss General? Klee will give you energy. After holding Klee's hand, the stars in the sky and the fish in the water have all disappeared. What are you smiling? Oh.
Lulu! Lulu! Hey, Jur. Lulu's got a message for you.
Oh, that's definitely true.
That tracks.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a good faction.
It really is. I mean, like, the Fatui, and especially the Harbingers, are really kind of just like another Organization 13. Like,
Yeah, the cooler Organization 13.
yeah. They definitely studied hard for that one. And like, don't mind if I do.
Yeah. Such good music. Oh, you got the violin in here. Oh my god, it's like Gravity Rush.
Yeah.
Yes! Yeah, you're right. No. I don't know if it's a FOB thing. It's just, it is hard to tell. Oh, Gravity Rush. How I miss thee.
Gravity Rush is like, that's your Fontaine soundtrack right there.
Yeah, yeah. It's literally French jazz. Like,
yeah.
they're on record.
Yeah, we even wrote the church.
Man, that concept art too of Cat just looking at like the sideways triumphal arch.
I think it's time for a
So
rest.
good.
Very good.
Idea. I think we could all use some downtime.
Gravity Rush needed one more game. I think then it would have like figured itself out because 2 is already a lot better than 1.
Then we'll see you later.
Bye, Mr. Honorary.
Well, it sounds like our young mage enjoyed her. So, back to the missing component.
You bet. Kaya said that.
It just occurred to me, if I remember correctly, the two they were all arguing with one another when they first arrived. They sure must have a lot of
Be
energy.
Dewey and
to
Louie
keep
out
up
here.
their bicker- Yes, I've known them for quite some time after all. But I seldom go to that area. You can hold on to the rope for now, Traveler. By the way, Eula and Kale have also returned, but they mentioned that they would like to head to the Now that I've told you everything, I'll go rest.
Do you need me to accompany you?
Oh, no, it's all right.
Hello, hello.
I'm back.
Breaker. Welcome back.
So with the churl to spawn back in, myself to spawn back in. There we go.
Here we go. Yeah, I opened up the time menu without actually reading.
It's always a terrible feeling.
Stream brain is real.
Hey, Kale and Eula. Oh, Adia is here too. Hey, it's the Traveler and Paimon. How are you? Did you rest well?
Yep, this is a comfortable place to rest. I guess that's one thing here that's better than the desert.
Saying things like that isn't going to help, Adia.
But it's the truth. The desert is full of terrible memories.
Idea, you
for
are
me.
a terrible
Being
salesperson.
now is like, yeah, like wading through thick mud.
That's a weird way to put it. Actually, if you had... I know what you mean. The air here isn't at all like the desert.
Everyone looks well rested.
Good luck, everyone. I'll be rooting for you.
Hold on. I said we, didn't I? No need to say goodbye, because you're coming too.
Huh? I'm just the mascot.
You can't back out this time, Adia. The manager of the fairgrounds is waiting to see you.
Yes, Kale and I discovered a fairgrounds in the forest.
No biggie, we just found some juggalos out there in the
The
forest.
person in charge of it seems to be a Spontamod scholar.
A Spampton scholar!
A scholar?
Spampton!
Well, what's she doing
Spampton!
researching
Spampton.
the forest ley line?
Oh, I wish there were ley lines here that I could ever study. talking about. I'd better come along then.
Or maybe they just jump in the water and dissolve for a bit. I thought it was really cute in Breath of the Wild that all the Zoras sleep together in a pool.
Oh, what, like a school of fish? I actually hadn't seen that.
It's just like a pool that they just kind of like float upright in it and they sleep.
Aw.
These, but
Oh no!
I haven't played this game in so long. And that's why you don't come to the Shade Chamber for gaming advice.
I can't remember. Do these areas have separate musical tracks, like ambiently, than the subsequent regions?
They have packed in so many songs already.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Like, I can't even tell if it's just everything rotates or if it is per area.
I mean, I suppose we'll find out once Fontaine comes out.
Honestly, with the number of songs, I'm kind of surprised it doesn't have its own battle music.
Yeah, that was one thing that they got for Fischl's area. She has her own battle track that's like a new rendition of her theme song.
Oh. If I knew that previously, I'd forgotten about it.
It only played in the
Shogi
Emernox
doesn't
Strike.
want the treasure. Ah, that's cute. When you laugh and your trill flashes on and off, it looks like you're slapping your knee.
Pretty good.
That's awesome.
I do like them leaning into sort of Hydro as like the element of mimicry. Like after the whole Rodeo block like monologue back all the way back in like 1.0. I kind of forgot about it because Hydro just hasn't really been emphasized as an element. So them bringing it back is definitely great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always on the lookout for what could be like weird small Chekhov's guns in this area.
Yeah. Well, because the other thing too is that like I feel like there are plenty of settings, like Avatar, for instance, where like water as an element, it being like changeable and adaptable, are emphasized, but rarely like deceptive. Like
yeah,
it's definitely a really cool original take.
It's true, yeah.
A chest full of valuables and a trove of potential clues.
Oh, that's adorable.
Cute. Oh, I still want alligators in my teapot. What the fuck? Oops. Game says I have to do a war crime to get my treasure hunt on.
Well, they're just going to have to die.
Let's appraise the value on this.
Hey, welcome home, Cyvic. You had as pleasant of a commute as you can.
A chest full of valuables. And
In
a
peace,
trove
troll
of potential
cousins.
clues.
They respawn, but it's still rude.
Yeah.
someone has arrived.
Alright, I get you. I know what you are.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Luna. We've brought a deal with us.
Thank you, Kale. It's been quite some time.
Please tell me this is all just like some fucking Cthulhu that's just using water to tell a little puppet show.
If anything, I thought
Don't actually tell me.
Somewhere crying alone. Hey, you shouldn't be saying things like that.
Doesn't seem to be the first time.
You always were such a kid here, Steve.
Oh no!
Oh,
put that
I'm
evil
glad to
on
hear
me.
it, Cyvic.
All right.
Sorry, say that again. I was talking over you.
Who are these two?
Oh, Cyvic said, I mean, I've been ferrying stuff between apartments all day. Having y'all as a brainstem track was actually perfect. Yay!
Yeah.
Hey, nice.
Out of curiosity, when do you guys listen to / watch The Shade Chamber? Like, what kind of stuff are you usually doing?
And Paimon is Paimon.
And when?
They're reliable helpers. Lucky for you that I found them. You'd better be more careful about how you speak to them, okay?
Of course. Good to meet you. You may call me Maymuna. For the sake of time, we should forego the usual pleasantries.
Wow. Look at that huge...
Amazing, isn't it?
Really? Paimon knew you couldn't be so pathetic. You just act modest all the time to hide your actual abilities.
Wow, Paimon thought Idia sucked ass, but it turns out she's actually marginally dependable.
Huh?
What is it, Kale?
Sorry.
It's the line of the show.
It might dampen the mood.
That's not important. Please, just speak your mind.
Well, there are lots of vendor booths set up here, but there's no one running them. In fact, there's no one
I usually
ever
watch your
staring
videos when
around.
I'm having dinner or something. Right now I'm cleaning, lol. Nice. Nothing like cleaning to a podcast. It's comfy.
The truth is,
Yeah.
this used to be an exciting and bustling place. But just a few days ago,
Use a background
something
track while I work.
happened, and it seemed
Nice.
Like, the world was suddenly flipped upside down?
yes, exactly.
Oh, the crystal light.
Aerobics.
Mm-hmm. I remember a certain someone said that once the light fell, the tent became a complete mess. Just when I was at my wit's end.
Wait, he offered to help you?
Got it. That was a good camera comedy beat. A dude from the Lawrence clan helped out. Wait! Dinner!
And
He what?
refused to listen to any of my
He what?
things. He just walked straight into the tent.
Yes. And then?
Yeah, don't leave us hanging.
And that's it. He became trapped inside along
Jerry,
with the
Jerry, I
other
listened to your
goblins.
videos while gaming, lol. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh no, we have to do something. We can't just leave him there, Maimuna.
I know, but the situation inside might be more difficult than you think. You should mentally prepare yourselves.
Just talking about it is a waste of time.
Thank you,
Alright,
Eula.
This way, please.
I don't have a specific way to listen to you. Just when the new app comes out, either just listen or watch or play something. See, usually the first one. That's great. That's literally exactly what we wanted to do with the format of this. Was it's like we wanted visuals when they would help the conversation, but otherwise we wanted to also be like extremely listenable and something that you could like multitask to. Because I think it's kind of important that a podcast like doesn't monopolize your attention.
Yeah.
I spent tons of effort into visuals for the episodes. I've never thought to just listen to them like a traditional podcast, honestly. Yeah, I'm
There used to be a large stage inside,
I'm-
but
I'm a
after everything got
masochist.
shaken up, it seems the very nature of the entire place was altered. The lamps and crystal light that were hanging above have all fallen down, which makes repairs near impossible.
it's kind of fun to do visuals, I guess. Like,
Wait, so you mean it's difficult to move around in there?
Yes, mainly because of the lights.
I mean, we're lucky because we don't have, like, a weekly schedule or even any schedule, so... And because we try to have discussions that, like, are still enlightening even after that phase of Genshin has moved on, like, we have the luxury of making it more future-proof, of kind of noodling it, and, like, making it something that's, like, also kind of fun.
Do any of you have experience
That was one
being on
reason
stage?
last year why we
Once the
didn't
stage lights
really
turn on,
cover the full
everyone's attention is
Sumeru
focused on you.
Archon quest until it had fully wrapped up. Just to be sure that we kind of had, like, we kind of reduced speculation and sort of had, like, a more comprehensive look on everything with that.
Just make me feel terrible.
Yeah, I think we do our best work when we're the closers. Like, you come in and we say, like, the last take on it. Having just kind of, like, absorbed everything, processed it.
Me too! I'm no good at speaking in front of people.
Sounds like you have some things you haven't been able
I mean, the
to
other thing too is
hold.
that like usually
Please don't
like
laugh.
Because other people are already covering news.
yeah,
and,
exactly.
And already doing the theorizing.
Yeah, like we could sit around and theorize, but like there are other people who do
It's not a
that
bad thing
fairly
to care
well,
when other
so.
people
Yeah,
are
and they know the lore better than us, where it's like, we like to just kind of chew on things and look at it in the context and, like, how Genshin changed, how the world changed around Genshin.
That's my opinion anyway. Think about it. Only people who have high standards for themselves would worry about failing to meet others' expectations. You have many good qualities, Kale. I bet if you had to learn dance since childhood like my—
No way! That would be impossible. I can relate. I know exactly how she feels.
Maybe we should find a time for you to learn with me. And one day, you will become an outstanding dancer too. By that time, you'll be so focused on
That's
performing
so
your beautiful
cute.
moves that you'll no longer worry about an audience watching.
Eula's like, this is something that really helped me in my shitty life. Maybe it'll help you.
Wow. Eula's so passionate about this that she's practically glowing now.
I'm on shilling.
Really? You do that? You wouldn't think I look stupid and secretly laugh at me, would you?
You really think I'm that kind of person? Fine. Vengeance will be
Lulu,
mine.
oh yeah, definitely future-proof and very rewatchable. Thank you. That's like the nicest thing anyone could say about it, because that's really what we put the most intent in. Like, I'm really proud of our backlog. You know, growing pains and all.
Oh, no! Of course not.
Seems there's no need for me to warn you again. Anyway.
Weird! Interesting. Lamp. A 2 for trial.
What's the thing in the middle there? That's my crystal light. It's been locked up.
That's the Juggalo sarcophagus.
The sarcophagus.
We need to raise the platform.
Sarcophagus.
If I remember correctly, the stage controls should be somewhere around here.
Don't do it. Clown pieces in there.
It seems
Clown
we need to use
piece.
the colorful lens to make the light change colors.
Beg for mercy.
Oh no! I don't know anything about Eula's. Superconduct, you fool. You've only made me stronger.
Attacking with Eula is fun and she makes attack go fast.
Yeah.
Zoom zoom.
I
Speed for speed.
mean, the main thing is just hitting stuff while her burst is up, so her big old sword does the big number.
Number. But. Oh.
That's one way of shining new light on the problem.
Hey,
The
Maylee.
fuck up.
I know.
No, never heard that name before. Why do you ask?
Oh, never mind then. I was just thinking you two would have a lot in common.
Back to the situation at hand. We should probably head into the passageway that opened now.
Hello? Is anyone here? If you can hear me, please help.
There we go. That's a proper Fontenoy.
No, that's Larry.
Oh! Wow, I'm 0 for 4. That is the
Larry
name of the 11th
Lessing's
and
Lawrence.
Final Life of Muhammad. Yeah, it's a pretty name.
Worth it. Towards
Larry Lessing Lawrence.
Who has the audacity to utter my full name?
That's a Fire Emblem pro tag right there. Look at that hair.
You sure don't look like you're in any condition to be talking like that.
Yep. He's a member of the Lawrence clan, all right.
You. What are you doing here?
Well, well, well.
Have you come here to mock me, Eula?
If you would just think for a moment, it should be pretty obvious why we are here. Yet, now, of course, you don't have to accept my help. After all, aristocrats are
Just take one of those big
naturally
dum-dums
superior
and
need
smash
to
him in
know
the
help
head.
from others.
Yes, thank
Smash
you.
that dum-dum with the dum-dum.
I don't need help from the likes of you.
I don't think he really means it, Eula. His tone was harsh, but he keeps glancing at you from the corner of his eyes. It's my opinion as the healer that he needs help.
That's a good point. Like, usually Eula talks in this very, like, code speak, but she's been very, very, like, upfront and communicative in this whole quest.
Okay.
I guess, like, people realize that would get annoying. And maybe because we had, like, a whole summer quest last year with Bishel.
It was
How
a
ridiculous. Let's go. We'll leave the stage to this person who'd rather save face than...
very specific gimmick that I don't know if it had the legs to continue on in its current form.
You cannot just leave me here.
Although,
Yeah, they probably realized that. But, like, the best part of... The best scene Eula had was when she lets the mask slip when she's drunk. She's like, all these people fucking hate me. They're so ungrateful.
that could still exist independently of her, like, I'll have my vengeance thing, right?
Overshadowed by your virtuous deed.
That's true, but, like, the vengeance is, like, she has this, like, formal protocol that she keeps when she's speaking. But then, like, Amber kind of translates for her. I guess since Amber's not here to do that, like, just gotta make her
I
intelligible.
wonder if it's like a language, I wonder if that lands
reason you could come up with?
But it
in other
it was
languages.
kind of like a
Family
dumber
really
and more
wants to talk me
anime-esque
to you?
gimmick that they end up sticking with. Also, family.
You should be
Family.
ashamed for your careless actions.
Yeah.
It's because of you that we all
Pointed
had to
him.
come here.
Seems everyone in the Lawrence clan is this way. They'll do anything to save face.
All right.
Irish.
Looks like it's time for the mascot to step in. Here you go. One for Eula and one for Lessig.
What is this? Candy?
I'm over this event. I'm sure it'll get juicy at the end. I'm suffering right now.
Oh, the smell. It's just like the aroma I smelled coming from the lens.
Yes, that's right. Enjoying something sweet always lightens the mood.
Are you sure she's not the Neelix? Are you sure about that?
She's not Neelix.
I certainly do feel much better now.
So he's willing to thank someone else, but not me.
That is such a good face.
Strange, isn't it?
Just like full, like really bitch face.
Eula has been worrying about you the past few days and asked me several times regarding how to find you.
You Memi, yeah, you're right. And like they're smart. They're usually smart enough to like take the blatant anime archetypes and kind of like couch them in something a little more interesting. But yeah, like she definitely had that. No, just remember to take in the pretty art assets in the tent. It is cute.
Yeah.
Candy is super cute.
But now that you two have been reunited,
This is an incredible amount of like new assets for something that's like never going to be used again.
Let me clarify one thing. I don't care what happens to him. If you're going to keep saying nonsense like this, then...
Eula will never admit that she actually cares about him. You're probably right.
If you're going to keep saying nonsense like this, then at least give me another piece of candy.
You get that candy, girl.
Oh, sure. I still have more.
Sorry. I admit my mistake.
He just did that. Just sandbag her getting more candy.
Why couldn't you have just said that earlier?
I'm back. Oh? Have you already finished catching up? Why are you all looking at me?
What I marvel at with this, none of these buildings look like they fit anywhere, so they're totally new. Yeah, like, there's never gonna be a Candyland in Genshin again. This is all, like, a special treat for us for this one summer. That's really cool.
Although I wouldn't mind if they had like a traveling circus somewhere. It'd be cool to have like
Or a hallucination
that like move between locations.
All right, then let's clean things up here and keep working our way toward getting the crystal.
Candy Witch and Mondstadt. Mondstadt, Candy Witch. Mondstadt, Candy Witch.
I'll take him and find some place for him to rest.
All right. I'll leave my cousin to you then. You'd better rest up and regain your strength before we settle things, Lessig.
Ooh, I can't wait to see it at night, Lulu.
Now, let's see if there's any way to keep raising the platform higher. We
Aw.
probably will need to find a mechanism that's like a limit.
Strange. Is that really the Lessig that I know?
You shouldn't
Ooh.
always judge people based on the way you knew them before. People change, and people can always make different choices.
I don't know why, but I had a really weird time with this puzzle when I played it.
Oh?
Yeah, I remember jumping around here for longer than I should have.
Oh, there it is. Uh-oh.
I think it's because I didn't trigger that part of the event, and I was like,
At least it seems to be okay.
There it is.
yeah, just doing something else, I don't know.
Speeds, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being one of our 1K subs, and have a good sleep, my friend.
Yeah, have a good night.
Noah says, I would have loved to have Eula when I started Genshin, now I better off. Yeah, a lot of characters got power crept, like as far as kits and writing. That was what was interesting about Baiju when he came out. It's like his kit felt old.
Yeah.
Like just the fact that his skill is an AoE of his element is like something that they got way past, like after, you know, after 1.0 was done, or 1.x.
That was one of the reasons I ended up not rolling for Child at a certain point, because, like, I think I got Nayaka and I was like, oh, this is sort of the, like, main DPS vibe I was sort of looking to get all those other times I tried and failed to roll for him, so...
Yeah, you can tell Child was like a test for these kind of dual stance characters.
Yeah, tests that they found, I think, a little bit...
Too much of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, there are characters that, like, are easier to play that have the same utility. I still personally like him though, and I like the idea of, like, you know, having a ranger type character and marking stuff.
I think they really wanted him to work, but they just said that, like, Genshin is really hard to go back and refactor the code. That, like, they were saying, like, how they had to rip the game apart at, at the fundamental level to give him two stances.
My feeling is, if you look at his constellations too, it's like some of the steeper learning curve stuff is mitigated by having higher constellations, which actually isn't, like, normal for 5 stars. Usually it's like 5 stars constellations are a little bit more, like, superfluous. But I'm like, I can't think of a way of, like, patching him to make him easier without invalidating some of his constellations. Like...
Exactly. Keep forgetting the goal isn't to get out, it's to, like, open chests and shit. I'm just like, get me out of here. Yeah. Wait, no. Noah says, I love the term writing power creep. Yeah, like their writing keeps getting better.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of like, I came into the game later, and I think that's why I'm just like lukewarm on Kaya, is because I feel like this mysterious character with a past was done better immediately, like with Albedo. But, you know, it's not Kaya's fault that he's going to be a slow burn, like, plot revelation. Okay, I think I need something to spawn in here.
Yeah, I forget why this was not as straightforward.
Oh! It's because I walked through there and I came out here. Okay.
I don't walk into that light again. Yeah. Yeah, I had a weird time with the rotation on that earlier.
Yeah, it wasn't immediately obvious to me either.
It is a magical tent, after all. The inside is much larger than it appears from the outside. Haven't you heard stories with this sort of thing before?
Little spark of inspiration. Another path has appeared.
Yes, don't worry. We're almost
I
to
did
the
it.
top of the tent. The last thing we need to do is, after the stage collapsed, I realized that having it raised only...
No, I haven't.
I have. I've gone there a few times. The place is bustling with all kinds of vendors.
Oh, a dance from Sumeru? I'd like to see that myself. If only it were on the way back, then we
Aw.
could stop there.
Oh, I want Eula to dance with Nilu.
It doesn't matter if it's on the way or not. I would be happy to take you whenever you have time, Eula.
Great. I'll take you up on that offer.
Yeah.
Really? My father used to help with festivities at the... I was just a kid and didn't understand anything. I was happy as long as he gave me some candy. To me, fairs and festivals were the best things ever.
Like,
I always thought my father was amazing and wanted to be just like him when I grew up.
But aren't you a scholar in the academia, Maimuna? As far as I know, I doubt you could have time to assist your father in preparing...
Yeah, seems you read me like a book.
they really want us to know that these people have backstories.
When I had the choice between becoming who I wanted to be and who my parents wanted me to be,
There's a bit of payoff on this one in this case.
but I was...
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there is. It's just like, there's the thread. I had a life before I became a permanent cast member at Bottleland.
Before I was trapped within Evermore.
Ah,
Must have already
yes.
realized that.
What? Yes, but I'm still not as happy as I imagined I would be. I realized that attending a fair and running a fair are two completely different things.
Yeah, like listening to a podcast and run.
The main reason my childhood was so fun and carefree is because my family worked hard. But my father knew how difficult and tiring running a fair could be, so... but in the end, I didn't do well in either.
Couldn't be me.
I gave up on myself and resorted to investigating ley lines in the desert. Some things happened, and then I accidentally ended up here.
Breaker Jur, have you beaten this event?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have.
Running a fair come true. But after seeing everything come crashing down,
Compared to the other years, I thought the setting itself was a little bit more interesting, but they kind of did left to fill out the characters, like the guest rollable characters for it, which it's fine.
Yeah.
It did feel more like, I think, their desired goal of creating like a small temporary sub-region, in that minor thing, there's like about a 30-minute maybe 1 hour sidebar world quest in here as well, outside of these the
Oh,
story,
Evan.
so
Good night. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks.
and thank you for dropping by.
Thank you for being our one of our 1,000 Illuminati strong. Christ, I have to raise it.
But yeah, overall, I'd rate it pretty well. I do think last year's was like the big standout, but the efforts here are not unnoticed.
Yeah. Yeah, especially just like the wealth of art assets. Pretty wonderful. Cute. Right, we're in like a domain. It's probably not climbable. Yeah, pro gamer first try. Let's go.
Very good.
I love the little toy gators.
They're very cute.
Like, it's not a substitute for having a gator in my teapot, but like, I'll take it. Better than none. Better than no. Oh my god, he moves! Oh! Oh, I love him so much. Oh, look at him. So cute.
Oh, I was starting to wonder what was taking you so long. I'm pretty good at taking care of people. I don't know if I should be worried.
The shadow. It's massive. Wait.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
Seems he still might need a little more time to recover. Tell me, did everything go well for you all?
Of course.
Makes you wonder, don't it?
Paimon, Kale, and Eula? They're at least 40 times more reliable than you ever were.
Only 40 times more reliable?
40 times more reliable when I get
Wow.
back.
Lost once you've already given up. I'm a little concerned about how comfortable you are with that.
Wow, these tentacles of Azathoth sure like arguing amongst themselves.
What has happened? How did I get outside of the tent? That's right. I remember meeting you,
Oh, you're awake now.
I'm afraid I still feel a bit
Treatment.
disoriented.
Oh, jeez.
Lessig Lawrence.
Oh, it's you, Eula.
It's kind of nice that they like put the Arachisize on all of the NPCs here, and that somehow didn't make its way onto a playable character first.
No, it did. The Archons.
Interesting.
I guess that's true. Yeah, I wasn't really thinking about like if Focalor is going to have that. I guess or something like that. But I'm just saying they're going all the time. You know.
Yeah. I mean, if you can turn it on and off, you can make it go all the time. As far as, like, game making.
In that case, maybe you'll be able to explain everything in detail for us now.
I admit it. It was a long journey, and I didn't always know the way. I passed through Liyue and Sumeru. But the peculiar thing is, I realized that nobody knew me out there. Not a single person even cared about the Lawrence clan.
Who?
You and I are like glass ponds that were raised in shackles. We were taught to act like nobles, but outside the walls of our home, the people of Mondstadt despised us. Such pompous, hateful, and stubborn teaching. It all culminated to making us cling to the old aristocratic dogma in an attempt to maintain our pride.
Wow, it's like he cleaned all the filth out of his brain. It's like she washed his brain. It's like she brainwashed it.
It's like a never-ending game of tug of war.
These are a lot of accusations being made that...
Or I should say...
I'm not painting Idia in the best light here.
Your family is probably unaware that you've already changed how you see things.
Yes, this has all happened recently. After coming to this domain, I realized that all that I and many other members of the Lawrence clan long for is a place where we can live peacefully with others.
Yeah, by what ends? Don't give me that.
Lessig, both
they always say it's for peace.
Anything to do with the glory of the Lawrence clan. That is all in the past.
Venus reigns, use bleach.
Yes.
I originally planned on returning to Mondstadt after taking care of things here.
See, people can always make different choices.
Yes,
that's all right. Being able to clearly choose how to find true happiness is probably one of the most difficult research topics of all.
I have a suggestion for you, Lessig. Why don't you return to Mondstadt and tell your parents what you just told us?
They'll probably try to tear me limb from limb.
This is something that I've been thinking about too. Perhaps the two of us can sit down with the rest of the clan and discuss it with them. The Lawrence clan is just like this stage. It was once home to glorious performances, but those days are now long gone. And it is time for the stage to be updated.
She's so solid and tough, but also clear and open.
Now Kale's shilling.
Is that why she's able to dance anytime and anywhere she wishes?
Although honestly, it's a bit of a weird flex. Just like, is that why she's able to dance wherever she wishes?
Like, I'm guessing it's more along the lines of dancing is like sincere.
For Eula, who has to wear a facade every single day, the world is her stage.
It probably hits better in Chinese.
I think so.
Are you all done talking now?
I found it on the earlier.
Are you all
Game
talking?
Game. The only thing worse than all these conversations dragging and taking all of our time is you commenting on that fact as well. That means you knew, and you didn't change it.
Oh, it's one of the missing components.
Well, you didn't ask.
Wait, this looks like... It looks pretty familiar. Have we seen one of these before?
Cute.
Shh! Now's not the time to brag about being a hero. Ah, right.
Wow! Put me in my place, Paimon. Damn.
Yes, people often use this kind of box for candy at festivals. But now that the tent has been repaired, eating the candy from the box as an adult will never be as delicious as it was when you were a kid.
So when it comes down to it, eating candy is sort of like life. It's just another choice.
It's almost like life is like a box of chocolate.
So, as of now, we've all repairing the...
Let me in. Life is like a box of Haley Churls. They're all 2 swears away from demonetization. This place looks so... I've just realized that, like, the entire time I've traversed it, I didn't teleport once. I think it's like, it's a place that's fun to run through.
Yeah. Traversal's not bad. They actually do a pretty good job too on some of the map geo, like getting you to the story point and then getting you up on a high vista that loops you back into the main area. Like it's always like a little like circular upward incline.
They're so good at their like pathing.
And it's funny too, because like, this is one of like the few times where it's like, you know, the game world has to exist to be a game world for a lot of different purposes, but this one is actually like, there's going to be exploration, but we are still routing you through this area on like a smaller scale than we usually do.
Yeah, like I've never gotten lost. I just kind of follow like POI to POI. Wow, that is gorgeous. Man, for a while in like the 2010s, it really looked like we weren't going to get games that looked like this. Like after the PS2 generation, it was like, are games going to look this pretty? Are they going to be this stylized? Are they going to like not be chasing the dragon of hyperrealism? I try not to take this game for granted graphically, because it's just kind of everything I love about how a video game can look. So Gravity Rush.
Yeah.
Ugh. I really like this one, I think, just because like I'm very fond of Gravity Rush, so I have the attachment to like songs that sound like this. This sounds like when you go into downtown in Gravity Rush at night, and like you know, in Times Square out there.
Yeah.
Also, hello, King Alex, to the chat.
Hey, King Alex! Hey, thank you so much for coming by. Sorry, King Alex. My PC has been running for a hot minute, and it's melting a little bit. Cybik, I'm not saying that we have to be thankful for Genshin. I'm just saying I'm thankful for its art style.
Oh, you're back. I trust your adventures.
God knows we don't pull our punches with our, you know, criticisms of the game. Cybik, I think the big, like, weather vane for the call of less hyperrealism was definitely Fortnite. Overwatch, I would say, Overwatch, like, was the one that kind of posed the idea that, like, oh, you can have a big game with a stylized art style, but Fortnite was, like, far and away, like, people like this cartoon look.
Yep, you could say that. How about you? Up to anything today? Well, I suppose it's time I told you that as the divine priestess of Watatsumi Island...
Honestly, King Alex, Genshin's art, and especially its music, were the only things that kept us from, like, not just dropping it in early game. Those are the things that are like, even when it's in full Breath of the Wild ripoff mode, the quality of the music is what makes you go, oh, like, they're putting effort into this game.
The truth is that a relic known as the Shinro Casket was lost from Watatsumi Island long ago.
Ooh.
But recently, an orb matching the relic's description suddenly began emitting light, almost as if it was guiding people to it. This is what led
That's
me to
very
find
Cybic.
Relic's whereabouts. I wasn't lying when I said that. Goro has often told me that sitting at home reading light novels is not the best of practices, and that I should try to get out more. As I made my way from Watatsumi Island to Sumeru,
Kokomi, you gotta go touch sand.
breathtaking sights. It really is a beautiful nation. I was surprised to find that the relic had ended up in the desert. I knew it was somewhere here, but I still couldn't pinpoint.
Yeah, Hoyo Mix is really, really good at what they're doing. It helps that Genshin has a lot of music, and that a lot of that music is also like top-notch bangers for the genre.
Yeah.
I see. When you found Lessig, did you also happen to find any clues related to this domain?
Yeah, you're right, Lulu. And it doesn't just have the benefit over Breath of the Wild of being ever expanding. It has the benefit of being after Breath of the Wild. Like, now you can look at Breath of the Wild and learn from it and make it even, you know, even more appealing as far as like traversal.
I'm afraid that he was caught up in his thoughts and didn't pay attention to his surroundings. Hey everyone! Oh, I hope we're not interrupting your conversation. It's alright. You two did a lot today. Care to join me for a cup of tea? Sure! That would be perfect! Eula and I just made some snacks.
Turns out Edea has a cooking stove and oven.
Oh! So did you—
No, I made something called storm crust pie. You should try one, traveler.
Lulu says, I was honestly hoping Tears of the Kingdom would one-up Genshin somehow, but it's just so different when you're making a continuous live service game in a standalone retail title. And honestly, like, I think Genshin, well, I wouldn't say that. I was gonna say, I think Genshin forced Tears to be a little more different than just another Breath of the Wild. But it is doing something very different than just being an improvement of Breath of the Wild, because it adds this, like, you know, Gary's Mod style physics puzzle engine to it, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah. The goals are definitely different between them. I think that's even true, like, even at the inception of Genshin. Like,
Yeah, because the idea was they still wanted, like, multiple characters, and notably, you know, it says a lot that, like, the combat is generally more tuned towards, like, you know, action games and whatnot, whereas, like, Breath of the Wild's solution for going forward was, hey, you can make a Macross jet after a certain point.
yeah.
Which is awesome.
And, yeah, actually, to continue that conversation with King Alex's comment, yeah, like, Breath of the Wild does also have the benefit of having its entire landmass, you know, completely mapped out basically from the start, and, you know, having that flexibility to actually go everywhere and do everything as far as it, you know, exists.
Oh man, it's been like 3.5 hours, I would say, since we did like an hour of pre-show. It's been 3.5 hours and we're finally getting the event menu.
It's a big one, you know? This is what I mentioned when I said there was going to be like some other mini games that weren't sort of like onboarded to you through the story. So those are the ones that are going to be like the, you know, do the 4 different levels of it, get your prim gems, and
I appreciate them trying something different. Where it's like, oh, what if we front-loaded the story parts? And that's like a big pull for the event, but I really didn't like that at all.
I think you're pretty close through the main story. Like, you're further in than that menu popping up would indicate.
That's what I figured. Like, I don't think I'm at the halfway point. I think, like...
Yeah, you're definitely over the halfway point. I think there's only one more... I'm trying to remember exactly how this plays out, but I think there's one more, like, spoke, and then kind of, like, a little wrap-up thing, and then you're sort of done with, like, the idiot side of the story.
More act. Excellent.
I think the one thing to watch out for is, like, I did end up just, like, going into the sort of, like, pseudo world quest thing kind of in the middle of it.
Oh, no.
But that's too much. No, really, it's all...
Yes, and
I didn't realize it wasn't part of the main story, even though it wasn't voiced. And
Hello, you two.
Oh,
Leslie
God.
was just telling
That's
us
like a
about-
nightmare.
perhaps you should.
it was okay. I mean, I was trying to knock it all out at once anyway, so it worked.
Yeah, this is definitely not meant for us to play all at once.
It reminded me of an astrolabe my grandfather gave me when I was 7 years old. I was curious if it could rotate, so I reached
More
out and
water and the
touched it.
stars. Yeah, I guess hydromancy is as literal as you get of equating, like, the heavens and the waters.
Yeah.
I know that it was the core of this
Kinda like,
entire domain.
Kinda Enuma Elish
What I mean
is
to say
it.
is,
Yeah, yeah.
I knew
mean,
something was wrong as
both
soon as the whole
kind of
place
like
started flipping.
older Jewish religion and like Sumerian.
Oh, that's true. It
Babylonian
starts
religion.
with the water.
Yeah, yeah, both of them kind of like or derived from the same I guess cultural context. I'm not sure if they had a common root,
Yeah.
but
Oh, you mean the big ball of water at the entrance?
Yeah, Mondstadt, Genshin story, I thought Mondstadt was pretty terrible. Well, you know how we feel about the regions as they go. Mondstadt was like, alright, we just need to make this, like, game exist, and it needs a serviceable story, and we're not really worried about it being great. The UA was like, they did too much world building and not enough, like, us being a part of the events. Inazuma, like, yes, missed opportunities, but that's when I feel like they hit their stride as far as, like,
I mean,
telling a story that was even good.
I'm going to caveat and say I feel like they hit their stride immediately after they made us do Ayaka and Yoimiya's character quests as, like, the onboarding to
I think
Inazuma.
That's
That
right.
was, like, kind of
That
like,
shit was a little whack.
yeah, I think there's a problem with Inazuma in that
service
like
to them too. Anyway, so go on.
it's presented as kind of a civil war, but it's not really a civil war in which either side can like come out of the other end looking too bad
Don't
because
be mistaken.
we want these to all be rollable, playable characters who are alive and not war criminals.
Sure.
I think, like I always say, there's plot threads in every region we've been to for stuff to start going again. And Inazuma, like, they always make it very clear it's a ceasefire. They're not at peace. And I think, like, on the second go around of the countries, that's when the plot's going to start to get a little darker. And that's, I think, when we're going to see the Watatsumi conflict thing kind of, like, come out in earnest. And, like we said in our episode about our beloved purple disaster, like, it just ended up being recommending self-care to a deity who had noped out of taking care of her nation. First Raiden encounter and boss fight was so sick. So sick. Liyue keeps getting better, but it's still... To me, Liyue feels like it has the most missed opportunities because of how I feel about Yanfei. It's like, I want to see the commerce and the politics and the business and the law. Those are really fun, and you can spin a lot of, like, RPG side stories off of that, but Liyue, they go into mostly the legends, and they're so far removed from, like, what feels like the history, like, the living, working history of the people who live there now. It's like, right, all this stuff happened in Liyue Legends a million years ago, and then there's, like, just kind of a gap, and then there's present-day Liyue.
Yeah,
which they also don't really explore that much.
but there's also like the kind of dilemma of like it being kind of the Adepti versus like the urban harbor itself. But we don't really see that like we don't see that conflict visually occur in any really meaningful way. I felt
Yeah,
like
it's all at like a philosophical level.
Yeah, Zhongli makes a point to take us off screen whenever an interesting like power struggle is occurring in that quest. To go shop for flowers and shit.
You better not slack off today, Lessig.
At least it gave his child, who is fantastic.
yeah.
I'll get right to work.
Either way, Lessig is going to be in charge of making lunch for everyone today.
Yes.
Unless they introduce a new lawyer character and present that in her story quest. I would love for Yanfei to go to court, probably as a defense attorney, and then there would be like, you know, the Franziska von Karma ass looking prosecutor. Eula looks a lot like Franziska von Karma, doesn't she?
Yeah, actually.
She kinda has that vibe, doesn't she? Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't really think about that. You just rearrange a couple of the colors, you know.
Giving me a chance to redeem myself.
But I think my favorite use of Liyue as a setting, as a big city, is definitely Yunjin's hangout. That's all about like showbiz and hucksters and tabloids, and it's fun. Feels like you're doing Manhattan shit.
Very good. But you should conserve your strength. Many parts of the domain are still in disrepair, so we have a lot to investigate.
Lulu, it definitely feels like we've only scratched the surface, but it also feels like there's nothing under the surface. And that's why we're only scratching it. Yunjin is so good. It's so underrated. Yunjin is absolutely one of my favorite Liyue characters. And the hangouts, like, this hangout does so much to kind of give her so many levels. And it also has weaponized acting in it, which is just so fun.
Seems Adia has a little more pep in her step after finding others to help do the work.
Obedos is fantastic, yeah. Yunjin's like, that one really impressed me because I already knew I liked Beto. And Yunjin, like, she was just kind of on the job during Shenhe's interlude, so I don't feel like I got to know her. And then the hangout was like off the clock. And I'm like, oh, you're like a really interesting character. Like, I think she's kind of like the better version of Ayaka, where she's like, I'm this celebrity. I just kind of want people to treat me like I'm normal. And I'm also just constantly stifled by, like, you know, my managers telling me what to do.
Now that you three are situated,
Good.
we can focus on what the rest of us will be doing today.
It's good stuff. But yeah, Beto's is gorgeous. Beto and Ning both have really good hangouts. No, Robo Warrior, we did have the Akitsuki Modamashi. Probably the #1 source of growth for our channel was the Raiden Shu shitpost yokai theory. Yeah, you're right, Alex. Like, she is a granny's girl. She's like, she wants to be her own person, but she also, like, deeply, you know, cares about doing right by her family. Thanks, Lulu. Love that video. I love it too.
The TCG event was kind of the globe-trotting event. Like, it's
Yeah.
weird though, because like
That was very like World Warriors.
I'm really just like we talked a little bit about this offline earlier, but like just the notion that because of like the way that Inazuma was made, like that every event has to take place in Rito is just like it's kind of like, man.
Well, no, Akitsuki Modamashi didn't.
Oh,
take
that's
place in
true.
Rito.
You're right. Yeah, yeah.
And
I was thinking just like, you know, Iridori, TCG.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense. Like, lore-wise, it makes sense because it's like that is where people from out of town come in. Like, they all have to go through the Gringo Gate. But in practice, it's like, you know why? It's because Rito has that big area around the big maple tree, and that's like the only large continuous space in Inazuma that they can redecorate.
I guess that's true. Like even in Inazuma City, like you can't really do
Everything's
anything with,
really
like,
tight.
Tenshukaku.
Although I would love to have a rager like in the beach under Tenshukaku.
That entire cave is just great, and I kind of wish there was like an elevator from Tenshukaku down there. It would defeat the purpose of the cave, but it's like it's a cool space.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Hopefully the last stretchy. Attention, visitors below. Water cannons. New dude. Wait. No, they can't fool me. No, this isn't voiced.
Yeah,
This is the side quest.
Yeah.
This is the side quest.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
you
what I meant.
bastard.
That's what I meant.
You bastards.
Yeah,
okay. All right, I
Wait,
get you.
Where's the other one? Maybe it is mandatory. Or no, actually, you know what? Try switching the quest and then try messing with your clock. Yeah. Mind you, that thing is worth playing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if we're on a nominal deadline here.
There it is. Yeah. I gotta give these good people what they want before I have to Right. ECG backstory broke me. They always do that. Just like, now there's sad gays in it. Do you care now? Like, I see you.
Hey, Wander's
Wander, welcome back.
Welcome back. How's it going, gang?
It is good. I think I'm on the last leg of the story quest. It has been an ordeal.
Oh no.
I mean, we got started late, but it has been 4 hours, and I really thought I'd be, like, well out of the story by then.
You'd think, but this is... I mean, it is a pretty long story event here, just because of, well, I mean, it's the summer. The Golden Apple Archipelago
like,
stand-in.
I understand that we weren't supposed to marathon this, but it... Even within, like... If you did one segment, like, a week, it would still be kind of horrifically paced.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like what you're doing with that time, which is mostly looking at people talking about things.
Yeah, I am glad that they gave us, like, the full breadth of the patch in order to do it. But I did, like, kind of speed run this in, like, a day and a half.
Yeah. Alright, here is the most important question for me, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Is there missable furniture?
Not to my knowledge. I think as long as you get the furniture that's in the event rewards from doing the mini games, I think that's it.
Okay, good.
Someone in chat correct me if I'm wrong, because
please.
That's the only one I got, and I would love to know that.
Please let us know, because the only percentage completion I care about here is Teapot.
Mm-hmm. Well, Teapot and I'm assuming alt costume for Kave. Or not Kave, Kaya.
Oh, right. That's tied to this, too.
That one's easier to get, though.
Yeah, I want that costume.
Yeah, you just have to collect enough
vouchers. That's a very
vouchers.
cool costume.
Mm-hmm. It's, okay, it's a little fucked up. So, for people who were here earlier when I had to leave, I have a standing weekly event where I hang out with friends from high school who I don't really get to see that often. So it's just a good time to game together. So we've been playing V Rising a lot lately. So as you've been running through this, I'm like, oh shit, you gotta get out of the sun.
God, just that switch from one game with like a really specific mechanic that makes you play in a specific way, and then just taking that into another game and being like, oh, I don't have to do that.
Yeah.
Lord knows
me going into...
Any of us have tried to bullet jump in Genshin.
Yeah, bullet jump.
Well, and like Beefy was hitting a tree, and I was like, the tree's not cut down yet. It's still standing. Why aren't you hitting it more? There's more wood to get there.
King Alex did helpfully remind us that there is a compass for tracking down the treasure that should expedite this.
Yes.
Thank goodness. That makes sense.
It's a treasure compass that's better than the one in the main game. So.
Yeah,
it is,
because they're like, okay, look, we know you're gonna kill us if the shit is like really easy to miss. So.
But then the last upgrade you get for it is the one that reveals the entire
Look how
map.
fucking big this place
which doesn't
is. God
make
damn.
sense because then you're not going to need it past that point because you've already gotten all the rewards.
Well, I think it's saying that it's a cleanup device at that point, right? Where it's
Exactly.
like, okay, we gave you, like, you found most of it, but there's going to be like one or two that you want to grab that close you out.
If
That makes sense.
if you're like an idiot like me and and you started it like days before the patch, then now you can like just flip on through. I don't know. Fuck you. Well.
Where did that blasted automation mechanism go? The male actor, who's that?
Yes, Sosimos! 'Tis I, Idia! How's that for a dramatic entrance?
The Paimonification of Idea.
This is a surprise.
Well, now that you're like 75% into the event, what are your thoughts on it so far?
It's dragged. It's dragged so much.
Yeah.
But like, I've liked little bits and pieces of it. I like the character building. I like the relationship building between Kay and Eula. I want to see the masks off. I want to see what fucked up Cthulhu has been doing all day.
Wow, what a
Interesting. Any thoughts on that or speculation?
It seems everyone shares a
God, I
similar
can't remember what you've been here for and what you haven't.
Have you looked at these characters with elemental sight yet?
But I found my true...
Oh, good point.
And that's
You know, I actually didn't know that was a thing, because I don't use elemental sight for. You know, you sorry, like you use elemental sight situationally, so I haven't ever thought to just like do like a check on stuff with it.
I'm actually more or less constantly using it, same as my push to talk button.
Oh, wait.
What has gotten into you all? What sort of person do you take me for, Although I was hoping that you're a big group.
I want to help.
Also, truth be suddenly,
I think it's rough because like
I don't know how to explain it, but something about you finally helped me figure out how to continue my script.
like Genshin has a plodding pace already, especially when the stuff is voiced, because you can't just like rip through it reading. And I think I've given the previous years a pass because they were principally playable characters and you always kind of want to hear them do stuff. But since the story is more like NPC focused and the people who are talking endlessly are characters that we're not really invested in long term, like my patience runs out, I think, a little quicker.
Yeah, I think that's fair because yeah, definitely like I still think the second Golden Apple Archipelago is the best one they've done, just because it did give us a deep dive into the characters that we've known for a long time, theoretically.
Oh shit, Cybic, thank you for looking up the furnishings.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I got the ones that you can get in the teapot.
Perfect.
First thing I do for any patch update, I go right to the teapot.
He got the idea from some rumors that were swirling around.
Rumors of my rumors.
Why don't you all take some time?
Oh shit, there are ones from chess? Oh, fuck.
Oh shoot!
Fuck,
Wait a
shit,
minute.
shit.
What?
Okay, time to go.
Let's do this.
Hey, boys.
Friends is a storyteller, and the key ingredient to every good the heroine was the missing piece of the puzzle.
Glad to know that.
Thank you, Cybic. You are a lifesaver.
Well,
Yeah, it is King Alex, and like, you know, it's only been 3 summer events, so we can't expect them to have like some pattern of a Wing-us character time. But this just wasn't the place to experiment and do like a really like NPC heavy story.
Let me see.
That's always like the danger too, because the thing is, unless the NPC is being used to tie more of the character stuff together, I feel like that's where it falls off a little bit. Like I will count NPCs, you know, Dvorak, Dvorak.
You seem to know a thing or two about.
Wow. Okay, I said that and then I immediately forgot the name of everybody. Dunyazad.
Yeah. Like they are plussing them up, but like I think the HSR NPCs look a little better. Speaking of HSR, that harmonica, hello!
Yeah!
Yeah.
Well, you
There's the what now?
have a knack for it.
There's a harmonica
Oh,
in
wait,
the
on my volume.
soundtrack.
If
No.
I make it as a big-time director, then I can see us working together for the long term. Be sure to stay
Yeah,
in touch, okay?
I still have to watch Marco
You and I are
Meatball
gonna
stuff.
go places.
I love hearing musicians take on this. Teapot only good to make primos and carrots. No, you are not allowed to go in my teapot. You do not understand.
What can I say? Sounds
Yeah.
good to me.
Yeah, you're right, King Alex. Like, they've done better with NPCs before.
Great. Fantastic. Now then, please go through your scripts one if you need me for anything.
Wonder what the theaters are like here. Let's go check it out while
The
everyone's
theater!
The theater.
I think it's really fun that they have ring lights. Like, that's like the little modern touch instead of just like a full floodlight. Oh shit, he gone. I can't do the looky at him.
So I did not realize that there was a world quest chain. There were some world quests that I did, but I didn't realize that there was a chain, and that's how you get some of the other furniture. So looks like I'm gonna be binging this over the next couple days.
How dare they do this
How
to us?
dare they make us play
Oh.
this game more?
See, you say it's a chain, and now I'm like, I think I did the full chain, but now I'm also paranoid, and I will probably need to double check to be sure.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ah. Hello, wake up. God damn it, Pierce with overhang. My one weakness.
It's okay, this handy rock will help you.
Genshin is such a unique product that I don't think they have to be afraid of us leaving when we're bored, like permanently, you know? Like, I wish they had a little more confidence in themselves that they were like, okay, you can finish this, and when you're done, you can stop playing the game until the new stuff comes out. Like,
Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is supposed to be really good about that. Just like, there's just
Yeah.
built-in break time.
back in the time. Yes. Shocker, shocker. The blue-eyed, blue-haired, blue people eaters are, in fact, water. Which, as we know, the power is the ability to take any shape.
It's true.
And also, like we said, this is a mirage in which, like, water molecules interact with light. And that's literally what's happening on, like, the macro level of this mirage land.
Also, I'm so happy that the Final Fantasy XIV devs built time just for you, Break.
Just
Yay.
for me.
Oh, it's you two. Please.
A little treat for break.
Feast
The
your
world
eyes
is
on-
mine.
So, directors have to design the stage too?
I'm no ordinary director. I take a more holistic approach.
Oh, great, it's Tommy Wiseau.
Script writing, stage design.
Are you the,
I do it
are you
Oh,
the lead
no.
actor,
Oh.
too?
Do you think he can get
Yeah, I
Ingar
like-
to play
this was.
Ying R?
Where's my fucking money, Xingqiu?
You're tearing me apart, Yinga!
Adia wouldn't be able to handle that kind of job.
Idea has her work cut out for her too, you know. She's my one and only member of the audience. Though she often
Scaramouche like,
criticizes
everyone betray me. I fed up with this world.
Well, she just says what she thinks. You don't know how to write, or this is getting ridiculous. But even though she's my heart,
He just looks over at Nahida and goes,
her.
"Oh, hi, Nark."
What did you do before you came here?
Like I said, from a young age, every time I came home after a
Yep,
show,
and here's your human
I'd go over the
backstory.
story again. Unfortunately,
Do you enjoy this
I
human
couldn't offer much
backstory of
beyond
this
my
human
practical
director?
skills.
I
now
sure
I'm
do
spending
love
most of my time
having
as a art
skin.
designer and doing a bit of set design on the side.
You're right, no. Tommy Wiseau is broke, and Neil Breen is woke because Neil Breen follows me on Twitter.
Do you think Breen's a fan
And-
of the show? I hope
hope
Neil
so.
Green watches this show. Neil, if you're out there,
I've literally pinged him and asked him to.
Don't get me wrong, I do love building the set.
I do like how it was revealed that Inazuma is essentially just the result of Twisted Pair.
I'm having trouble finding the master.
Like,
It's true.
A twisted pair of Louboutins. At least 3 furnishings for playing the Daya's 3-day Reverie questline. The brothers were very cute. Like I said, they were very, like, 3-headed dragon-y.
The one you only just
Yeah. I think this event would have been better if it had focused more on like Kaya as a character, or Eula. Like, if we'd gotten it in the way that like the last Golden Apple was, where it's like, oh, these are domains kind of built around those characters to explore something about them. Because as you said, like having it just be NPCs that we have not known about or been introduced to until this event, it's not very engaging.
Most of the player characters are off screen anyway. It's kind of bonkers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just Chica. I did that one. Is that the like little treasure hunt one?
oh, I do remember that one. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. I'm already forgetting about stuff that was just like 6 weeks ago, but
Content brained. Live service games are just turning us into people with the memory span of goldfish. Problem. I wanted Eula and Lawrence clan lore, man. Yeah,
that
like
would've been good.
kind of weird that they just needed like an excuse for Eula to be there.
Well, it's wild. There's an
But they didn't,
entire
like,
clan
pay
of
it off.
Mondstadt that we just have not been introduced to, but exists in the lore.
Wait, what are they called
The
again?
Imunlauker.
Imunlauker.
And they're cool. Like they're the ones that are more based on Salvandagnir, so they're like all Viking-y. They literally produce like Viking berserkers. That's like their thing.
That's awesome.
We still don't know Varka's last name. He could be one of them.
Hopefully, I would love to see Varka be like an Animo Claymore user who's just a berserker.
that'd be cool, actually, especially if he kept like, you know, some of like the Razor Wolf themed stuff. I know he's like, Razor's like actually raised by wolves, but it's like oh, like, you know, Wind Knight Wolf guy, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and who knows? Maybe they play more of a part in like Port Dornman. So whenever they decide to roll out that chunk of land, maybe we'll get more about them.
You know, I did not finish the Cave Mural side quest, and now I'm reminded I need to go back and fix that.
Yeah, I'll do it. Also, just Chica. Yeah, Eula Therapy Island would have been great.
Oh, that would have been so fun. Hold on. Have we ever talked about what our concept was for what this was going to be if it was Golden Apple Archipelago?
Oh, we didn't do it at length, but like we tried to do a draft pick prediction and failed at it so bad.
Well, we got the banner characters right.
Like,
we just didn't get the participants
did.
wrong.
That's a huge help.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, in hindsight, yeah, that is exactly what happened.
Yeah, because we said it was going to focus around Scaramouche, because who the fuck else? And I think we said it was going to be Kokomi, Eula, Bennett, and did we say Yai was going to be there?
No, is Scaramouche.
Right, we wanted Yai to be there because she was adjacent enough to hate him and be a complete bitch to him. But
it was like Scaramouche, Bennett, Kokomi,
Eula, and it was
and then there was like a flex, and it was like either Sarah, Yai or Eula.
Right. I think we said we wanted it to be Sara.
Yeah, we should have known better with Sara.
Yeah. But oh yeah. And then the premise we thought it was going to be was like it was going to be about letting go of past like harm or trauma and being able to like move on with your life. And Bennett was going to end up being like the actual guide on that one in the way that Kazuha and Shinyan were last year, because he's the one who's just constantly taking L's yet getting back up again and going for it.
I thought you were gonna say like Perito and Puss in Boots.
I mean, that too.
No, dead ass. Like 100% Perito. Also, we really wanted the event costume to go to Bennett because his outfit sucks, and I want him to have a little sailor
suit. Like a little sailor suit, man. He would have been so cute.
He deserves it. He deserves some nice duds, poor baby.
Instead of the shredded rags.
I do like him getting dragooned into a little Fontaine event because he has the goggles. I mean, he's steampunk adjacent.
That's true. Steampunk on his mother's side.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
This gameplay isn't very good.
I figured this is just a cutscene with fights.
Basically, it's a cutscene with minimal movement from the traveler.
Otherwise, your voice will, you know.
Yeah, they had to do it some way, and they didn't want to do a whole animation, I guess.
I feel like anytime the screen fades to black and they describe in action, I'm like, yeah, they didn't want to make any animation for that one.
That shit is worse. The worst.
Yeah.
Beautiful music.
Barry Jerry, I agree with you. I kind of like the Golden Apple Archipelago over this. Like, I think this was fun. I'm glad we got something different, but I do kind of miss the tropical vibes and kind of the idea behind it, which was it was always the Golden Apple Archipelago was always meant to be a reflection of the characters that were invited there. Like the first year it was trying to convince Jean to take a goddamn break.
God, the music in this game is just hits different.
It does. You know, they ripped off the Nier weapon gameplay, and then they ripped off the quality of the Nier music, and thank God for that.
Mm-hmm. Steal from the best, man.
Yeah.
Oh, really? God, can't we just have an auto-scroller?
Without a moment
It's pretty dire when you have to ask that question.
All the while, the star kept
Yeah, they are. They are written on a first grade level, no. But then again, Genshin players have a first grade No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're right. You should say it. We're churls. We know.
Oh, just Chica. I would love it. I would love the Archon corporate retreat. The, like, Celestia mandated team building. They gotta do, like, the ropes course and stuff.
And A just absolutely refuses to participate.
She'll go along with it. She's good at following orders. That's kinda what she did in
let
Roll
her
One.
answering machine handle it.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. And it's Zhongli leading it.
Zhongli couldn't lead shit. It would be, I think, Focalore.
No.
Like,
Focalore would be too much for Gremlin to do it. It would probably be Nahida.
Dude, like all the Archons just suck ass.
do.
Like, who would actually be the leader in a group?
It would have to be Nahida. Nahida's the only one competent enough to like pull it off.
You know what? It would be like the Shogun doesn't think that winning the rock climbing contest like is compatible with our idea of eternity, and it's gonna take me 500 years to reprogram her to say otherwise.
His destination, he found not a fallen star, but a young girl dressed in white.
How strange. I'm positive this is where the star landed. Young lady, do you know where the light has gone?
I feel like they'd each get a +1. Yeah, they'd have to.
The girl replied.
Nahida sends them all on a shrimp trip. I would love that. And Venti is like impervious. He's like, you think this can harm me?
Their +1 is like someone just to keep them on task. So it's like Zhongli brings like Ningguang maybe.
Oh, it's A and the Shogun. It's A and the Shogun.
A and the Shogun.
Yeah. Zhongli brings Hu Tao.
That would be it. Zhongli brings Hu Tao. Nahida brings Moosh as like.
Yeah, but Nahida brings Moosh.
She keeps him on a
like,
kitty leash the whole time.
Venti brings Barbara.
Zhongli bringing Hu Tao is like, why would you bring a chaos agent to that kind of thing?
No. Venti brings D-Luke because he's trying to butter him up to bring him more wine.
Oh.
He's like, look how important I am.
Tried to block her path. There is a mechanism down there that you can press to retract the thicket board below the stage.
Snake, imagine something called a B button. That is the weirdest interactable. That doesn't feel good at all. It's like the loser uncle. A kid guiding a bunch of 6,000-year-olds swim out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like this elderly retreat. It's in Palm Springs.
Oh,
like...
yeah, they're just out in like the sun doing aerobics or whatever.
The road ahead was arduous, but she was determined.
And he brings Dvalin, and Dvalin just roars in the background every time he's slacking.
I've come this far, and I'm not about to turn.
Gonna be a pretty loud day.
Yup. Take a shot whenever the Animo Archon helps his nation. Well, guess I'm not drinking.
guess I'm sober from now on.
Guess I'm sober forever.
Okay, yeah, Venti's +1 being Dvalin.
Oh, Venti's +1 being Xiao would be really fun.
What? I could see Ken leave, Zhongli, +1 being
No! Oh, it's been so long since we did a Ken leech.
No, yeah, I could see him being Zhongli's, like accountability buddy, but he's like too enamored with Zhongli to tell him no.
Oh. Yeah, he's like, I'm not gonna tell off my dad.
Meanwhile, Zhongli's like the boy.
I feel like Venti would bring like Razor or someone where he's like, they'll just go get distracted while I can get distracted. Like, I'm gonna bring someone who's gonna be a really shitty, like, advisor.
No, okay, Venti would bring Alice.
Oh god, oh god.
Can you imagine that's like her, that would be her introduction? It would just be like...
Yeah.
You're locked up in here with me.
Yeah.
Everyone brings, like, you know, the other playable characters, though. That's just Alice's introduction, but it's like, you know, we haven't actually met Alice yet, and Benny's like, really, you haven't? She's around all the time.
Yeah. She's like, she comes here all the time to see Klee. How do you miss her?
She's here every single day. She's just not here when you're here.
Yumemi mentioned, since we're talking about Archons, am I weird for thinking of Venti and Purina would get along?
No, like, literally all the Archons don't like Venti.
Yeah.
I think they would, though, because they're all like...
I think...
No, because, like, he's freedom and she's justice, or, like...
Oh, yeah, but she's also super...
It's true, because, like, she likes the drama, I think, more than the structure.
I think...
Like, she's not an Archon of law, she's an Archon of fucking retribution.
See, I think that Venti and Farina's Fossilor, right?
Yeah.
I think Venti and Farina would get along, provided Venti was kowtowing to her, which I don't think he would do. Like, he might start, but then he might start getting, like, you know, snippy.
A situation where it's like, is this awkward because you like me?
I would love to see Venti be snippy.
Here's the thing. I think he would kowtow to her if she offered him wine. Fontaine, like, the Fonch wine has to be good, right?
Oh, like a good Fonch Cabernet.
Yeah.
This is the scene I want to see. I want to see Fossilor invite Venti to Fontaine because she needs something from him, and I just want to see how that plays out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and then they would start cussing in their respective European languages.
But, like, okay, he's a bard and she loves drama. And I know she's more into reality TV than, like, produced dramas. But, like...
Oh god, incoming Farina watches,
like she wants a show.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Purina absolutely watches Real Housewives. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Hey, okay, Beefy told me about this thing like a couple of days ago that was like the Bravo cinematic universe where like, reality shows are connected.
No, it's real. It is absolutely
real. There's a BravoCon.
Yeah.
Hey,
And I desperately want to learn more about
I
it.
love finding out about stuff like this, where it's like, here's just this entire sort of like fandom subculture thing that you have no eyes on, and then just out of nowhere it comes crashing in through your window.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like Batman. It just shows up in the dark corner of your room one night, and you're like, well, I can't kick you out.
I hate this game so much. I hate this. I was just whining about, they make us sit through so many dialogue cutscenes, and then Jennifer Shin is like, bitch, I'm gonna make you wish you were in a dialogue cutscene.
I'm gonna make you stand there and watch while other people have dialogue cutscenes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is easily the worst gameplay they've ever made. It does nothing. This would have been better just as a cutscene.
It's like turning the crank in Kimmy Schmidt. It's just fucking nothing.
There's Chica saying it's like FGO showing up during my history assignments. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they shouldn't. The desert is.
Venti and Farina seem.
See, Venti is way more of a troll because Venti instigates and he does stuff, and Fiorina seems to be a happy like audience member. Spectator.
I feel like Venti, like, for all his bluster, like, does actually have other people's other people's interests at heart. Like, he does actually like other people, whereas I can't help but feel it. Without having time to the Archon quest, I feel like Fiorina is more like in it for the juicy drama and probably
I have a certain fair lady of the Fatui Harbingers who would beg to.
Oh
yeah.
She was done dirty.
She was done real dirty.
She was done the dirtiest.
Here's how I think the Fiorina Venti like interaction would go down. It's Fiorina like sitting in the audience or like the opera boxes, and like Venti's up on stage trying to sing a song to like entertain people, and everyone is just so bored because they're not here for a musical performance. And then like someone gets up on stage and starts like heckling him, which causes drama, and then that's when her like eyes perk up a little bit more and starts paying attention.
Oh god, it's that Thunderbolt fantasy like dynamic where it's like, oh, she's super into it when he's like being mortally threatened on stage.
When he's fighting for his life while trying to sing a song.
God.
Oh, right, like the second movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're right, King Alex, that Raven Theater was better than this. This is Raven Theater with more budget, but like some oopsies. Oh yeah, you bet. Look what's in the store. You want to buy it. You want to spend your money.
It is a very cute outfit. I do actually like this. Is like a Halloween outfit for her.
Like I'm cosplaying my mom.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, the Raven Theater was like really charming. And they just had a lot of fun with it. It was so silly.
Yeah.
Like, granted, I didn't do a lot of the logic puzzles, but I did some of them, and I was like, hey.
Yeah, they were alright.
Yeah. The problem with the summer event is there's always so much content that I basically just get to the point where I get all the rewards, and then I'm like, okay, good, done.
Yeah, that's when you mute the game, you turn on a podcast, and you just go.
Which is why I haven't played this event for like 4 or 5 weeks, and then have now found out that there's furniture I'm missing out on, and I'm like, well, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sewing is an art in its own right.
It is a cute outfit, Barry Jerry.
Give yourself credit for it, Dia.
Dunking machine is full of wine instead of water. Yeah! She's throwing croissant at the target that she's also eating.
Like week-long or week-old croissants that she's just like, this is hard as a rock.
You know, okay,
No, not week-old. Like 31 minutes
Yeah,
old.
exactly.
Venti sees Lynette dissolve in the water, and he's like, but do that to me, but with wine. Do it.
Do it!
And then they have...
Venti famously hates cheese, which the French like.
They have batting cages that they use...
I'm so excited for the food. I love
Yes,
French
they have
food.
like batting cages with half-a-day-old baguettes in them.
And doesn't have a whole lot of self-confidence.
But the batting cages, of course, they learned from Inazuma.
Look.
The Tevat inventors of baseball.
Yeah. Okay. As long as, like, in universe, it's not
I always forget. Is Inazuma 11 about baseball? No, it's about soccer, right? Right?
Yeah, I
Soccer
think.
one, I think.
Okay.
No, because I think that game also came out of a.
Throws the boomerang du croissant.
Oh, yeah, the
I think
famous
Inazuma
one.
11 was a gacha game initially. I don't know if it got adapted. I never paid
Oh,
attention to it.
interesting. It was kind of like Boy Love Live.
I think so. I'm talking out my ass right now because I'm talking purely based on stuff I remember reading like 5 years ago.
Oh, yeah, because I thought it was one of those super long runners.
I mean, I think it is, and that it got like adaptations, but like I think the reason for that was because they have like a shit zillion characters. Because it's also like I think there's like some team management aspect to it, but like I said, I haven't played it, so
Yeah, that makes sense.
According to the
Dashika says, for the Archon of Freedom, Venti sure doesn't help all the revolutions against oppressive Archons. He's like, hey, not my circus, not my monkeys. He didn't even help against the revolution in his own country.
It's true.
That's
he
why
tried.
his dragon son fell into
he
the
did.
wrong
He did.
crowd.
No. He did, and that's where his friend died, and then he took over the form. But
Yeah, he was their little fairy companion, like Navi.
yeah, he just.
I can't believe you people are being Barbados apologists right now.
This is great. Okay, we to like keep pushing the Venti Farina, I guess Venti Farina feud. They need to get into a pissing contest over how many revolutions took place in their respective.
And Furina's just like just one, but it was enough.
Furina's like, is having the most the winning criteria, or is having the least the winning criteria?
She's like,
series 1,000 nights, all semblance of a coherent was sacrificed. Plus, I do have to penalize you for the issue.
damn, I had a line for this, and now I've flubbed it.
I return like the tide when people.
She's like, there was only one, but we made sure we only had to win one time. And she like stares out at the research institute that looks like the guillotine.
Yeah.
She stares out at the recently widened streets.
I thought I was letting him off light.
God.
Dia, could I borrow you for a moment? Oh, sure. Excuse me for a moment.
We try getting the sausage grill on that track, you revolutionary assholes.
Raiden's in the corner, wrestling Orobashi like Steve Irwin with the crocodile, going like, "Don't mind me, I'm just fighting for my life out here in Fucksville, Tibet."
In that case, Paimon did have one other complaint.
Let's hear it. Taking criticism on the chin is all part of being a director.
It fucking sucks, Zosimos.
The ending was all wrong. The girl's motives were clear and simple the whole way through. And
Paimon just like breaks the fourth wall, looks at the screen, and goes, "Man, that gameplay really sucked, Zosimos. You should fix that."
I'm fine. I'm not going to improve without feedback.
Imagine the 4.0 preview stream, but it was just Dal White grilling his devs for game design decisions in the summer event that he oversaw, and he's like, "Wow, Bobo, that interactive play cutscene really fucking sucked, didn't it? What were you thinking?"
They save all that for Honkai Star Rail.
As he eats a fake macaron from the pastry tower.
The entire event is also just the meeting where a company policy is just put everything in the game, surprise me at the meeting, and the meeting will be live streamed. Just sitting in the chair, just like, "Bobo, what do you mean you took the whole team to make this part?"
In many ways, I'm still that same little kid. Lying on his bed, making sound
What do you mean someone said, "No, you have to make this and nothing else"? Who would do that? Not me.
Of course, a
God.
director can accomplish nothing.
I'll do some audio to show you a bit later that to viewers will find its way into the show somehow at some point.
Lamp.
Please look forward to it.
Bingo!
I'm glad you're starting to wind down on the story a little bit because we do have our recording session scheduled tonight as well.
Oh, Kaya serving as usual. I don't know if I can say that in the
Too late now. Too late now. Well done, Beefy.
You ever get that live censorship button fixed?
Is there a way to delete the last 20 seconds of the recording? Please explain to me.
It did! He was playing! He was absolutely working. We'll see how many of those we get.
If we only get one, we've already used it, and just damn it.
I hope no one like popped in and heard that. I hope Aster didn't pop in like, oh, they're still going. Oh, no.
Wait, what did you say our demographics were? A lot of people in Australia liked us. We should be good.
Okay, yeah.
What did you say our demographics were? Barely in the quadruple digits. It's fine.
Her words, not mine.
They're not a liability.
I have never thought
That's why she agreed to do this to begin with. She's like, no,
Welcome me,
no
like,
one
I-
watches this channel enough to know what I'm saying.
Exactly. Aster was real sweet to appear with us. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Great time. Kokomi's like, I've known Idea for one patch's worth of time, and I have to say that she is almost adequate.
How is this suddenly about me? If everybody is ready, then
You know, so this head sculpt that Idia has was introduced in Sumeru, and I really like it, but it is,
I do too.
like with all NPC characters, used on like 5 different people.
Yeah.
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 You mean her hair?
Yeah, just that hair shape, you know.
Yeah.
It does look good though. Like and
Yeah,
I love that they put the ombre in it too. I hope we get more of that outside of just the Archons.
Work.
Damn, I mean, Kokomi's not the only one serving fish here tonight.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm about to trigger my gag reflex.
There's a back window. Yeah, there is! Because Hoyo nasty!
Don't be silly.
There's a back window.
There it is!
By the right actor.
Gonna have the worst hand.
No, it's a drag phrase referring to performers who serve very feminine realness.
Made a few prototypes before landing on
Yeah,
this
it's
one.
eleganta.
Needed some tailoring to fit properly, so I made a few stitches here.
Wander, is that you?
I hope the results.
Oh no, you have a cover. I cover now.
Oh, that's what you meant. I thought you were referring to a character, and I'm like, shh, don't out me. No, yeah, I have Kove as my avatar, because he's my fave.
He is a great boy.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the tears dot particle effect.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what was the quest where we were like, oh, they have tear technology now? I think it might have been Yoimiya's second.
Yeah, I think so.
Or was it
I think
earlier?
it was also the same patch as
Or
TCG.
Lantern
I think
Right,
it was also the
instead.
TCG quest because they had the guy crying at the end.
Yeah.
Right? Didn't they?
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, but there was one that they just kept using it on, and I'm trying to remember what it was. How are you doing? I think you're right. I think it was Yoimiya's second character quest.
Guy was like, Kyle looks so hot in this outfit, I just have to cry.
Mhm.
I've never seen anything so beautiful in my whole life.
I'm good. Thank you again, Idia.
He's like, have you seen the other people around here?
Their combined poly count is like 32.
They wouldn't last a minute on Second Life.
Shut up.
Yes, Just Chica, absolutely.
Keep wearing yours too. It looks
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
I agree with our mage.
Sure. I think I
Why are you here, fishy fishy? I want you to pay off.
Take care, my dear.
Hello, Bedrock Parts.
Bedrock Parts, welcome to the stream. Thank you for making it.
You're going to attempt to repair the. I feel so.
Alright, time to shut down Westworld. Let's go. The herb of the mirage.
Yates. Yeah, I think you're on the last part here.
Ah,
The end is in
Thank-
sight.
Jennifer Shin. Thank her
Why?
for her mercy. For her mercy.
She never shows it. We don't owe her shit.
I think I might owe her my kneecaps for some things I said.
I think I'm going to need to dip.
Motherfucking
for
life
a
ends when I
moment.
get my stamina back. Look at these spires! Wow!
Yeah, these look like
Those are so pretty.
these look like they came directly from Fishel's Island in GAA.
Yeah.
I was kind of.
I'm happy to
when
see
I saw
it.
These, that
Oh
was
my
like-
god, the music here is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I was hoping when I saw these that this was like, oh, this actually is the GAA, and it's like just evolved more, but that is
Yeah.
not the case.
No.
What's with these little standees? I mean, like, it's the Haunted Mansion, but
Oh, those are the Hydro Eidolons that are hiding.
Oh.
Yeah.
The standees?
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to get that
Because
for
you
a
could see...
little bit, so.
you, okay.
Okie dokie.
See you in a bit.
Yeah, for a
Yeah.
bit, Bareku.
Yeah, I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Later.
I'll have to go back and look at Fishel's like tile set. I mean, it looks like it.
Yeah. But the
I
way
like the
you can tell
limited
that they
tile
were...
set keeps it fresh. Wow, that is so pretty.
Right?
Damn.
The vista is
Oh.
gorgeous here. But yeah, the way you could tell they were Hydro Eidolons is they had the little, like, sweat droplets on the top of them to indicate that they were wet while hiding.
They are moist.
They are moist boys.
4 hour mercy. We did it. Yeah. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm usually slightly better at video games. But you know, you gotta keep the crowd entertained.
Here's the thing, you're good at the video, James, but Jennifer Shin just fucking piles it on with these.
Sure does. It's like, bet you're trying to have a conversation with a crowd. Here. Do all this crap. It's definitely her fault and not me being inadequate at doing two things at once, but hey, that's why this is the first stream.
Exactly,
It gets better from here.
we're learning. We're learning.
Yeah, I love
Which
the
is
green
already
lights,
better
too.
than 99% of churls.
It's true. Like, don't aggro to the traveler, you dumb idiot. You'll die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah!
That is the stealth mechanic. Oh, don't do this. This is for when we sneak into the Bastille!
Oh. Do you think we're gonna get to raid the Bastille?
Yes, and free all the prisoners.
I love that for us.
Wait, what?
What?
Oh, actually, where are we? I want to see what the map looked like. Oh, okay, we're still here. Jesus Christ, it's a big map.
It's a lot. That's why they probably didn't intend you to do it in one sitting.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They forgot that we are goblins. And this
We
is
are
just
goblins
what we
with
do.
ADD.
Once the music changed, I thought it was like back to Sumeru.
Oh, no. Yeah. This is an entirely instant zone. You wouldn't be able to leave back to Sumeru unless you went to the map and physically did it.
Yeah.
Which I do like that. I do appreciate when they do the instance things. The only time they did that where it was super confusing was the Enkanomiya one.
Oh yeah, where it's like instanced Enkanomiya and then instanced Enkanomiya event mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That should have been a
weird.
world quest. Like, Enka really needs it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Pelican Lands, do you mean like the names of the countries in Genshin or the countries that they are inspired by?
Yes. It Idea had the water droplet send us a message.
How is Lissig? Did he finish all the maintenance work?
Oh. Consider it his atonement.
If you say so. Isn't this where we
Correct! The core of the Valyrian Mirage is the largest streaming projector of all. And this domain is one gigantic preprint.
Whoa, so everything we... So to fix it, same process as usual, right? Do we need to...
Exactly! Well done!
It's hard to forget after doing it.
Let's get going. This is the final step.
That you, Yanfei? That you, Lizzie Freeman?
The hub consists of these components. All you need to do is place them onto the foundation and...
That you? Picking up a side character job because you were already doing recording for this game for Fontaine? Is that what we're hearing?
Close enough will do.
You don't have to answer.
It'll be fine.
We already know.
Should be fine.
Hey, welcome back, Gabriel. Put it in the pantry.
Sometimes you have no standards whatsoever.
Welcome back, Break.
I have another 10 minutes.
What does that mean? I have no standards. Tell me something I don't know. Oh, where did it go? Why? Yeah, okay, that was right. Fuck me! Ah! God, oh my god, this UI. It's just my brain exploding.
It's easier when you can like scroll with the mouse to select which one of those you want.
I believe it. I'm so worried about how the underwater stuff's gonna work with the controller. And boom! It's a spinning wheel.
But why isn't it turning?
There you go.
Yeah, ask the NPCs for help. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's a cute little, like,
The
shadow
components are
puzzle.
back in the core. That's all we needed to do. Like any wound, it just needs time to heal. It'll probably just start turning again one day in the middle of the night when no one's looking.
Really? I thought that with your special ability...
What?
Huh? All of us are dying to see it. Not just how the domain looks when it's fixed, but also Idea and her element. I want to see Idea using her magic powers too. What are you guys talking about? And how is Clean on this, but Paimon?
They're referring to our mascot's true form.
Yeah, Azathoth.
As I've said all along, there's
Azathoth?
More like Azathoth.
credit for. She has
But,
a very
shh.
special
We don't use that language here.
I think some of us
Sure.
sense that
Also,
already.
At least
as far
not
as
too
we
often.
know, also as far as we know, she doesn't breathe, so she's not a thought.
That's a very good point.
No! Oh no!
First to notice.
I'd say the same about you, Kaya.
Ooh, nice nails, girl.
What the?
Are we talking to Kaya?
For
Yeah.
people who stumble
Okay,
upon
not
this
fair.
place by accident, I think my current form is more approachable than my true one.
What? What is it? And whatever it is, how the heck does everyone know about it? Well, for one thing, then my mind started to wander as I was reading a storybook. And suddenly, I had a thought. Since
The power of water
change into any form,
to take any shape.
why not?
You hit the nail on the head. All right, in that.
Oh
There she
shit!
is.
I knew it!
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of obvious.
Yeah. Wow, something that turns into things and is kind of water-based.
And explicitly talks about changing shape. What could it be?
Wow. That's not a different model, is it? That's... I haven't fought Rydia in so long.
Yeah.
Oh, see a Nid. Oh, see a Nid.
I see a Nid.
Oceanidia.
Is she gonna be a pet?
No.
We already have the Hydro Pet.
Yeah.
You already have the Hydro pet.
That might come back.
You look stunning. You should be flaunting this look at every opportunity.
She's tinier than... Yeah, she's a little scrunch.
Yeah, Rodea is like old and powerful.
Yeah. She's so cute.
Oh, come on. I'm too shy.
Yeah.
Wait. So does this mean...
guessing that the human counterparts to these Hydro alter egos are long gone.
That's right. When they wanted to leave, the
Oh, King Alex, you're right. We're not getting a Sealy event for 4.0.
Oh.
Huh.
That's a good point.
Bummer.
I guess. Oh man, I was gonna say, oh, they already had a blue one, but then I realized I don't have a blue one.
Yeah.
But I would like the opportunity to get a blue assassin from our homeland.
I
Oh,
hope they
cool.
bring back the Oceanid event and we can just get another little Lockfolk. Or like the same Lockfolk for people who haven't gotten it.
You know what's crazy about that one? That was an event that was like, here, fight an alternate Oceanid where you're fighting the Oceanid directly, and now, like,
yep,
I think they're bringing that back, right? I think. I'm not sure if that was.
Yeah, they'll bring it back as soon as they bring back Beisht.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is interesting to think about like event-only bosses.
Well, I mean, like they brought back the like hypostases with the expanded movesets a couple times. So
Yeah, but those are usually in instanced zones. They're not like.
No, but I'm saying I could see them doing that for the Oceanid as well.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Anyway, if they gave us more than one little lock folk, though, we'd have a lot folk, right?
Oh my god, I'm sorry. I just thought of a Fontaine teapot with underwater landscaping. My heart just sang.
I don't know.
Of course, I did want like a dual desert and rainforest Sumeru teapot, and we got kind of.
We really needed a desert part of a
Desert
teapot.
is so pretty.
Or its own desert teapot. Like,
yeah, I'd take that.
I'd be fine with that.
To make a little oasis.
I would really like one where, like, you were underneath the water as a bubble, and there was just a skybox that was all water.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
Idia literally doing the SpongeBob. Well, the gang's all here.
Alright, well, I need to leave.
Exactly, King Alex. I guess what we could do is use the beach sections of the beach spot to build, like, handy stuff.
It's not the same, though. But yeah, you headed off, Jer?
Yeah, I have to dip for a
I'm
little.
actually also going to take off as well. But I will be back.
Adios, Jer and Break. Thank you for being here on our 1K live stream. Are you coming back, or is this it?
Well, I mean, our
depends on.
I know.
Yeah, we're gonna have to sign off here soon, as soon as you're done with the quest, anyway, because we got.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Later, everyone.
Later.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. This was great, and see you all in the next one.
Oh, you found our channel because of Chill with Aster. Hey, that's fantastic. She was really nice to give us that little boost.
Yeah, and she was just a delight to work with. Like, that was one of our more fun episodes to record.
It was so fun. I would do another one, like, at the drop of a hat.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It is cool. It's like the Oceanid split herself down to the molecular level. Like, these Eidolons are like even smaller than the animal apparitions. It's like one molecule of water.
Yep. Split apart, yet equally alive.
Dracula.
Wait, what?
He turns into a bunch of bats.
Oh, I
Terrible.
guess
Okay.
Annie turned into Mist, too, yeah. Is he an Oceanid?
Are you guys familiar with Ashikai? Yeah!
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. She is super busy, for what I can tell. I think it would be fun to collab sometime. I'd love to like ask her about Honkai, especially.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the like bigger name lore tubers, so it's a little intimidating too.
Us who are, esteemed lore people in our own right, getting everything very correct.
Yes, definitely only saying correct information and not having to later correct ourselves in subtitles that Beefy and Break put in.
Yeah. Yeah, she's really savvy.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Yes, General Sangonomiya? If it's okay with
Urania, yeah, that's right. It was a different Oceania than Rodea.
Makes sense.
Wow, a huge shell.
Yeah.
It was once a ritual vessel used for making offerings in the Moon Shrine. It's made from the remains of a yokai called the Shinkiro. And it
What
can
kind of
listen to the
yokai is a
wishes of
Shinkiro?
those who
I should know
listen
this.
to build up Shinki, which gives it its power. Several centuries ago, the relic was lost when the last prefect of Yashiori died in battle. Its final resting place was...
Battle against who?
Well, according to yokai.com, Shinkiro are not yokai, but kai, supernatural phenomenon. They take the appearance of distant, fantastic cities with tall towers and giant pagodas.
Oh, fun. So yeah, it's a mirage.
Yeah.
The pearl's light died out.
Damn, they're so savvy with the mythological connections.
Yeah, I love the comparative mythology.
Mm-hmm.
Hear anything from outside?
Oh, I get it now. I understand now too. To get back to this.
Ah, this is it. This is the Uber treasure compass.
This vessel
We got a clam.
Yet countless people who have visited this domain brought their wishes with them. Wow, I never. It is powerful enough to help you repair the Valyria Mirage with any luck. But it's simple. For example, and my wish is to use my critical thinking and strategic planning skills to bring a little more joy into the lives of
Girl, that's not a wish. That's just self-help.
as well as the lives
6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
I wish to use my critical thinking and strategic planning skills to commit more war crimes.
Yeah, I wish to revive my dead god.
Yeah.
Is that all those who have sojourned to the Valyria Mirage in the past will achieve what they truly wish for.
A dream is just a wish that your heart makes.
Yeah, that was Kokomi's Miss America answer for what are your aspirations?
Yeah, yeah. She had that one in her back pocket.
Even though I know full well that trying to build a railway in the outside world is just a pipe dream, and that Maimuna will probably just go back to being
Trains. They'll never take off. Someone will make
Now
cars.
boats on tracks.
Ooh.
I love that railroads are far-fetched, but basically giant log flume tour guides are not.
I love it when they draw lines in the sand of like what's preposterous in their fiction.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Take us home.
Final cutscene. Let's go.
Okay, the combined power of our hopes and dreams is at your disposal.
Look! The wheel's been fixed!
Let's go.
Oh, it's a fun cutscene.
Yeah.
Come on, hurry!
Yeah, you're
King
not
Alex.
your freakish real self.
Yeah, King Alex and Lulu. The music here is like very much the end of like a Disney movie or a Ghibli movie, where like we're getting into the swell of like the final act here. It's great.
Yeah.
Please don't say that. Yeah. And you weren't granted
I think I said it when this event first came out and I was playing through it. It's like, this is the most Disney Genshin has ever been.
Yeah, and that's saying a lot because Official's Therapy Island was just straight up phantasmic.
It's true.
doesn't deserve so many people's praise.
Well, at least the domain is fixed.
He's
now.
the blue fairy.
And
What's the matter, Klee?
Hoyo Land better be fucking free for Genshin players after all the money they squeezed out of us.
Of course not. It'll never be free for Genshin players. In fact, there will be additional microtransactions required to use like the bathroom.
They better give us one free Slurpee.
Is there a way to get up on top? There is a way, but that's okay. I can go up by myself. But it'd be more fun with Mr. Honorary Knight.
Therapy Island was so Persona 4 core. It was so good. Just Shadow Official.
Are we sure about this? What happens if we fall off?
Yeah, that's right, Kaya. Klee wants me to go on the Ferris wheel with her. Get
No, Gabriel. The Genshin players are going to have additional microtransactions applied. The Honkai players get free admission.
To be free to play at Hoyo Land, you have to work there for free.
Yeah, exactly.
To make sure no one falls off. I haven't been up there in a long
It's like
time
8
myself.
hours $1.
God.
Yeah, Fontaine is very Ghibli movie.
No. It's not 8 hours for $1. It's 8 hours for one roll, and the roll will determine whether or not you get time in the park.
Oh, but if you roll 90 times, you'll get $1.
Exactly. Then you'll be able to go in the park.
Oh, yucky. Also, 2 wheels. You know what else looks like 2 wheels? Mickey's ears.
Whoa.
Brr, brr, brr. Oh god, a Vision's gonna be like their fucked up fast pass system.
Oh, you're probably right. That would make sense. Or like their annual admission. Yeah, no, that's it.
Oh my god, instead of rolling characters, you roll for photo op slots with that character.
Yes.
It has the same odds.
And the fast pass is delusions, and the the annual pass are visions.
Delusions, like, you can use them as much as you want, but you have a time limit, and they will kick you
Exactly.
out of the park forever.
Exactly.
When it's spent.
If you don't re-up it.
Your friends hide behind Scaramouche's giant hat. You lose 50-50 at Hoyo Land. They take you on one of the kids' rides.
But the children's ride is just the in real life version of that play minigame you did for Zosimos.
Oh god. Oh no.
You just stand on the platform as it moves while something more interesting is happening below you, but you can't really see it well.
It's like a play structure with all the cool stuff at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
And you can't get to it, and you're just like, fuck.
Exactly.
They put you on, like, you know, one of the kiddie, like car merry-go-rounds that just goes around, but they all have Chi-Chi's face.
Mm-hmm. For the chat here, this is how we yes-and ourselves into problematic bits on the show.
It's just, yeah, it's a countdown to a nightmare at this point. Oh, whoa, wait, okay.
Careful now.
Ah. The ride to arrive. Okay.
Yeah, so you just gotta wait for one of the little leafy things.
I'm very good at spatial comprehension.
You are an artist, after all.
I could art you.
Is that a threat?
If you Tommy Wiseau's face on your mask, I could do it right now.
Oh, please don't do it. Oh, no.
A Hex and Circle teacup ride would be so sick.
That would be pretty awesome, actually. Oh, and then like each of the individual parks, like they have at Disneyland, where it's like Tomorrowland and Fantasyland and all that, would just be the different nations up to that.
Oh, that would be so cool.
Yeah, so like Mondstadt is your Epcot.
To take your Fast Pass away in Inazuma.
Yeah, exactly.
Marriage is VR.
Inazuma is like it's like its own instance that you have to pay separately to get into.
Mondstadt is just the Germany pavilion from Epcot.
Exactly.
More beers somehow.
Whenever people have to leave
There's a zip lining activity where you can glide, but like you will just smash into everything piss drunk.
Just Chica, it sounds cool in concept, but then when you think about it actually being implemented in all the ways that they'll try to screw you with money, it's less fun.
No. Mondstadt is a carbon fucking copy of the Zelda extension of Super Nintendo World.
Oh no!
But with all the IP just like defaced.
Just swapped, yeah.
Getting food there, the weapons banner. Oh my god, that would be so funny if you like order a burger and instead of like the toothpick in the middle is just like the jade spear.
No. You roll for the quality of food. If you get a 3-star, it's just like 2 patties or like 2 buns with like a really undercooked patty slammed in the middle. But if you get a 5-star, you get a deluxe burger, secret sauce and everything.
You get the 3-star offerings are like burnt amber steaks and Benny eggs.
Yeah, Lulu, definitely.
If you roll a 2-star, you get to find out what A's signature dish is. I would so get the sticky honey roast.
Yeah. But yeah, Mondstadt would definitely be the only one with the liquor license. Like,
yeah, you feel us, Chica. You understand the tyranny of the Disney parks.
Oh god. And you got to deal with the worst of it because it's Disney World.
Just theme parks in general.
Achieve their dreams and live on the outside just as
Epitomize the path to get what you actually want.
And of course, that's another fee you can pay at the front when you're buying.
You have to keep buying appetizers.
Oh no!
And you have to eat them to rebuy them.
Oh god!
And so when you're just so over it and you feel like you're gonna explode, you're like, I don't even want my burger anymore, please.
And then that's when they bring it to you.
Yeah. And if you ordered a veggie burger, they give you a meat burger. If you order a meat burger, they give you a veggie burger.
Until you buy 2 more veggie burgers, and then they give you a meat burger.
Exactly. Whether someone is still working towards their dream, as long as
yeah, Lulu, I could definitely see like just a small staged production that they do being very good, but like entrusting them to try to build an entire park around it would probably be a nightmare. Yeah, exactly.
I can't wait for the Dvalin animatronic to catch on fire.
Yes! Oh my god. But it would happen when it's passing through Fontaine.
Oh, hell yes.
Desert this whole time. It's just a giant muddy swamp to me.
Dude, Chica, yeah, and honestly, the costume would probably be better than the one in the park. Last time we went to Disneyland, like 2019, those costumes were busted. They had been overworked.
Well, and they don't really have anywhere to sit down. Thanks, Project Stardust.
Thanks, Project Stardust.
I'm still embarrassed to have shown you my uglier side, but I'm glad the Valorian Mirage is up and running again.
I hate shapeshifters that are ashamed of their true form.
Yeah, come on.
Love yourself if you're a big freaky mermaid. The cardboard of Celestia in the distance, yeah.
It's just like on a little zip line that goes from like
oh my god,
the top of Dragonspine to like the back side of the park.
Every fireworks show would be Lantern Rite, and so you'd have the lanterns and the fireworks. That would be so pretty.
That would be so cool. And like they do it like they do in the park where like Tinkerbell comes out of the castle and then flies up, but instead it's Yoimiya.
It'd be Paimon.
No, but I mean to shoot.
I would love
fireworks. To shoot the fireworks, it would be Yoimiya.
Oh no! There's like a Yoimiya like cast member like standing like on the ground level, and she is shooting her bow to sync up to the.
That'd be
fucking sick.
That would be good. Aster!
Oh, Aster! Thank you so much! Hey, thank you! We did it! Against all odds and against our perceived quality, we did it! Thank you so much for showing up!
Yeah.
Hello! Luckily for you, this was a very long quest, so you did manage to catch the last tail end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
But it's been fun.
It has been. It has been fun. It's been so fun just like chatting with you guys in real time, getting to like answer questions and shit post live, and it was super fun. Oh, you just woke up? Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for dropping by. We still really appreciate it.
Sorry for ruining the rest of your day. Oh, man. Oh, now that everything's in the past, as far as the story, I could just kind of like putz around and enjoy the setting, I guess.
And find the remaining furniture.
Oh, God, the furniture! Fuck me!
Yeah,
you said it was all in that world quest, right? Oh, but I have to get enough joyeux vouchers to,
Yes, and do the mini games to get the mini games to get the furniture, the joyeux voucher for the Kaya skin. I did put a video in our Genshin thread for covering where to get the remaining furniture, though.
God bless.
But all right, I actually do have to go so that I can do any finishing prep work for our recording session tonight. Glad I had a chance to drop back in and join the stream. This has been a lot of fun. I'm so glad that, all of you could join us for this really big milestone for us. Like, we kind of never expected to get as much attention on this. This was honestly just made as like something we were having fun with.
This was end game. It's like, if we can reach 1,000, like that's just my ultimate goal with this, and you guys have proven that there's a lot more interest than that. So, we're figuring out how to kind of incorporate this all into our personal schedules a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Make it feasible, because even if we don't end up doing this more frequently, we do want to be in with this game till the end.
Yeah.
Like unless it like really disgusts or bores us, I want this to be like the discussion we have, the check-ins that we have as this game evolves, as it changes during the course of its lifetime, and what it changes about the world around it, because video game development is already starting to respond to Genshin slowly but surely, and Genshin is always doing something new. Like, they do not rest on their laurels.
I mean, I just found out about
they fuck up sometimes.
Yeah.
But that's better than not being, adventurous. I don't know. Oh, Bedrock, no, that's fine. We're just happy to have you come at all. It's like doing the summer event story was always secondary to hanging out with people, and so we are more than happy to do that in some ways. Look at the Oh my god, look, we got fuck me. I was gonna say we got the life of pi over here.
Like I said, I gotta take off, but thanks again so much, everyone. I hope to hear from all of y'all later, and hopefully we'll get to do this again sometime.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, night, everyone.
All right, I'll see you in a sec, Wander.
Yeah.
Whew. Yeah, no, this was good. Yes. No. There is going to be a VOD of this. I may need to bleep out me saying a word that I'm not sure can go in a VOD. For future watchers, this was just an approving use of the C word to describe what Kaya was serving in his very good new outfit. Alright, yeah, so we're just gonna keep on trucking. Hopefully we grow. We want to establish ourselves as a, we might not be the biggest, but we want to be the go-to legitimate source for an insight into how this game is made. We want to be that resource for people, and we want that to be the main value we add to the already like very saturated and very talented landscape Genshin content. creators. I think I'm really happy with the collabs that we did in this last season. That was so fun, and I think like we want the Shade Chamber to be a think tank, and so it's just only natural to have like different people with fresh, different perspectives on it. I'm actually editing a very lengthy recording session with another guest appearance, and that was like a super eye-opening and really cool discussion that like I'm glad that we could have that. We could facilitate something that really broadens our understanding of stuff. We like to learn, we like to teach, we like to shitpost, and we like to hear ourselves talk. The only thing we don't like is releasing in any sort of timely manner. So yeah, people have already done just a ton for us, but I think now's a good time to remind you that like we will never win the algorithm game. Our stuff's just not topical enough. It's just not frequent enough. Where we're gonna grow is a word of mouth, so please, like, do not hesitate. If you find like what we do interesting, valuable in any way, absolutely like plug us to your friends, plug us to your whatever Discords you hang out on. Because we're not worried about being the biggest Genshin podcast. We're worried about being someone's favorite Genshin podcast and they don't know it yet. We want to make sure that we're getting out to the thing. So, yeah. We've already got, like, look at this. We got, like, a nice crew of people who have proven to be interested in it. Thank you so much, Just Chica. We are really proud and really grateful to be that for you. We'll try to keep bringing our A game. But we might just bring our Makoto game. That doesn't mean any sense. But yeah. Fontaine, man. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a blast. We're gonna take some much needed time off from putting out stuff. Although not really, as you will see. And we're gonna enjoy it. We hope you do too. We can't wait to talk with you about it after we get back. A's gonna drown. There she goes. Thank you, Bedrock. That means a lot. It was it's a challenging but very rewarding format, and I think, like I said, like we're really proud of our backlog. We find what we make is really future proof, and it still adds value, and I think that's a testament to like making a watchable podcast. Oh, I see. My frame moved. Okay, look at that little graphical glitch. Well, we had our fun out in Bottle Land, or did we? I don't know, but it had some charming parts. No, I'm glad they did what they did. But it's time to go back into the basement. Record another episode of the Shade Chamber. It's been real. I loved this. I hope you did too. We'll have to do it again sometime. And now, Just Chica, please don't bring your A game up. Every day is my A game. In that I do as little as possible, and then when I do something, it just completely goes ass up. Thank you so much, No. Can't wait to see what name you come by with next time. Thanks so much, Bedrock. Thanks so much. I'm so glad, Lulu. Thank you so much for spending your Sunday in the Shade Chamber. Thank you, Cyvic, as always. Been a long-time supporter of this project, and we thank you very much for it. Keep refusing your chats. Hey, you know, it's the first stream. It's gonna be a little glitchy. We're gonna have some hiccups to work out. Sorry if you guys got your ears blasted out. I might need to remove that from the VOD as well.
Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right.
Thanks, Adish, just for coming by. It was absolutely a blast. Honestly, this was a lot more fun than me trudging through this story event myself. No matter how much drudge work it was. Well, any final questions? Any final things to say before we head out? I can't think of any. But yeah. All right. What's your signature dish, Beefy? Isn't it obvious from my name? Chicken.
Unprecedented one indeed.
Thank you so much, Lulu. We wouldn't do this at all if we didn't enjoy it. There's always... I think that's actually why our release schedule is so erratic, is because we only do it when we enjoy it. Ugh. Which is, just suicidal for the algorithm, but very good for our long-term engagement and fun. Chicken a la beef! There you go, you got it! That's one steak, one drumstick, a steak over that. You eat it raw. It's not very good. Apples.
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right.
Alrighty. I think I am headed off here, folks. It has been lovely. As usual, for those who somehow don't know, our Twitter is @ShadeChamberPod. Our website is nominally at shadechamberpodcast.com. That should still work. I know it's kind of a janky redirect still, but you know, I've not had the time. We are on YouTube as The Shade Chamber. We are on all podcast platforms as The Shade Chamber. Tell your friends. Have fun. Don't eat your veggies. And stay cool.